Hello and welcome to Unacademy. I welcome you all to this session. Am I audible and visible? Can you confirm that to me? Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Can you confirm that I am audible and visible? Good afternoon. Good evening. Yes, my voice is fine. There is no lag, no issues whatsoever. Yes, sir. Great. Great, great, great. It's good to see you all. So, today we have a very interesting but long session planned for you. And I'm going to revise and cover everything related to history, be it ancient, medieval, modern, or art and culture, relevant for prelims examination in the next 8 hours. So do plan your day accordingly because we will go on for at least 8 hours. At least 8 hours. We will see the time at which I plan to close this session is 12 in the night. However, it is totally based on the pace at which we are going to move forward. So we have four sections: ancient, medieval, modern, art, and culture. And these four sections, more or less, will take 1.5 hours to 2 hours more in modern India and art and culture, less in ancient and medieval. So I'll keep on telling you when I'm going to give you a break. And most probably, our first break should be around 5:30 to 6 o'clock. Please do not fall into the trap of the exam being postponed. All of those things really don't matter right now until unless we don't have any confirmation from UPSC. So right now it is a time to keep your head down because if the exam does not get postponed, then there will be a problem. So please do not fall for any form of what we call as news which may mislead you, right? So we have four sections: ancient, medieval, modern. In a way, five, because if I take early medieval into account, it becomes five subsections. We will keep on tracking our progress and we'll plan the session accordingly. But as I said, most probably one break at 6, the other break around 8, 8:39. The mm, three breaks at least would be needed the way we are going forward. We'll figure that out together. Right. So is everybody ready? Can we start our discussion? Yes. I want everybody's this has to be a two-way. Conversation cannot be in any way or form a one-way communication. Good. Great. So anybody has any doubt related to history, any communication related to history and the upcoming book also, you will find everything in this Telegram channel. So do subscribe to this Telegram channel for all updates. And let's now start our discussion. So the first thing which I want to discuss with you is what is the concept of time in ancient India, because I'll be using a lot of words such as BCE, CE, sometimes BC and AD. So I'll tell you one thing very clearly. PDF also you will get. I'll give you a very simple, straightforward understanding here that this session has two purposes. One is I want you to be conceptually clear for the examination, which you may not be able to do yourself. And second thing is that I also want to revise. So there are certain areas which I have kept outside the purview of this discussion because at this given point of time on 9th of May, if I expect you to learn all of that right now, your whole examination understanding will go out of the window. So what I will do is in ancient high yielding areas, I will refer to all the sections, but high yielding areas. In medieval, again, high yielding areas. Modern, same. Art and culture, same. So please do understand one thing that the purpose here is very simple: revision with conceptual clarity. So just have to revise with me, but also understand. So as I was saying, when we talk about time, one thing should be very clear because in history questions, a lot of times by reading the question itself, you can automatically understand which period it is referring to. So one thing is when it says BC and C, BC and C are two divisions which are based on the Gregorian calendar. See, it was based on the understanding that when Christ was born, it was considered zero. And it's basically like a number line. And anything before the birth of Christ was considered before Christ, BC. And anything after his birth is called Anno Domino, which is in the year of the Lord. And that was called AD. But the problem was in a country like India or in the subcontinent or for Chinese history, the birth of Jesus Christ becomes a wrong standpoint. That is why they changed this understanding to a secular and more neutral understanding, which is called before common era and common era. Concept is exactly the same. So, in the examination, there can be a chance that the examiner is still using BC and AD. Don't get confused. BC is the same as BCE and AD is the same as C. We are today in 2025 CE, which is before the concept of what we call as the secularization of the timeline came through. BC and CE are secular connotations to the same concept itself. So BC equals to BCE, AD equals to C, simple, straightforward concept. Now, to give you an understanding of what we are going to do and how Herculean that task is, I will start around 2 million BCE with you. And I will bring the story till 1947 CE, starting in ancient, then early medieval, and then modern India, till India is given independence. And this way, we are covering a very long stretch of time where we are going from 2 million BC to zero, from zero to close to 2000 years forward. So, this is something which students actually get in a way confused. Sir, it says BC and AD. What should I do? Simple. BC equals to BC and C equals to AD. I hope here we all are sorted. Now, when we talk about ancient Indian history, UPSC in this syllabus has not specified anything. If you look at the prelims syllabus, it says history of India and it says history of India and Indian national movement or Indian freedom struggle. So the problem is we need a starting point. And that starting point we take when our ancestors develop the ability to make tools and thereafter also become anatomically what are called as Homo sapiens sapiens. Meaning the hominid category, which is ancestors or what we call as apes, that whole category of what we call as evolution, where we divert from apes, it is at that point I want to have a discussion with you. So, our starting point becomes a point where Homo habilis comes into existence through the concept of evolution and the survival of the fittest. This is the idea which you have to understand. Now, why is it called Homo habilis? Because for the first time, they developed what is called as a thumb, and this thumb allows for the concept of tool making. Now, you will say, sir, why do we talk about tool making? If you actually look at the division of ancient India, it is Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, which is the concept of old Stone Age, middle Stone Age, new Stone Age. And the answer to that question is because tools are a window into the understanding of the human mind and the concept of cognitive ability. Meaning, because Paleolithic period or prehistory, 99% of his history, does not have any written sources, the problem stands is how do we understand the change? And that is where tool making is our way of understanding change. And tool making, yes, has a very important correlation with cranial capacity. And cranial capacity has a correlation with cognitive ability. Cognitive ability is the ability to understand things, and tool making and cognitive ability in a way go together, meaning how sophisticated the tool is shows how better the cognitive ability is. So rather than blindly going into the concept of Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic, I'm trying to argue one thing very clearly, which is that there's a logic to why we call it Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic. And therein, tool making, cognitive ability, and cranial capacity have a relationship. Cranial capacity, the cranial capacity of a modern human will be between 1400 to 1450 cc, cubic centimeters, and anything under it and above it. The problem is because cranial capacity has to be in a certain ratio with body mass, you can either regress or purely regress in that regard, because if just having a big brain was very important, then the elephants would be the most cognitively, you can say, active beings in the world. They are not, because the brain size is not proportionate to their mass itself. In when it comes to homo sapiens, we are in that sweet spot where our brain is in the right ratio with our body mass, which allows for this cognitive ability where we develop the ability to change environment itself. This was the first thing which you should understand. The second thing which you need to know is the geological history of the earth. Now obviously we don't have to go to the age of dinosaurs. We don't have to go to 13.6 billion years ago where the big bang happened. We rather have to start from a point where we are in the Pleistocene epoch. Now, why am I talking about Pleistocene? Because environment has a very important impact on how we develop further, on evolution itself. And further, it also has a very important understanding when we talk about how humans develop, but also animals develop. And further, animal human development is, in a way, a function of environment. This is the irony of this story, that initially we used to be affected by environment. Then we developed the ability to change environment itself. And this is where humans started to then distort the whole, what we call as the Earth's geological history, but geological time space and its environment, weather, and climate also. Now, what is the most important feature of the Pleistocene epoch is it is called the ice ages, meaning extremely cold with short periods of warming, but the mean temperature of the earth at this point of time would be under sub zero, which is, you will say, it would be minus 15ish, minus 20. Very cold. Humans used to survive in caves. I will discuss how. But the idea is that it is an ice age period. Therefore, one of the most important markers or a legacy or a very interesting feature of our body today, which tells us that there was ice age, is human hair. Human hair were, or rather, human hair is an example of how we used to be more furry, used to have much more thicker hair so as to keep us insulated. And animals also had very big, what we call as fur line with very heavy fat mass, because fat gives you heat. Therefore, humans and animals are bulkier and bigger. Now, what have we now ascertained? Ice age means cold periods. We have also ascertained that the animals are big, so humans are also furry, and this is the starting point from where we can now start our discussion with regards to how we divide prehistory into three or rather four major periods. One is called Paleolithic, second is called Mesolithic, then it is called Neolithic, then it is called Chalcolithic. Now, Paleolithic is the period in which we transition as humans from Homo erectus. Erectus means having a S shaped spine, to Homo sapiens. And you should know one thing, that we are today called Homo sapien sapien. So this transition happens here. This is called Old Stone Age. This is called Middle Stone Age. This is called New Stone Age. And Chalco itself would tell you it is copper, the first metal to be smelted, plus stone. You don't have to make running notes. Please concentrate everything I'm writing down for you. So we have copper plus stone. Now, see, because UPSC has started to develop a certain liking for prehistory, you should know the distinct features of Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, and Chalcolithic. Now, any student who will try to learn these sites of Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic right now will overwhelm himself or herself. So I will give you the main sites. I will tell you 2 to 3 sites, but don't try to learn the list of Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic sites as it is. It is a very big list. So you should not overwhelm yourself, as it is the input output is not worth it. If I get a conceptual question out of this area, it makes sense. But if I get a purely factual question, I will not waste my time over that. So right now, the most important concept is to know the characteristics of this period and 2 to 3 important sites. I think we all can agree to this. If this was happening 1.5 months before, then I would have told you learn. But now is not the time to overwhelm yourself with new information. Perfect. Now let's talk about Paleolithic. This is our first understanding, and I hope I'm audible and visible, because a lot of you, some of you are saying that I'm not, but I hope that I am. Right? Everything is fine? Okay. Some of you are saying that. Okay. Perfect. Now, Paleolithic happens in Pleistocene epoch. The period, it is 2 million BC to 10,000 BC. Now, one of the most interesting features is that if a bigger number is written first and a smaller number is written later, it is BC. If, for example, it says 10,000 to 2 million, then it is C. But if it is bigger number first, smaller number later, it is BC. Very good. Now, Paleolithic has the following features because of its environment. Because environment is such: first, hunting and gathering societies. That too, the society is small bands of people, because food is limited. Food is limited. Whatever they can hunt and they can gather, that is the only food available. Thereafter, second, you have crude, bulky tools which evolve over a period of time, because you have in Paleolithic something called upper, middle, and lower. Lower is when it is purely rudimentary, bulky tool. When we go to middle, it becomes better because they start to use the flakes. So from what is called as chopper chopping, we go to hand axe. And from hand axe, by the time we come to upper, it has become even better. We have double edge and better, you can say, points in that regard. So they are evolving with cognitive ability becoming better. We are not using, so if this is the stone and if I hit it with another stone, I get two pieces. So I can use the flake, or I can use the core. So initial period they were using the core. Later they will start to play with the flake, which will give it a better understanding. Now, third point is one of the most important technologies which was in a way domesticated at this point of time is fire. Fire became a very important accidental technology which was harnessed. Meaning, initially it was a lightning strike over some form of wood, which in turn would lead to fire. But they started to understand how to use two rocks to produce fire itself. And therefore, fire became a very important lifeline for two reasons. One, it gives warmth in the extreme cold. Second, it also allows meat to be cooked. So, therefore, cooked food and any form of warmth, safety, light, whatever you want to call it, will come from fire. Thereafter, something which is quite obvious, which is no political institution, no trade, no currency, all negations I am telling you. No political institution, no trade, no currency, and it is what is called as a simple society. Simple society means that people are more or less equal to one another, which is there is no surplus production. Therefore, they are moving around with the gathering and the animals. A simple society based on a egalitarian notion of how all of us are equal. We will eat, sleep, and live together. It is also believed that there are no rituals per se because it is extreme cold. The problem of decomposition of a body is not there. Therefore, burial practices were rare. In certain places, we do find burial practices, but burial practices were extremely rare when it comes to Paleolithic period because the heat is not there for decomposition of body. The cold preserves the body in its form, and that is why most of the early humans we found are dated to Paleolithic period. Because of the extreme cold, they are locked into glaciers or locked into cold zones in that regard. Very well preserved bodies from which we can do DNA analysis. Now, Paleolithic period, there are two catches which you need to know when it comes to sites. And that catch is that in the Western Ghats and in the Doab region, which is Ganga, Yamuna, Doab, you will not find any sites. You'll find it all across India. Paleolithic sites are actually more than 200 plus. Most of the sites concentrated in that Vindhya Satpura sector, along with Bhimbetka being a very important, Langanaj, Bhimbetka, very important sites. But the reason why we don't have it in Western Ghats is because the Western Ghats subsided into the Arabian Sea. The sites may have been there, they have gone underwater. We know that because of the geological process of how the Indian plate went into the Eurasian plate itself. And we also know that whatever site may have been there in the alluvial plains were in the process of formation. The silt was being drawn down by the perennial rivers of the Himalayas. And therefore, if there was a site, it would have gone under, or it's so deep that we can't check it. So these two areas were nascent, and therefore they were in the process of formation, and therefore we don't find any sites. Eastern Ghats and the peninsular sector, very stable mass. Therefore, you find Paleolithic sites there along with the whole central sector. We find it some sites also in the Himalayan sector, but late, you can say upper Paleolithic, not lower Paleolithic. Again, don't have to worry about the sites right now. What you have to worry about is characteristics, features, and understanding. Sites is something which is pure chance if UPSC asks you. Right? Paleolithic clear to everyone? Yes? Yes. Okay. Now, between Paleolithic and Mesolithic, a major change happened, which is called that from Pleistocene, the earth started to warm. And that is what we refer to global warming, not in the negative sense today, but in the positive sense. And that global warming will lead to the epoch we are in today, which is called Holocene. Holocene is considered to be 10,000 years ago. Basically, the word which most of these books use, and that is why you will see that the time period I'm giving you will vary from book to book. Because 10,000 years ago means BP. There's something called BP, before present. Before present is from 1950, because 1950 is the year of development of carbon dating. Therefore, BP changes the whole concept, but for simplified understanding as it is, UPSC will not ask you the dates itself. 10,000 BC, we believe that Holocene period or epoch started. Now, what are the characteristic features of Holocene? Holocene is known for warming. Mean temperature comes to about 15 degrees Celsius, which is today's mean temperature, which is increasing by 1.52 degrees Celsius further. Further, if there will be warming, the earth became greener. With earth becoming greener, more food is available because gathering activities will start to increase. Further, if the earth is warming up, neither do the animals need that fat and fur, neither do humans need that fat and fur. And therefore, animals will become smaller but faster, and humans will become more hairless or they will lose out their hair. Now, animals becoming faster and smaller in turn leads to an evolutionary change. And that is why Mesolithic period is called the age of microliths. See, previously the animal was very big. So therefore you could take a hand axe and go and hit the animal, and the animal could not run beyond 8 or 9 kilometers per hour, which is something which a human could easily match. However, because now the animals have become smaller but much faster, 18, 20 kilometers per hour, they run extremely fast. There is nobody who can run behind with an axe and then kill a deer. That is not possible. For that, now they have to change their tools. This is how environment impacts humans, impacts tool technology. Now they have to develop smaller projectile based, what we call as tools. So you get points, you get arrows, you get a spear. So now they have small triangles, as they're called triangles. They will then tie it up with a stick, and then you get the bow and arrow. So therefore, the Mesolithic period is the age of microliths because animals need to be hunted, and therefore animals need to be hunted by faster tools, faster weapons. You need a faster weapon. Now, correspondingly, previously animals were big. Therefore, sometimes they never needed, or mostly they did not need, human help or human shelter. However, now certain animals became vulnerable to other animals in the food chain. And in that context, what happens is we have the second most important characteristic of the Mesolithic period, which is called domestication of animals. What does domestication of animals mean? That now we were making animals into pets. Now you will say, sir, how did we know that a dog can be domesticated, a boar can be domesticated, a sheep can be domesticated, a cattle can be domesticated? It's a pure reciprocal relationship. They give us food, they give us protection, we give them food. It is a relationship of what we call as dependency, but it is pure. Yes, as Prerna said, it is a pure hit and trial method. Pure hit and trial. It is experimentation. Somebody would have obviously kept a tiger as a domesticated animal. Somebody would have kept a crocodile as a domesticated animal. But what would have happened? In the morning, they were not found. So they must have realized, okay, this animal is dangerous to be domesticated. So a lot of people would have domesticated a lot of different animals. After a certain point, it would have been that there are certain animals which are safe to be kept. So people started to realize, okay, there's no point keeping this saber tooth as a animal or a wolf as a domesticated animal, because in the morning you don't find that person who brought in that wolf itself. So it's a pure process of trial and error, right? Now, now with more food available and with more concept of gathering processes, and because the earth has become greener, the animals volume has also increased. There is more food available. With more food available, one thing is very clear, that you will have bigger societies. So whilst we had 10 to 15 people together, we may have now 100 plus or 50 plus band of people together. not complex society. It is just that the society is bigger. Don't use the word complex for Mesolithic period. Then the fourth point is we have something very specific, which is called rituals and burials. These two concepts emerged during the Mesolithic period, which is rituals and burials are based on the concept of afterlife, which is because you have a certain understanding of the concept of afterlife coming through. They now started to contemplate what happens when you die. They started to do rituals in and around it, which is called burial goods. And burial means to bury a person under the ground. That must have emerged because of the reason of hygiene. Because hygiene, now with warmer temperature, there must have been and would be what is concept of decomposition of bodies. Now, when bodies decompose, it will lead to disease. And therefore, they started to develop this idea that we'll bury the body under the ground so that it does not decay and spread disease. And therefore, burials will bring in the concept of rituals. Other things remain standard, which is the concept of hunting and gathering. At the same point of time, we have simple societies, the idea that there is no polity, no economy, no trade. These things remain the same, right? So Mesolithic period is a better version of Paleolithic, but we still have not harnessed the most important technology, which is the concept of agriculture. Now, Mesolithic houses wise, it is pure semi, you can say semi-permanent huts are there because they still are nomadic. Because they are nomadic, they are still moving around in that regard. So it's semi-permanent. Now, Paleolithic, Mesolithic done. We move to the Neolithic period. Now, the Neolithic period is known as the Neolithic Revolution. Why? Because we have just to just to give you understanding for Mesolithic, 3 4 names if you can remember may help you in the examination. Topani Mandu, Bagor, Baghor, Langanaj, Bhimbetka. 5 names good enough for you. Bagor, Baghor, Chaupani Mandu, and Bhimbetka along with Langanaj. Good enough. Again, the list is very long. Keep it simple. Right. So Bagor, Baghor, Chaupani Mandu, and Langnaj along with Bhimbetka. Bhimbetka, most important site in this. Don't have to worry about these names too much right now. It is not the time to remember. Okay. Now, when we talk about Neolithic, Neolithic is the period of Neolithic Revolution. Now, the way you have in physics left hand rule, right hand rule, Fleming's rule, Neolithic has a certain rule. If something will start, there will be a cascading effect. Now, it is believed by V. Gordon Child, there are multiple theories related to why Neolithic or agriculture began because of the resources, people, and the right environment coming together. When these three things came together, it gave the context in which agriculture could have been done. But it is also a very difficult technology because you have to do a lot of trial and error. Lot of trial and error over what are the seeds. Seeds have to be domesticated. What is the time? A lot of things are there. But around 4000 to 5000 BC, in the Indian context, 4000, in the context of the world, 5000, too close to 2600 ish or 2700 ish BCE, we believe Neolithic was developing across the world. For India specific, 4000 to 2600 is considered to be the period of Neolithic. Now, Neolithic, the most important feature is agriculture, which is the concept of domestication of plants. Now, what domestication of plants does is it makes you sedentary. Sedentary means that you can't just plant a seed, come back after 11 months and you will find a plant. No, you have to nurture the plant. So you have to now settle down. When you settle down, something very dangerous happens. Why do I say dangerous? Because all social evils are linked to the concept of agricultural based societies and agriculture. People will initially produce for subsistence, which is if 100 kgs is needed, they will produce 100 kgs. But somewhere, someday, in the process of agriculture, there will also be surplus production. Meaning, once you produce surplus, there will be somebody who will have more, somebody who will have less. I'll put everything on a timeline, Kuldeep. Don't have to worry. These are micro timelines. I will discuss the macro timeline once I've completed ancient India. That is how we are going to proceed. Don't have to worry about that. I will give you the whole timeline of ancient India. Once we have completed ancient India, everything I will do. Don't worry about that. So, agriculture, sedentary plus surplus. Surplus is dangerous because now you have people producing more and therefore it becomes haves and have nots. The idea that you have more, I have less, therefore you have power over me. And this produces what is called as complex societies, which is called social stratification or the concept of social differentiation. With social stratification and social differentiation, you will automatically need the concept of early political formation, which is you will need a power based authority or an institution which can then control this surplus and stop any form of conflict between the haves and have nots. And in the end, we will also have tools which will change into pottery based because we need storage. And we will also have tools based on the concept of agri tools, which is plow, celt, sickle, etc. So this process, this is a cascading, it's a domino effect. Once agriculture comes through, it becomes a pure process of how things will start to roll in the society itself. So we have agriculture, sedentary, surplus, complex society, early political formation, tool technology change. Other factors remain the same. Hunting and gathering is still happening. There is still no trade when it comes to Neolithic period. There's still no metal which has been used in this period. Further, you should know that there is complexity in society, but that does not mean that there are no other simple societies in that regard. Animal husbandry is happening because domestication of plant animals has already happened, and it is a society which is still evolving, still evolving. Now, in a Neolithic, 2 to 3 names you should know because UPSC has made it a point to ask one of them on a regular basis. One is Burza Home. Burza Home is a site in Jammu and Kashmir UT which has two very interesting, you can say, features, which is it is known for wheat production, but for pit dwelling. Pit dwelling means because it is a very cold environment, the houses or the permanent structures which we see is underground. That is why it's called pit dwelling or what we call as underground houses in that regard. Gufral and Burza home both important, but Burza home we have found double burial also where we have animals and humans together. Thereafter, obviously you should know Mehergarh. Mehergarh is considered to be the earliest site of Neolithic in India because of rice and wheat, but more rice production. But wheat is considered to be the staple of Mehergarh. Mehergarh has three different zones also, upper, lower, middle, but that is too much information. Then we have Chirand, Chopani Mandu. We have also a very important site which is called Kodiva. Kodi, Kodiva, Chirand, Chopani Mandu, all known for rice production. Bhimbetka is a site which starts as a Paleolithic site, Mesolithic, Neolithic, all, but Bhimbetka is more a Mesolithic site than a Neolithic site. It is Mehergarh, Chukchiran, Chopani Mandu, Kodiva, who are considered important because of for example, Kodiva is where we believe we found the first rice-based production in India. Thereafter, the last most important concept which you know is, if in a question the word ash mount is used, that site has to be Rakhigad is the IVC. Ash mount you will find only in South India. Meaning, in South India, what used to happen was, yes, there are sites can be more than one. Chopani Mandu is Mesolithic, Neolithic, both. South India, why? Because in South India, there was ritualistic burning of fuel or of some form of what we call as timber, cow dung, something. And what we see is that we see a whole layer of ash in the way we go down when we do archaeology. So in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, till you can even argue till Maharashtra, you will find a lot of ash mounds when you will go to a Neolithic site. So look out for this word. If it says ash mounds, you don't have to worry about any site which is in the north. So Mehrgarh today is in Pakistan. Iran, Chopani Mandu, Kodiva in that whole Duab sector, mostly in and around Bihar and UP, that sector, along with a little part of Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. Not exactly in one state itself, but the idea is this is that whole sector of Chota Nagpur Plateau and that area, you'll find it. So remember these words, don't try to learn it. If in the examination it says Mehergarh, Chirand, Burza Home, Kufral, Kodiva, Chopani Mandu, Ash Mounts, it means that it is a Neolithic site. UPSC nowadays is giving one type of question where they're basically asking what is the feature of that site, but do not have to, in a way, try to learn each and every site, because that is not possible. That is not possible. Rituals and burial practices all are continuing from. So basically, all of them are cascading. They have one feature of the last period in that regard. Now, Paleo, Meso, Neo, done. We now go to Chalcolithic. The word Chalcolithic comes from the two words combined together. Chalco means copper, lithic means stone. Copper was the first metal to be smelted. Now, this is something which may change. It may change because of the developments which I've discussed in what we call as art and culture current affairs, where maybe we will argue that iron was also available at this period. But as of right now, because we cannot take Shivagalai into the picture, we will say chalcolithic copper is the first metal to be smelted. Copper smelts at a lower temperature. That is why it is available to the, you can say, early humans quicker, but not true for South India. We will discuss megalithic structures. Then you will realize that in South India, we really did not need to go through this process of Neolithic, Chalcolithic iron. In multiple cases, there was a transition from Neolithic to straightaway iron, which we'll discuss. Now, Chalcolithic takes two forms in Indian society. Chalcolithic takes two forms. I've already discussed current affairs in a session which I've taken previously. The two forms is non Harappan Chalcolithic sites and Indus Valley civilization. Indus Valley civilization is also one step further. It's called the Bronze Age because the IVC people were further able to go and smelt copper with other metals in order to produce an alloy of copper, and therefore it is called Bronze Age. Now, non Harappan Chalcolithic sites and IVC do understand one thing, they exist together. They exist together. This has to be understood very clearly because we tend to see students thinking that it is a progression. No. The reason why I don't call Gyaneshwar and Jodhpur culture, Ahar, Kaitha and Jwar as not an IVC site is because They are chalcolithic sites but do not have the cultural markers of an IVC. So when we had Indus Valley or Indus Saraswati zone developing parallelly, they all have a civilizational similarity of standardization, of uniformity. But at the same point of time, these cultures were interacting with one another and also interacting with IVC. Because to give you an example, Indus Valley civilization got its copper and the gold from polar goldfields in Karnataka. So from KGF, gold has been found in the IVC sector. So it cannot be that somebody from the IVC went down till the KGF sector, and no, rather the Jore culture forced it out. Then Jore and Kayatha interacted. From Kayatha, it went to maybe the Ahar culture. And then from Ahar, it further went into the IVC. IVC, a very important feature was very well developed trade, which we'll discuss again. So that now there are two things. You don't have to per se go into each one of them directly or in a lot of detail, but you should know the characteristic features. Why are they called chalcolithic? They're called chalcolithic for three reasons. One, copper is used. But when it comes to copper in that regard, we have Ahar having the most. The most. Before I go further, don't worry about the speed. Leave it to me. A lot of you are like, "मैं कैसे- 8 hours, how will you finish? Don't worry. हो जाएगा. I know where I have to concentrate and where I don't have to. So please take the tension you have to take. Leave everything else to me. So rather than concentrating, you are like, बहुत slow जा. I've seen 3 to 4 people commenting this. Don't worry. नहीं होगा तो 4 o'clock morning तक चलेंगे. What's the issue? You have nowhere to go. I have nowhere to. Let's sit till 4 a.m. in the morning. What's the issue here? Please concentrate because it distracts others. Everybody else will chill. Now, as I was saying, leave it to me. Don't worry about that. Ahar is known for basically what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to bring you up to speed. If I start with very heavy discussion initially, I will lose you. So I'm trying to just come up to speed and I will pick up the pace. So don't worry about it. Okay. So I agree with Shreyas totally. Okay. So Ahar culture had more use of copper because it was near the Khetri mines. But what is more interesting about these four concepts is that the first four, the other three have more bone, less copper, and a lot of variation. A lot of variation, which is sometimes we find a lot of copper, we don't find copper. In different layers, we find a lot of variation. So for UPSC purposes, you should just be cognizant of the fact that IVC has contemporary civilizations with it. There is enough detail available in books about it. But you should understand one thing. You should understand one thing. Don't fill up that information because there are other areas which are more important in ancient than learning in Amgao, learning each and every site name. If you can have a basic understanding, good. Ahar is the site itself. Banas culture, it is called Ahar Banas. Ganeshwar, Jodhpur, Ganeshwar is the site itself. We have Kaitha, Kaitha is the site itself. Joare is in Amgao, the village of fishermen. That is the concept here. So the first point which you should know is they are contemporaries to one another. My concentrated effort is not on non-Harappan, but on IVC because IVC is a favorite topic of UPSC in the larger theme of things, right? So we have now transitioned from 2 million BCE Paleolithic to 10,000 BCE Mesolithic to 4,000 BCE, the concept of Neolithic, to now close to 2600 BCE, where we have discussed non-Harappan Chalcolithic culture. Now, my most important discussion is IVC, Buddhism, Jainism, and some parts related to Maurya and post-Maurya. These are three areas which are very high yielding. IVC, Buddhism, Jainism, post-Maurya, little bit of Gupta. But Gupta culture is more important than actually all of that. Buddhism, Jainism, I have enough detail here for you. Don't have to worry about that. Now, when we talk about Indus Valley Civilization, IVC now is also in the examination. We will discuss megalithic also. So, IVC, you will find another word which UPSC will use for the examination, which is called Indus Saraswati zone. So, Indus River, Saraswati River is basically the Ghagra Hakkar River, which further goes used to go into through Rajasthan into Pakistan, and therefore the Indo-Saraswati or the Saraswati River today has dried up. We have enough archaeological evidences today to show us that there was a river which used to extend into the Pakistan sector itself. But Indo-Saraswati or Indus-Saraswati civilization is very important in the larger scheme of things because of its cultural understanding, but of what it actually signifies in that. Now, three phases here: 36, 3200, 2600, 2600, 1700, 1700, 1300. Somewhere you'll find 1900 written here. Somewhere you'll find 1900 to sometimes here 1000 also written here. Based on the source, it keeps on changing. But we believe that 2600 to 1700, 1900 to 1700 is the mature phase. This is the early phase. And the third one is the concept of decline phase. Decline phase. Now, here you should know one thing very clearly, that the cultural zone of the Indus Valley civilization is very specific with regards to how it is placed vis-a-vis other non-Harappan Chalcolithic cultures, but it does not enter into the Doab region because it is a Bronze Age civilization. Doab is a very heavily forested sector. You need iron to break this in that regard, and therefore this area you will find no site whatsoever. You will find maximum Rakhigadi, Alamgirpur, but you will not find beyond Alamgirpur any site because this area needed iron. Iron will come up in the Vedic period, and therefore there will be a lot of, you can say, eastward expansion. This is the main cultural zone. So any site which is given towards east for IVC is automatically wrong. Automatically. Now, now there are close to 964 sites. To be very precise, 1000 plus. So therefore, there is nobody in India or as an UPSC aspirant who can actually learn each and every site. There's no way because too many sites are there. Now, rather, what we will do is we will concentrate on sites which UPSC may ask you and are considered generally important. So, for example, obviously, Lothal, Dholavira, thereafter Sutka Gendor, the westernmost site, Chanudaro, Kotadizi, old site, early site later became. So you have the Saraswati River in this sector. Harappa is here. Then we have Alamgirpur, Rakhigadi, Ropar, Banavali, Kalibangan. These are names. There is one more site here, Manda, and one more site here which is called Shotughai. Shotughai is a site from where you get a lot of lapis lazuli. The Rakhigadi site has become very important because it has in turn led to the concept of the DNA analysis of the IVC plus Vedic understanding coming through. Alamgirpur is considered the easternmost site mostly, and you have Malwan or Daimabad considered to be the southernmost site. Manda is generally considered to be the what we call as the northernmost site. But Shotugai is not per se a site; it is a very important raw material zone in that regard. So there is there are other sites also. For example, UPSC asked Desalpur once. Alandijo is also important, but see, there is no end to remembering these sites. There is no end. I'll be very honest with you, there is no end. So, what you have to do here is that you try to look at this map once. I'm trying to show you this map for a very specific reason also, because that allows for you to, in a way, learn the larger processes and the basic spatial understanding. The basic spatial understanding should be there, and therefore, just look at this map before you go into the examination. Please don't do the mistake of learning each and every side. Again, I am trying to say, not a very good yielding area. Not a very good yielding area, because what happens is that in turn, it will overwhelm you and you will think, what's the point of ancient India? Let's leave it. That is the idea you should understand. Right? Okay. Now when we talk about IVC, IVC, we need to understand 6 to 7 important very things, which is first, characteristics. Second is religion. Thereafter, we have to understand the polity, the trade, the writing, and therefore we have certain areas which we have to understand in the larger scheme of things. Now, first, let's understand characteristics, and then we'll keep on go into different aspects. We all on the same page here? No issues, right? A lot of you are talking about a lot of things. Can you just tell me that everything is fine? I have a preview in front of me, so there is no issues whatsoever here. Yes, sir. Okay. Some of you are maybe buffering because of your internet connection, not because of ours. Everything is fine at my end, and all of you are also saying that. Right? Okay. Now, let's talk about the characteristics. Let's talk about the characteristics. Okay. Now, first one. Now, why am I doing characteristics in detail is because these characteristics also are the architectural features of the IVC. So if you learn the characteristics, you automatically learn the concept of architectural feature. Now, one word which is used for IVC is called first urbanization. Why is it called urbanization? Because it exhibits qualities which urban societies and urban towns and cities actually exhibit today. And therefore, what are those features which makes it a understanding of what we today call as urban per se? That is what we have to understand. Now, the first one is called citadel and lower town. I know a lot of you know this. That is why this session is for revision. So you just have to be with me in that regard. Citadel Lower Town, when you look at an IVC site, this is a 3D rendering of it. If you look at an IVC site, you will realize that certain part of that site is actually on a mount. It is believed that these platforms and mounts were actually made by the Harappans or the Indus Valley civilization people, and they were deliberately placed. Now, this is called Upper Town or Citadel, and we have a whole sector in and around it, which is called Lower Town. Now, Lower Town basically refers to the concept of residential, and Upper Town refers the concept of public buildings. So we have public buildings, which is administrative buildings here. So we will find the granary here. We'll find the great bath here. We'll find big halls here. On the other hand, here we find houses. So this is called spatial division of sites according to purpose. according to purpose. Now, it is believed, though the British will never agree, it is believed that this same model was followed for New Delhi. When New Delhi was being planned, the way New Delhi city was planned, Delhi itself was planned by the British after 1911, was this only: to have an area which has administrative buildings together, the whole Kartavya Path sector, and then have what we call as today the MP houses in and around it. This is a very interesting model where you basically divide. The citadel could be in the middle of the site also, towards the east, towards the west also. But a very important characteristic of the city concept of Indus Valley civilization. This is the first thing which you should. Something which is called as big word is town planning. Called town planning. Thereafter, the second feature which automatically comes out of town planning is called the grid pattern or 90-degree roads, and exception was Banavali. Banavali is based on a radial pattern, which is basically a pattern of concentric circles. But all roads used to intersect one another at 90 degrees. And the idea is that they used to go from north to south, from east to west. And what is even more interesting, which is roads, is that along the roads we have water lines, which is drainage plus fresh water, and along the other side, along the other side, we had sewage lines. There's the sewage lines, and therefore, basically, the whole site was planned. The main roads on one side had grey water and fresh water. Never was used water and fresh water allowed to mix together. And into these drains, or for example, freshwater resources, rainwater harvesting chutes were also coming through. But this is a very sophisticated way of developing a civilization. Why? Because now you have a way in which you bring the concept of town planning, the concept of road building, drainage, sewage, all things together. This is something which even a lot of our cities lack today, which is that in multiple cities today in India, we first build the road, then we build the sewage line, then the water line, then the telephone line, then the electricity line. And that in turn leads to this concept of how the north, south, east, west, be it the roads itself or be it the drainage, it was all planned properly. So part of town planning is this. Now, I don't know why a lot of you are saying it's buffering, but it isn't buffering at my end. I have I have this in front of me, not buffering. Okay, no buffer, all good. Some of you are saying, okay. Now, the third interesting aspect of the Indus Valley civilization was water management, be it wells, depth wells, and thereafter, the concept of tanks, reservoirs, and water harvesting systems. One of the reasons why Dholavira got the UNESCO heritage tag was because of this. Dholavira is a very important site where water management beyond exception was key and was considered to be very important in that regard. So, water management, wells, step wells, tanks, and water harvesting system. was again. And today, India has reached to a point that we can say that yes, we have ODF status, open defecation free. There were toilets in every household, and there are public places which also have toilets. And therefore, water management skills of the IVC was beyond exception. If I add further one more very important point, which is called standardization. Standardization and uniformity. See, standardization and uniformity can be seen in multiple places. For example, we have bricks. The the houses have a brick which is in the ratio of 1 is to 2 is to 4, 7 is to 14 is to 28 centimeter. At the same point of time, the city walls have a brick which has 10 is to 20 is to 40 centimeter, which means that they were able to, without proper tools, without modern geometry, able to hold 1 is to 2 is to 4. This can come in the examination. 1 is to 2 is to 4 as the ratio of the walls itself. Further, we see standardization in weights and measures. We had certain, you can say, stones which were available, and those stones were circulated across each and every site. This is what makes Indus Valley a civilization, that everywhere the same exact stone was available. Maybe it was not specific to a certain kg, but it had specific understanding for sure, which is that if they were using this stone was available across the civilization in that. Now, the next important point which you should know, and is the last major point when it comes to characteristic, is house structure and plan. House structure and plan. Now, when we talk about house structure and plan, in Indian civilization, till today, now because of builders and the way we have brought in the concept of a party of houses, which is houses in the front and the back, we had what is called as a central courtyard. Central courtyard. Can you show me the comments? Central courtyard, and and at the same point of time, we had house rooms built in and around the central courtyard. And today in India, we call it Angan. I, I think you must have, in a way, understood this concept through the concept of Angans, very common in old houses. So, Divyansh, the point is that without this, you can't do art and culture. So, central courtyard based understanding there. Further, all the houses had a concept of privacy, which is no door, no window used to open towards the main road, only into side roads in that regard. Further, we have 1 to 2 story buildings, meaning there are 2 stories also. Every house has a toilet inside it. Further, we also know that that the houses were made in such a way that they remain cool. They were very, in a way, made in such a sustainable way with Angan, that they did not need any form of artificial form of cooling, because they were having a central courtyard design. So, just to bring everything together, just to bring everything together, for the examination, you need to know the following 5 concepts. Now, trying to bind everything together: town planning, citadel and lower town, purpose based building, houses, central courtyard with gates only towards the side lanes, not towards the main roads, 1 to 2 story buildings, central courtyard feature. We have 90-degree north to south running streets, sewage and drainage, toilets, water management, and standardization. If you understand all of this, then we are sorted. Then we are sorted, and we can move towards the other aspects of what we today call as the features of the Indus Valley civilization. Yes, sorted? Okay. I don't know why some of you are saying that. I think I have a preview in front of me also. I have my phone also preview showing this session. So I'm not sure why you're saying buffering, because last time when it happened, buffering would be at your end. It may not be something which is happening from our side. So I have 500 Mbps speed as of right now. So everything should be good. Please check your internet before writing, because it then creates doubt in my mind that it is happening. It's a long session, so we should not be in that. No, sir, it's buffering. Some of you saying not buffering. All good. I'll go with that because my preview here is also sorted. Yes, my preview here is also sorted. If it will buffer, it will sort out itself. Don't worry. It's the pure server lag on the part of YouTube. Now, we've understood the characteristics. Now, we'll try to go one step further. Let's talk about a very important feature which emerged during the IVC, which is trade. Now, when we talk about the Indus Valley civilization is known for two very important things. One is internal and the other is external trade. See, internal trade because of the raw material movement, wherein internally all of these sites were providing something for sure. For example, from Shotugai came lapis lazuli. From the Gujarat sides had came beads and steels. From the side of the Rakigadi and Alamgirpur sector, a lot of grains came through. And further, we see from Sutka Gendor and all, we had heavy metals coming. And therefore, a lot of internal trade had started to develop. And that is why standardization and the concept of what we today call as uniformity come through. So uniformity and standardization is coming through. Uh, See, I listen to me. There is something, maybe. Don't worry, it will sort out itself. It's not buffering per se. It is going in and out. It is buffering. 1 second. Huh? All good. I see. It is manageable. I know because it is pure server lag on the part of. It's a YouTube problem. It's now started to develop this where it starts to lag because of that. Okay. See, let's play it out. Don't worry. Let's play it out. I see, be it laptop devices, it may check your internet once. It may not be per se something which is happening at our end. I've seen this previously also. Okay. Now I'll come back to the discussion. We are getting distracted because of this, but I'll just say please power through. We really don't need to worry about this. Let's power through. It may be a little bit of lag, but that may be not because of our issues, maybe because of YouTube server lag. So it's okay. It's okay. Just try to power through. Right. There is something, I can also see it, but it's very erratic. Not every time, sometimes. Right. So I can see that there is some form of that same concept is happening. It is loading and then it is then, yeah. A good suggestion. It's manageable, right? Okay. Why it is fine. Okay. Let's power through this. We'll see. We'll see. No issues. What? Okay. Now, internal trade was based on the concept of raw material movement, and that allowed for uniformity and standardization. Please do note this for the examination that internal trade was not immune or just bound to the Indus Valley civilization sites. Internal trade was also linked to the non Harappan Chalcolithic site. Then, the most interesting feature, other than that, was that there was external trade. External trade not just with the Afghanistan or Iran sector, but we have trade with one of the most important other Bronze Age civilization at this point of time. It's called Mesopotamia. Now, I have made this table for you so as to identify the countries, the sites which are there, and what artifacts and things used to come through. Which is, for example, from Turkmenistan sector, we had four different sites. Don't have to learn the sites per se. But you should know that we have multiple things which we were importing and exporting at that point of time. And therefore, with Iran, with Turkmenistan, with Persian Gulf, with Bahrain, with Oman and Mesopotamia, we have multiple forms of imported and exported items. One of the reasons why we get this word meluha is because of the Turkmenistan, Iran, and Persian Gulf, Bahrain, Oman, and Mesopotamian interaction. And herein specifically, we have Mesopotamia giving this word meluha. And meluha, unfortunately, we have not found an equivalent word in Indus Valley civilization, obviously, because the script is not deciphered. But meluha, we believe, is reference to the concept of Harappan civilization at this point of time. When we talk about trade, it is purely a very well demand and supply based, barter based, very important point. It is barter based trade. Barter based trade means that there is no currency, it is based on exchange of items. And therefore, what we have discussed till this point is characteristics, trade. Anybody has any issue here other than small disruption? Anybody has any issue other than that? Good point, Karan Kumar. No issues? Barter based trades mean you want wheat, I want chicken, I will take chicken and you will take wheat. No currency, right? Trade is internal, external, internally for raw material and goods and services, goods, and external for things which India or Indian subcontinent used to supply to the Mesopotamian sector. Okay, now we go into a very important discussion, which is religion. Religion. From this sector, UPSC has asked at least 2 to 3 questions. Trade Niharika for anybody who was disrupted, trade internal, external, internally for raw material within the sites and non Harappan Chalcolithic cultures, and external with regards to Mesopotamian, Dilman, Oman, and that whole sector. A lot of things were being traded. It was there, right? Okay. Religion. Religion is considered to be naturalistic. Naturalistic means that they used to worship nature, something which we have retained as a part of our culture today also, that we tend to worship nature, which is that we have a certain inclination to worship the trees, water, and even the sun, moon. So therefore naturalistic religion is one of the most first important features. We have female goddess figures. They are called mother goddess. That is because of the figuring we found. And mother goddess is linked to the concept of fertility. We also have male gods, Pashupati seal. The students who have studied to my classes or have been my student would know that there is a little bit of a problem in calling it Pashupati. But sure, for the purpose of the examination, it is Pashupati seal. Further, we know that tree worship, fire worship, for example, at Kalibangan, and water, which is Great Bath, was very common. And therefore, all forms of nature were depicted on pottery also. And we have all forms of nature being, in a way, worshipped also. So, religion, naturalistic, female and male goddess figures, great water, fire, earth, and supernatural elements are all worshipped. Further, you should know one more thing, which is important, is no temples have been found. No temples. Rather, we have found only figures and seals made out of ceatite on which we find certain references. We do not find per se the concept of temples. Ritualistic bathing was part of the larger concept itself, because ritualistic bathing is something which happens today also. We have multiple festivals based on ritualistic bathing, and that is the concept which is coming from the gate bath itself. We have rituals and sacrifices maybe developing because we have found grave goods also, something which we've seen previously also. Now there are 3 to 4 things which are associated with the Harappan civilization, but have a little bit of a problematic origin. For example, the concept of yogic, yoni, linga worship, and proto Shiva worship. For the purpose of the examination, again, you should go with it because it is old knowledge. However, it is believed that using the word proto Shiva or linga or in a way yoni worship would be problematic, but sure. So if it says in the examination yogic, yoni, linga, or proto Shiva worship, because the concept of the pantheon of Lord Shiva comes very late in the Gupta period, it is a little bit problematic. So, yogic, yoni, linga, proto Shiva, naturalistic, other words, all these words, if they're written in the examination, you can go ahead with it. Now, with regards to writing, all on the same page, come on. I need your assertion. Multiple topics in this topic. I need your assertion. We're all on the same page. We understand characteristics, trade, religion, and everything. Yes, perfect. Now, with regards to writing, I just recently discussed this in the art and culture current affairs discussion. It's called Bostrophendon, means that the lines move from left to right to left, left to right to left. That is also a assumption because we don't really understand the script. We don't know if it is a proper script. We don't know the language. We do not have any form of what is called as Rosetta Stone, which could give us the meaning. We don't understand the grammar, but we have multiple things which are used. You should understand one more very important thing, Bostrophendon. Bostrophendon is a type where in English, for example, you go from left to right, then you again come back to left to right, then you come back from left to right. But in Arabic, you go from right to left, right to left, right to left. But this, they move like this, which is first left to right, then right to left, then left to right. Again, assumption of the understanding of linguists. Now, 1 million, if you can decipher it, the best. Machine learning AI cannot solve it because the input matters. More than 486 different inputs are there. Problematic. So, therefore, if the examination says the Harappan script has been deciphered, no. The Harappan script as a source of history, no. Nothing like that is there. If it says anything related to deciphered understanding, nothing. Now, the other 2 areas out of which UPSC can't ask a question, it's logosyllabic, again based on the understanding it is at least representing logosyllabic. Dr. RM, the problem is there are too many assumptions. Does it actually mean logosyllabic, or is this is the syllable itself? We don't know. So there are too many assumptions considered to be too complex to be solved. Pictographic also sometimes. If in the examination it says logosyllabic or pictographic, it is right. Now, the next point which we have to understand is polity, out of which again UPSC cannot ask a question per se because polity has too many question marks. One of you actually said in the comment section that the priest king concept. So when any question comes like with regards to polity, there is no clarity per se because we do not have any written source. So some people argue that it is a priest king. Some people argue that it is what is called as a merchant based society where commercial classes control everything. When it comes to power, we sometimes also say that there is a elite understanding where people who had a lot of uh, surplus were holding it. That is why granaries were there. The concept of priestly class, ritualistic elites, and merchants are the three most, you can say, accepted understanding. But today, if you say to me that sir X Y Z used to rule Indus Valley civilization, I cannot refute it. I cannot confirm it. So it is based on plausibility. That is why UPSC will tend to not enter into this zone and not touch it because it makes no sense whatsoever to ask a question out of it, a vague, ambiguous sector. Same way, when it comes to decline, there is a lot of different understandings with regards to IVC, wherein we have one which is now more or less debunked, which is Aryan invasion theory. Aryan migration theory is accepted. Aryan invasion theory isn't. But Aryan migration, we believe that there was interaction. Invasion means violence just based on one site and one reference to Purandar with regards to Indra cannot just lead to the whole civilization being destroyed because Mohenjo-daro was destroyed. So therefore, the problem is that you cannot per se that say that it is invasion, it is migration. But now from Raki Gadi, we understand that there is interaction between the Indus Valley civilization and the concept of the Vedic people or Aryans in that regard. We have desiccation theory that it became very, very dry because the Indus kept on shifting its, you can say, course. Some areas became dry, some areas became flooded, and therefore some went underwater, some did not have water. And some, for example, Srinath Nagar would argue that because Mesopotamia declined, IVC also declined. Now, one very controversial question: was there any evidence of horse in Indus Valley civilization? What is the answer to that question? Was there any evidence of horses in the Indus Valley? Very standard question which has come through multiple times. Yes, no, yes, 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 no. According to UPSC has changed its stance now. UPSC has given clarification multiple times that was, see, the answer to that question is yes. UPSC, that old question of 2014-13, the answer is yes. From from Surkotada, we are now finding it at Lothal. We are finding it in multiple spaces. Go through Pinder Singh, you will find multiple places where horse skeleton has been found. No representation may be in seal, but you should also understand one thing. The question is a pure negative question. It says they had no idea about the horse. That cannot be. Because if they've gone to Mesopotamia, they must have seen a horse. So the idea is, were they aware of a horse? Yes. Did they use horses? Yes. Do we have reference of horses in culture? No. Does that mean that there is no evidence? No. So it is a complicated question, but the answer to that question is Harappan civilization was aware of horses and they have an understanding. So, as per UPSC, yes, it used to be that they gave the answer as one only. I do remember what question you're trying to say, but UPSC also gave a clarification that that is not true. At that point of time, UPSC did not drop questions. Nowadays, UPSC drops questions. If that would have been the case, the question would have been dropped because it was a problematic statement in that regard. Therefore, we have horse society wise, socially stratified because we have upper town, lower town, we know that some form of social stratification was there. Haves and have nots will obviously be there because it is a surplus based society. So it cannot be called a egalitarian society also. So with this, we finish Indus Valley civilization discussion. Thereafter, we now go into Vedic. So I've discussed three very important areas with you: prehistory, Chalcolithic, per se, and Indus Valley civilization. What I've tried to emphasize is I have tried to revise with you. I've tried to make you understand the basic contours. I've given you basic concepts which may help you in understanding. See, do understand one thing very clearly. The purpose of ancient and medieval is beyond those 2 to 3 questions which will come in the examination, because art and culture cannot be answered without understanding of ancient and medieval. If you do not know who is Kumar Gupta, you will get a zero when you will get a question on art and culture in mains and generally art and culture. So please do not fall into the suicidal trap of a lot of people who call themselves experts that I will not do ancient and medieval. If you don't do ancient and medieval, Nitin Singhania will make zero sense to you. Please don't do that. Now, we will now move to the Vedic period. Vedic period, there are three topics here. One is Aryan migration. Then we have early Vedic period and later Vedic period. Now, this is 1500 to 1000. This is 1000 to 500. Now, the reason why I have one more timeline with you is because between 3000 2000 BCE to 300 BCE, in South India, we have one specific culture which is called megalithic culture. I will discuss megalithic with you once I've discussed Vedic. This is called the Iron Age of South India. So till Indus Valley civilization, the timeline is one. I will discuss the master timeline with you when I consolidate everything. Thereafter, it splits up into two. For North and South, it is different. This is called iron was known during this period, but this is called the Iron Age of North India. Now, because I'm not teaching for mains, and as it is, you will not get a question from this in mains. For Aryan debate, I will say only one thing to you, and you should understand it very clearly. Aryan concept was made into a racial concept by Hitler. But for the purpose of the examination, Aryans were a linguistic group wherein linguistic group means that they are not a racial category, there is an ethnic category. Racially, they may have been different, but they are a linguistic group which speak the same language. When this linguistic group, now there are two controversies here, inward and outward migration. Inward says that the Central Asian sector, there were Aryans who came into the Indian subcontinent, Indo-European language, then transformed into Sanskrit language and Brahmi script. There is another theory which says outward migration, which is that India is the origin of the Indo-European languages, and thereafter they migrate out of India towards the Central Asian sector. The similarity between German, English, and Sanskrit comes from this idea itself. Agro-pastoral group started to trickle into the Indian subcontinent, started to interact with these IVC people, which in turn produced Sanskrit language, Brahmi script. And because this period is purely based on the reading of the Vedic texts, now we finally also enter into the historical zone of the Indian, what we call as Indian history, where we have now started to read text to reconstruct history. Prehistory, proto history is IVC, where we have writing but we don't understand it. And thereafter, we have Vedic period, wherein we go into this concept of pure textual understanding. Racial theory, as I've already told you, is based on Hitler's distortion of Aryan understanding for the concept of extermination of Jews. Linguistic group is established, swastika being a very important feature which we find across all this sector. We have the Avesta in Iran. We have multiple texts which have very similar gods with regards to the Vedic gods. So there's a lot of connection for sure. You and me really don't need to get caught into it. For a history optional student, it is an important area. But for a GS student, what matters is there are speech group, linguistic group, straightforward concept, nothing out of the box in that regard. Now, the Vedic period inaugurates a very important phase in Indian history because IVC was based in this sector. IVC was based in this sector. Now, IVC will then limit itself to till this point. But Vedic civilization marks what is called as the eastward expansion of civilization in India. With iron available, there's a movement of civilization towards the east. And we will see that by the time we come to 6th century BC, there are proper polities which are developing here. Now, Vedic age has to be understood vis-a-vis two things: a differential understanding between Rig Vedic and later Vedic. UPSC has asked mains questions out of it, and we just need to know the features of Rig Vedic and later Vedic in that regard. Now, I will first write all the features of the Rig Vedic, and thereafter we'll talk about the later Vedic. When we talk about Rig Vedic, which is based on the reading of the Vedas itself, first one, Rig Veda. Let's talk about first. It is a pastoralist economy and society. Pastoralism would mean that it is based on animal husbandry. I'm trying to give you a comparative understanding so that you can understand it in the best way possible. Thereafter, second is no trade, but but barter was there for exchange within. Third, iron was known but not used properly, not used extensively. And thereafter, we see a regression as urbanization will be gone. We have ruralization and we have semi permanent settlements. No currency automatically becomes a given. And thereafter, the most important imprint of this is on the polity. Yes, a very important point which comes into polity also is you have the value or unit of exchange, and value is go or cattle. Very good. Now, cattle is the most important. With very limited agriculture, it means that everybody wants to have more and more cattle. What is the impact on polity of this? Polity is where the king is called Gopati, or the person who protects the people and the cattle. So we have tribal polity or chieftain, where the king, or the word king is also not used, the word which is used is Rajan, is an elder, and elder who may be a king because of his experience and importance. And Rajan is the protector of the people and of the cattle. He is given a voluntary offering by the people called Bali. Bali is a voluntary offering of fruits or gifts if you are really happy with the Rajan itself. And thereafter, when we talk about Rajan, he is non-hereditary, meaning his son is not going to become the king because he is the king, and he's non-permanent. He can be removed at any given point of time by his men and the people of the society in which he lives. He is assisted by three councils, Sabha and Samiti for administrative decisions, and Vidhata for ritualistic decisions. Sabha is the elders' council where women are also allowed into the Sabha, which is all elders come together, experienced people of the society. Samiti is, on the other hand, every adult member, which basically means women are allowed in that regard. Thereafter, Vidhata is nothing but when Samiti meets for ritualistic purposes, it means it is Vidhata. So, rituals and ceremonies, when everybody comes together, it becomes Vidhata. Thereafter, Rajan does not take any form of tax, and the tribal nature allows for democratic politics to develop within the society and in the polity itself. No taxation, no hereditary, non-permanent, Sabha Samiti Vidhata. Now, because of this, the society is not truly considered to be egalitarian. There is a lot of differentiation for sure, occupational differentiation, but there is no form of social discrimination per se when it comes to based on either rituals or purity. So it is not purely egalitarian. There is some form of differentiation for sure, but you should understand one thing, that society is not that you can say differentiated as it may be during the later Vedic period. What is more important is that women still are subordinated to men, but it is patriarchy in its formative phase, which is patriarchy. It is a patriarchal society, but patriarchy in its formative phase, it is still in its infancy. And therefore, we have women saints, Lop Mudra, we have Gargi, we have multiple women writing in the Rig Veda itself. And therefore, women still have access to the concept of education. They have access to the concept of productive resources. Patriarchy, because still ritualistically men are considered more important when it comes to rituals. And thereafter, it is believed that the word Brahmin and Kshatriya are used in the text, but there's no mention of the other two varnas. Therefore, the words Brahmin, Kshatriya, the Varna system was trying to find itself, but Varna was not there per se. So, therefore, we have references to these two words, but we don't have references to the others. And therefore, as of right now, Varna is still trying to figure out it. Then, religion is called henotheistic, too technical a term, naturalistic, where every god is considered to be important, but other gods are not denied. So here, gods are based on the concept of nature: Agni, Vayu, Varun, Aditi. These are words which basically allow for us to understand that there is religion, rituals, but based on the concept of Indra, based on the concept of for example, Indra is the god of thunder, god of rain, and therefore religion is naturalistic, little more defined than the Indus Valley civilization, but not fully a religious practice. Vedic Brahmanism is not a word which we use for the early Vedic period or the Rig Vedic period. All the words which we are using is for the later stages. So we have now understood Rig Vedic polity, society, economy, religion, and the concept of how women are placed. Now, from Rig Vedic age to later Vedic age, a very important concept emerges. And that concept is that the economy changes to what is today called as agriculture based. Now, if you remember the Fleming's rule, or the rule which I told you about agriculture, if agriculture is going to be there, complexity will automatically be. So, with agriculture, land becomes a unit of value. With agriculture, what happens is that productive resources and tools related to, for example, the word plow becomes very, very common. With agriculture, animal husbandry was there. It's not that it did not went out of the picture itself, but with agriculture in society, there's a lot of social stratification. And basically, now with agriculture, no trade is still there. No trade, no currency, which is standard, but social stratification is such that now there is proper understanding developing of what we call today as a dangerous precedence which will develop in polity. With change in economy, there will be further change in polity. Now, what is the change in polity? It is monarchical, territorial kingship will develop, which is kings are now hereditary. They are the protector of the Janapad, which means territory. At the same point of time, they are ritualized kingship, which means that the king is now performing rituals. He has a very strong nexus as a Kshatriya with the Brahmin, in, for example, as the Vajpaya, the Ashwamedha, and the concept of Rajasuya. Vajpaya is chariot racing, Ashwamedha is horse sacrifice, Rajasuya is royal coronation. Bhag as a tax will emerge, but taxation still in the nascent stage. But taxation bhag as one third to one sixth of the land revenue. And Bali is going to become compulsory, not voluntary. Everybody has to give Bali, everybody has to give bhag. So, ritualized kingship, territorial kingship, hereditary kingship with different rituals being performed. Now, what is the biggest changes in two souls? We will have in society and religion. We see the first religion of the Indian subcontinent developing proper institutionalization, which is called Vedic Brahmanism. Vedic Brahmanism is based on the concept of the fourfold Varna structure. Fourfold Varna structure, Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. The process of the social discrimination and social exclusion of Shudras will start. This fourfold Varna division is going to now become the staple till today of social differentiation in the Indian subcontinent. Agriculture leads to social differentiation. The productive resources are taken away from the Shudras itself. And at the same point of time, Vedic Brahmanism will now create a new set of gods which will debunk the old ones. And there's more emphasis on Vishnu and other gods rather than Indra in that regard. Further, what you should understand is that in society, there is a full subordination of women. Women will be fully subordinated to men. Women's access, women's access to productive resource will be gone. Women's access to education will be fully gone, fully subjugated to men. They will only be seen in the concept of mothers and wives and what we call as sisters. It will not be seen in their own capacity in that regard. Further, you should understand that full subordination of women means that their access over land will be gone, which till today remains a problem. And Shudra and women exclusion is going to become the norm of the society itself. Now, just to summarize this section, do it with me. Pastoralist to agriculture, tribal to territorial kingship, no taxation to Bhaga and Bali. Bali was purely a what we call as voluntary concept. You have very less use of iron to proper use of iron in the Vedic later Vedic period. From cattle to land, and from the concept of naturalistic religion to Vedic Brahmanism to fourfold Varna structure, from some access to productive research and education to fully subjugation, women lose everything out along with the Shudras. Are we sorted with regards to the concept of Vedic period? Yes, no trade in that regard anywhere. Done? Okay, no problems arising here. Now, what we will do is that we'll discuss 6th century BC Buddhism, Jainism, then I'll give you a break because from there on, I will pick up the pace. Here, I want to be at this pace only, right? So, what we'll do is we'll now do Buddhism, Jainism, and I'll give you a break after this one. I need 20-25 minutes to cover that section, right? Okay, perfect. Now, whilst we discussed the Vedic period, parallelly to the Vedic period, parallel to the Vedic period, which is 1500, at the same point of time, we have the Iron Age of South India, which is 3000, 2000, according to the source you refer to 300 BC in South India. Now, the only reason why megalithic is not discussed too much is because we don't know the script and the text. Megaliths are based on pure archaeology, and that is why the archaeological source which we actually refer to is big burial structures, megalithic. Yes, dilution of Sabha, Samiti, and Vidhata will happen. Vidhata will disappear. Sabha and Samiti will be diluted. Sure. So archaeology does not give us a lot of understanding. Does not give a lot of understanding. There can be a relationship between megalithic and non-Harappan, meaning some of them became megalithic sites. See, in South India, there is no proper progression from Neolithic to Chalcolithic to iron. In multiple cases, there are sites which go from Neolithic to iron because iron is more readily available in South India than copper. So therefore, because of that whole sector, Karnataka belt having a lot of iron, it was more easier for them to smelt iron than to copper. That is why in South India, there's no per se three-step process. It is either Neolithic to iron or sometimes Neolithic Chalcolithic Iron Age. Now, because it is based on archaeology, we do not know too much about this period. What we only know is that it is agro-pastoral. We know that it is socially differentiated, but we don't know how the society was. We don't know how the social differentiation actually happened. We know that because some people are getting big structures, so it most probably is a socially differentiated society. But please do understand one thing very clearly that these details related to megalithic are scarce, extremely scarce. On the other hand, what you should know for the examination, because megalithic has been in the news quite a lot because of the current affairs aspect here, you should know what is called as a differentiation amongst different forms of megaliths, which I've discussed previously also, but I'll do it again with you so that you can understand it in the right way possible. So there are two types of major understanding. It is not buffering, don't worry, I have the preview in front of me. So we have two types of major ways of understanding megalithic structures, which is called chambered, unchambered. I've discussed this previously also, but I'll give you the terms here again. See, in chambered, there are five terms which matter to you: cyst, dolomite cyst, dolmen, topi kal, and kudai kal. See, cyst means that the chamber which you see is of the burial is fully underground. Dolomite cyst means that the burial is half underground and half over the ground. It's called dolomite cyst. And dolmen or dolomite means that it is a proper megalithic structure which is above the ground itself. Remember this point because UPSC can play with this quite a lot. Quite a lot in that regard. Further, there is another set of words which is called Topikal and Kudaikal. Topikal is a word which is used for the Kerala sector. Kudaikal is used for the Karnataka sector. Topikal because it looks like a topi, it's called Topikal. And Kudaikals are very big structures which have internally very big slabs inside them. This is called Kudaikal. These are called chambered. Unchambered can be in different ways, which is the concept of crane, stone crane circle, and menhir, which is we can have stones around the burial. We can have stones and then a heap of stones on it. And then we can also have a certain, you can say, memory stone on it. It's called menhir. I've discussed this previously also with you, which is called menhir. So menhir, crane, stone crane circle, and the other terms. Please look out for this in the examination because UPSC will for sure sprinkle it somewhere because this has been in the news quite a lot, quite a lot. Therefore, there's a good chance because of the Telangana side and because of all the chatter around megalithic and being added to the tentative list, you will get a question on megalithic for sure. Now, finally, we enter the 6th century BC. And 6th century BC, that is a very important phase. And the reason for that is because it is also the phase of Mahajanpada. Now, we know that in South India, we have the megalith parallelly running. But we should also know that for Mahajanpada, there is another internal differentiation. From 600 BCE, sometimes 500 if you want to refer to different sources, till close to 324, 321, this is called Mahajanapadas, within which the most important is Magad. And from 324, 321 BC, we have what is called as the Mauryan period. The Mauryan period. Now, 16 Mahajanpadas are there. There is no one. This is the area in which they basically are there. You can basically understand how they move towards the eastern sector. I have the map with me here. You see, these are the 16 Mahajanpadas. Do understand one thing. According to source, the names of these Mahajanpadas changes. But one thing which UPSC students tend to develop and is also equally problematic is they tend to start to learn the capitals. I'll be very honest with you. You do not have the space to remember the capitals. Because if UPSC comes to its own, as it is, you will not be able to answer the question. So, what I expect from you, rather, is that you should remember the extreme ones. And I'll give you also differentiation in what is called as a Mahajanpada, which is a monarchy, and Mahajanpada, which is a Ganasangha. I will discuss that with you. See, first you should note certain locations very clearly. Udaikala is Karnataka. So one, obviously you have to remember Magad goes beyond exception. Thereafter, you should remember southernmost two of them, Avanti and Asaka. Is Ashmaka it is written. Sometimes you will find Asaka also written. Different texts have different understanding. Then you should know Gandhara and the Khamboj sector, the northernmost in that regard. And thereafter, Panchal is one more very powerful vis-a-vis Magad along with Kosala. These are 4 to 5 which you can generally remember. Generally remember. Now, what I've done is I've done two things. First, you should know the differentiation between a Ganasangha and a hereditary kingship. Centralized and hereditary, pure based on one person rule, is called a monarchy or Mahajanpat. And it is in the alluvial plains where there's a lot of concentration of power. Further, one man rule with certain Mantri Parishad, meaning certain advisors. Gana Sangha are called republics, but they should also be called oligarchies because They are based on decentralization, based on multiple people rule, and the decision making is done by debate and multiple people together. Now, the master stroke for the examination is not this, it is this. If they ask you which of the following is a oligarchy, republic, Ganasangha, or the concept of Mahajanpada, which is based on one person rule, this is what you have to learn. Out of the 16 Mahajanpads, Asaka or Ashmaka, Mala, and Vajji were in the end, the ones which remained as Ganasanghas. And all others, one of them actually previously started as a Ganasangha and thereafter became a monarchy. Therefore, we will only remember three. We will only remember three. Ganasanghs, Ganasangha, whatever you want to call it. Asaka or Ashmaka, Mala, and Vajji are the three most important. I hope we all can agree to this and we can learn this. From Mahajanpada, there is no way you can learn anything else because it will take up your space. And at this given point of time, it will be pure time waste. Pure time waste. Can we all agree to this? Everybody's on the same page with me. Yes? Yes, sir. Okay. Now, out of all of these Mahajanpadas, no, Shreya, that is overthinking. Out of these Mahajanpadas, the most powerful Mahajanpada was Magad. Was Magad. The reason for that can be asked in the examination, and there are certain reasons for that. First, it had a very strategic position in the trade routes during the Mahajanpada period, and be it the north south or the east west route, it was at the intersection of the trade, which was revived during this period. Second, it has a very strategic location because of the way it was surrounded by hill on one side and Champa, Son, and Ganga on other three sides. Impregnable that way is because higher position on Chota Nagpur plateau, and three sides it has a river and one side it has hills. It also had a lot of iron deposits which allowed for more weapons, which in turn meant that the social stratification of this sector was cosmopolitan, not too draconian, and therefore a lot of people were entering into this zone also. Magad, that ways, is an important sector because of its political understanding. We have three dynasties which ruled Magad: Aryanka, Vishunga, and Nanda. Out of this, obviously, you don't have to learn all the names. Bimbisara, Ajat Udayan, and Kalasoka are four names which will help you in the larger context of things. Bimbisara is the one who established Magad power properly. Ajat is you can say, contemporary of Buddha. Udayan is the one who shifted the capital from Rajgir to Patliputra. And Kalasoka is important because of Buddhism, Jainism councils, as I will discuss with you. So therefore, out of all Mahajanpadas, Magad is important. Out of Magad, you should know only the four names can be sprinkled around in the examination. Now, see, at this point, I want to transition to Buddhism Jainism. What I'll do is I can see it generally in your way of responding. Let's take a small break here, not a long one. And let's come back and start Buddhism Jainism. I want you to be fresh for this. So we've gone back to back 2 hours. I'll take only a 15-minute break here. We'll be back at 6:20, I guess. Yes, 6:20. And from this point forward, we will then talk about a very important thematic which is called Buddhism Jainism. Works for everyone? You all have to come back at 6:20. Got it? Okay. This point forward for anybody who is fearful of the time, we will now start to gain pace. Once Buddhism, Jainism is over, a Maurya, post Maurya, Gupta is simpler, straightforward. So in the next 2 hours, we will be reaching till the end of medieval. That is the idea once I come back. Right? Great. So let's come back at 6:20 and take the story forward. Don't go anywhere. Just be here. And anybody who has buffering issues, just switch off the stream one time and come back. Right. Okay. See you in the next 15 minutes. Bye. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. Uh, Before we begin, just one important announcement for all of you. Just yeah, important announcement is that you have to use the code IS English to avail the lowest price of our Unacademy subscription, which is at 17,999. Please use this code to be attributed to our team and mentors in that regard. Use the code IS English 17999 is the offer. Okay, now going back to where we were, we have to now start our discussion with regards to Buddhism and Jainism. And very important module generally for the examination, right? So, see, I'll tell you one thing very clearly because I am also monitoring the stream. There is very circumstantial, what is called as lag, meaning it is loading and then it may be, and it is not specific to everyone. Some of you may be feeling that. So, what you can do is that you can just uh, use the stream 1 minute before and then it will keep on loading. It is something which actually is based on the concept of YouTube server modulating, not ours. This happened, if you remember, last time also when we met, and nothing, it automatically got it, it was sorted automatically. Slowly but surely, it will happen. And it is not a buffer, it's basically YouTube stream delay in that regard. Yeah, it happens sometimes. It is happening across channels also. It is not specific to us in that sense. Right. Okay. Now, Buddhism, Jainism is an important module. And the reason why Buddhism, Jainism is an important module is because of the map which is in. See, the 6th century BCE represents a very important phase of the Indian history, specifically ancient India, because what we see is the revival of what we today call as trade. So we have the Uttar Path and the Dakshin Path. The Uttar Path and the Dakshin Path emerged, something which we previously saw in Indus Valley civilization, Vedic period, it regressed back, but thereafter Uttar Path and Dakshin Path emerged. It is in this milieu of revivalism of trade and also the first time currency emerged in India, which is called the punch marked coins. When the punch marked coins emerged, this is the milieu of very rapid economic change. Punch marked coins, very irregular, not specific, but were across the whole, you can say, Northern sector. Magad punch marked coins, the most popular in that regard. The first currency in India was developed or was introduced during the what we call as 6th century BC Mahajanpada phase in that regard. So please do understand one thing very clearly that 6th century BC is a revival of trade, is a revival of commerce. Now, Vedic Brahmanism. Now, please pay attention. From this point forward, I want you to pay attention. Park my coin made out of silver, sometimes copper, mostly silver. Now, I want everybody to concentrate now that we are back. Can we do that? Yes? Concentration. Everybody, if it's buffering, just keep the stream to 1 minute delay. You'll be able to hear what I'm trying to say, but it may solve your problem. It is pure YouTube server oscillation. Don't have to worry about it. Punchmart coins, first currency, silver coins across India. Now, see, now the question is why was there a need for rise of new religions? And the reason to that is because of the changing milieu, socio-economic milieu in that sense. Now, there are two things which happen at a given point of time, which is that The Vedic Brahmanistic fold is very rigid. You know that Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, the Kshatriyas have power, but they still are second in this position. Vaishyas, because of trade, start to garner a lot of money, but they're still third. And therefore, these rigid categories now start to generate frustration amongst the Kshatriyas and the Vaishyas. Kshatriyas because they are powerful, but they're still second. And Vaishya, they are very, very, very wealthy, but they're still second, or rather third. And therefore, there's a frustration which is building up in Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, and that is why they were the biggest constituencies of Buddhism and Jainism. At the same given point of time, with the rise of Milieu, there was also moral corruption. If you ask Buddhism, Jainism, why did you emerge? They will say moral corruption, people were under dukh, sorrow, this, that. That is the justification which is given by Buddhism, Jainism, saying that there is a change in the morality of people, therefore there was a need for change. On the other hand, Buddhism, Jainism, rather, Buddhism, Jainism tried to answer to that, but the real reason is the Vaishya and Shudra, what we call Vaishya and Kshatriya, you can say anger and frustration. One thing which is equally important is that the path to salvation in Vedic Brahmanism is expensive. What is salvation, moksha? Let's try to understand this basic point, which is that it is believed that this body is, in a way, a tangible form which can basically, it's exhaustible, but there's a certain energy which is inside it, which is called a soul. So, body and soul concept is there. The concept is that the soul keeps on changing the bodies, and that is called the concept of birth and rebirth. There's an endless cycle of birth and rebirth in which we are caught in. Now, in this endless cycle of birth and rebirth, what you want as an individual is that your soul gets salvation, that it can basically get nirvana, it can become part of the God it came out of. And that is called moksha. Now, moksha in Vedic Brahmanism is very, very expensive because it is based on rituals, sacrifices. Not everybody can do it. Shudras cannot get moksha itself. If you're a Kshatriya, you pay a lot of money. If you're a Vaishya, you pay a lot of money. And therefore, there was a need for a new religious outlook, and there was a need for a new way of getting moksha. Therefore, Buddhism, Jainism are products of frustration, of morality, of degeneration, but also of a new religious outlook which was more egalitarian, more available to the people. Now, the first religion which actually came up is not Buddhism, Jainism, but Ajivikism. Ajivikism is basically the concept of what we today call as a person called Makhali Gosala, who will come up with this philosophy, which was a new way of looking at society and looking at religion itself. Today, it does not exist per se in pure form because Ajivikism got subsumed within Buddhism. But Ajivikism was one of the first sects and religion to develop in that regard. And for the examination, the word which you have to look out for, and it is very, very important for you, is niyati. So the core philosophy is niyati, destiny. According to Ajiviks, they argue that what is the point of actually doing these rituals and sacrifices when everything is already predetermined and it is based on fate and the concept of niyati? What is the point, therefore, of then doing the rituals and sacrifices? So what they said was you give up everything, renunciation, and go into caves and wait for salvation, wait for your death if it is in your niyati to get what we call as moksha, you will get it. If it is not, you will not get it. Never be an ajivik in UPSC preparation because it is quite dangerous. If you are an ajivik in UPSC preparation, then your argument is going to be that what is the point of preparing? If I have to clear this examination, I will just go and sit in the examination. If it is in my fate, I will get it. If I don't, I won't. So that is where the idea of ajivikism basically undercuts the logic of human agency, that anything you do actually has any consequences. They negate it. They said, what's the point of rituals and sacrifices? You will never be able to get it. If you are going to get it, you're going to get it. If you will not get it, you will not get it. That is why being an ajivik is dangerous for UPSC aspirant, because you can't just sit around and wait for something to happen. You have to do it yourself. Therefore, ajivikism, niyati, fate, remember this example will help you in categorizing and understanding ajivikism. Ajivikism were the first patronized by Ashoka also. Barabar and Nagarjuni Hind complex given to Ajivik saints in that regard. Quite important to change the outlook of the what we call as the Vedic Brahmanistic control over everything. Now, Ajivikism never became too popular, but was there. The one which became very popular, and rather the two religions which till today survive, are Buddhism and Jainism. The story of Buddhism is more important because UPSC has a tendency to ask questions out of Buddhism. Now, what is the context of Buddhism? The story goes behind a person called Siddhartha, who is called Buddha. Siddhartha was born with 32 marks on his body. Just have to remember this story. UPSC will not ask a question out of this story, but you should know it. He was born to a Kshatriya clan. His father saw multiple, you can say, prints on his body. He called a Purohit. Purohit said that these marks which you see on his body are the marks of two things, either a world conqueror or a world renunciant, which is he will either conquer the world or he will capture the world. Now, as a Kshatriya king, you would never want your son to be the world renunciant, but a world conqueror. And therefore, his father kept him in a lot of, you can say, uh, a lot of comfort. So Dodon kept him in a lot of comfort, did not give him any form of dukh, did not give him any form of, you can say, anything less than what he deserved. He always got more. Now this is where he will never be satisfied. He was never happy. And this is where he will be standing in his palace balcony and he will see three things with one solution and three problems. The first thing which he will see is an old man. He will say that can money stop aging? No. Then he will see a diseased man. He will say, can money stop diseases? And can it stop the death based on diseases? And the answer is no. Then the third is a corpse, which he will say that, okay, death cannot be stopped by money. So therefore, what is the point of money? What is the point of desire? What is the point of all these things? Therefore, the renunciant in Siddhartha is now going to be born, and he will say that what is the point of desire? What is the point of comfort? What is the point of money if the old being diseased and be have and going to death cannot be stopped? And this is where he will see a solution. The solution was a renunciant, a saint, that he will give up his you can say a royalty and then say that I will become a renunciant to look for the truth. What is the truth? How will we get salvation? How will we get moksha? Now he will then start to wander around with five saints. These saints used to say that you should not eat also, you have to give up on eating and everything to meditate properly. He will keep on meditating but will never be able to properly meditate. Then will come Sujata into the picture. He was sitting on next to a tree. Sujata saw Buddha, thought that he was a tree god, so gave him some kheer. He had that kheer. The other five ascetics said, you are not a serious aspirant. You will never clear this examination. And therefore, they went out and said that Buddha will never be able to get salvation, will never be able to meditate properly because he gave in to the desire of food. And therefore, there will be this othering of Buddha and Buddha will be left alone. Now, after having this kheer, he will then sit next to the or under the Bodhi tree and he will start to meditate. That kheer is considered important because that gives him the desire to now meditate without any distraction. Mara is later added into the Jatak tales, wherein she tries to distract Buddha. He does not get distracted, and under the Bodhi tree, he will then get the enlightenment, what is called the Atriya Sachais, the Four Noble Truths, and the Eightfold Path, which is called the Ashtanga Marga. So, therefore, this moment in Indian history is marked by the Buddhist as the moment of Dharma Chakra Parivartana, the moment when the Dhamma wheel is going to turn. Dharma had now changed. Buddha, Siddhartha is now Buddha, and now Buddha will then give the sermon to the same five ascetics who had said that he cannot do it. So now the student had become the teacher and he will tell them how to get salvation. And this is the context in which Buddhism's mythological understanding comes together to call it as the moment of the enlightened one being born. Now, UPSC tends to not ask questions out of this, but state PCS do. However, the change will come with UPSC's orientation when these terminologies come. Now, in the terminology aspect, you should know what is the core philosophy. When we talk about the core philosophy of the what we call as Buddhist religion itself, you should know that dukh, which is sorrow, is considered to be central. Why is there dukh? Because we have desire, we have attachment, we have greed, we have pride, we have aversion, and we have ignorance. Now, when we can go above all of this, then only we can actually get salvation. And therefore, the word Trishna is used to say that desire is the reason for suffering, and therefore we need to remove it. So, the four noble truths of Buddhism were: there is dukh, there's a cause for dukh, it can be removed. How can it be removed? To the Ashtang Marg. And Ashtang Marg is based on the concept of the following eight understandings: right view, it's called Visa Lems, will help you in the examination. Visa Lems means right view, right intention, right speech, right action, livelihood, effort, mindfulness, and samadhi, which is concentration. The idea is you need the right here means good view towards people, good intention towards people, right, good speech towards people, good actions. Same point of time, thinking should be good, the effort should be in the right direction, and livelihood should also be based on helping people. And then if you meditate, you will get what is called as nibbana. And this is a very controversial term which is used by UPSC students because they tend to mix it up with a lot of other things. The ultimate goal of Buddhism is nirvana. The Prakrit word for that is nibbana. Tend to confuse, but nibbana has a separate connotation also in Prakrit. Nibbana basically means extinction of the flame of desire, which is once your desire, greed, ignorance is extinguished, then only you can come out of the cycle of birth and rebirth. Nibbana does not mean death, it means the symbolic death of desire, of your understanding itself, of how you look at your society, how you look at your livelihood. Thereafter, when the enlightened one will die, Srinagar, it is Parinibbana. When the Buddha will die, it's called Parinibbana as a terminology. And you should also understand one thing, that Buddhism has a problem. And the problem, it is a very confusing when it comes to soul. Because at the same point of time, when they say that there is transmigration of energy, they say that there is no soul per se. They also say that there is no God, but they also talk about Brahma and Indra. But they say that Brahma and Indra cannot enter into the zone of giving you salvation. So Buddhism is a little bit confused when it comes to Atma and when it comes to God. So Atma, it says that Jatak stories are based on Buddha being reborn. But if you're reborn, there has to be some form of soul. But they say soul is not there. Same way they talk about gods and heavens, but they say that Buddha is not God. Initially, they say Buddha is not God, God does not exist, but they talk about gods also. So it is somewhere there Buddhism tries to critique something, and it creates a lot of issues initially when it comes to go against when it called what we call as Vedic Brahmanism in that regard. Now, there are three jewels of Buddhism, and they are called as the three Ratnas, which is Buddha, his teaching, and the Sangha. The people who are associated with Buddha are called the Sangha. The Sangha is therefore the body which will take Buddhism forward. Now, out of whatever I've discussed till this point, what really matters is Atriya Sachais, the four noble truths, the three Ratnas, and the eightfold path. Now, story wise doesn't matter, and the concept of Atma Nibbana should be clear. If this is clear, I would like to now go into the concept of councils, and thereafter, I would now go into Mahayanic, Hinayanic, Vajrayanic Buddhism. If everybody is on the same page with me. Yes, complex philosophy, trying to simplify it to a point where you can understand everything in the right sense. Right. Okay. Now, when we talk about councils, see, Buddha died. The date varies from 486 to 483 according to the source. And when he died, the problem was that with the founder, the religion can become obscure. So the Sangha came together and now started to figure out how to keep Buddhism alive. And therefore, we have four councils which were convened. And before showing you the details, you should understand something very clearly, which is how to remember them. First Buddhist council, who presided and all I have, but first Buddhist council created what is called as Vinay and Sutta Pitak. These are two texts which were produced. Vinay is the rule book for monks. Sutta is what Buddha said. Problem is, over a period of time, there were two factions which and said Vinay is too difficult, too difficult. Therefore, we should dilute it. And at the second Buddhist council, over the issue of the rules for monks, Vinay Pitak is going to is going to lead to the first split. The first split into what is called as Theravada and Mahasangika. Mahasangika. Mahasangika said that we should, in a way, dilute it. Theravada said that we shouldn't. This is considered the oldest school of Buddhism. Thereafter, Mahasangika met at the third Buddhist council. And here they will write the third text of the Pitaka called the Abhidhamma. Abhidhamma is basically the concept of Buddha's philosophy explained. And therefore, Abhidhamma Pitaka discusses how or what Buddhist philosophy is per se. Then, based on who Buddha was, there will again be a split in the Mahasangika. And the Mahasangika is going to then get split into in the fourth one, which is called as Mahayana and Hinayana. Mahayana will say Buddha is God, Hinayana will say Buddha is a good teacher. So do understand 1, 3 books, odd 1 books, 2, 4 splits. So even ones splits. Now, if I add the details into it, first one happened at Rajgir, second one happened at Vaishali, third one happened in Patliputra, and fourth one happened in Kashmir. Thereafter, Ajat Shatru, I told you, will be purposeful to us. He's the one who organized it. Then we have Kala Soka. I told you his name is important. Second Buddhist Council. Ashoka, Kanishka, most celebrated kings of the Mauryan and the period. Then Mahakasyapa, Sabakambi, Mogaliput Vasumitra, and Ashwaghosh. These are 4 names further you should know. This part I've already discussed with you, which is Vinay Sutta, first split, Abhidhamma, and the second split. Now, what really matters is now you should understand what is the difference between Theravada, Mahasangika, Hinayana, and Vajrayanic. Now, Mahayana, Mahayanic Buddhism argues that we are the greater vehicle, and it is based on the following concepts. Theravadin and Theravada, same thing. Same thing. The word is different. Mahayanic is considered to be the second school. Theravada, or as one of you said, the Theravadin. This is the oldest school. They are the ones who say that you don't need to really change the rules. A layman cannot become Buddha, but Vinay Pitak should not change. Rules of Buddhism should not change. And one is considered to be the most purest of forms of Buddhism because it never diluted the form of Buddhism itself. Oldest school. However, Mahayanic is the most popular across the world, which is the school which said that Buddha is God. First, idol worship of Buddha started, and it started now create subsidiary gods who are called as the concept of bodhisattvas. Bodhisattva is a word which is used wherein the idea is that Buddha is God. There are other Buddha disciples who delayed their nirvana for you and me, and therefore they are the compassionate one, and therefore we have subsidiary gods in and around Buddha. These bodhisattvas are very, very important because UPSC has asked a question on Maitreyi and has already asked a question on Avalokeshwar. What I've done is I've compiled a table for you here. You can take a screenshot of this if you want to. All the bodhisattvas in one place. First is called Avalokeshwar, Lokeshwar, Padampani, all 3 names of Avalokeshwar only. He is Buddha's compassion, the compassion that he wants to give salvation to everyone. Considered one of the principal deities because he holds the lotus, he is called Padampani. Then you have Vajrapani. Vajrapani is the protective deity, second protective deity, subsidiary god of Buddha, Buddha being the main god. He is considered to be the manifestation of the power of Buddha, the power which he uses to give salvations to others. Thereafter, we have Manjushri, is the third. So basically, Avalokeshwar, Manjushri, and Vajrapani. These 3 are considered 3 principal deities of Buddha. He is considered to be the wisdom of Buddha. So wisdom, power, and compassion, all three coming together to create what we today call as the three principal bodhisattvas. However, UPSC has already asked a question on him. So you obviously cannot get a question on him. So therefore, Vajrapani, Manjushri remain very important for us because Vajrapani is the fact that he represents powers and Manjushri represents wisdom is important. Further, we have Samanta Bhadra, who is the meditative practices. If you really want to meditate, if you're not able to meditate, you then worship to him. He will give you the power of Samanta Bhadra, the power of meditation. He, along with Manjushri, is called the Shakyamuni Trinity, which is the three main munis who lead you to salvation. Then Maitreyi has already been asked, which is the future Buddha. Thereafter, we have Titi Garbha, who is a Buddhist monk who will only get salvation until unless he does not make hell free of everyone so that everybody goes to heaven. Then you have Akasha Garbha, who is the one who is associated with the elements of space. Thereafter, Tara, very important. Vajrayanic Buddhism is basically an offshoot of Mahayanic Buddhism, is when everybody gets frustrated. Like you get frustrated from UPSC preparation, then you go and say, give me a book which will solve everything. Tantra Mantra. So that is where Mahayanic said, do meditation, do this, do that. Some people said, we'll do Tantra Mantra and get salvation. And they started to now worship Tara. Tara is the principal deity of Vajrayanic Buddhism, which is Tantricism plus with Mahayanic Buddhism in turn leads to Vajrayanic Buddhism, which is an offshoot of Mahayanic Buddhism in that regard. Remember Tara, remember Vajrayanic, very common in the whole Leh Ladakh and the monasteries which you see across North India, all are Vajrayanic. That is why they have Buddhist chanting. They tend to do certain Tantra Mantra to get salvation in that regard. Then you have Vasudhara, who is the, you can say, deity of wealth and abundance. Kanda, who protects the viharas, the monks themselves, and Sita Patra, who is the one who protects you from the supernatural danger. See, you just have to have a understanding of their names. You need not per se be able to write their names. Just I will do the temple architecture civil servant. Don't worry, that is part of this process. Let me go through the heaviest portion of this section, which is basically the concept of Buddhism, Jainism, and ancient will take time. Medieval and medieval is much smaller section. Modern and art and culture equally big. Now, do we understand Mahayanic and Bodhisattva concept? Come on, are we clear about this? Yes. Now, then how is it different from Hinayanic? Hinayanic, Mahayanic called them Hinayanic because the lesser vehicle. They say that Buddha is a good teacher. They only worship Buddha from his images and they don't do idol worship. So they go out of the picture that way. So Hinayana, Vajrayana, and Mahayana started along with Theravada. Now, for the purpose of this discussion, I've done one more thing for you because this is very critical time for you for the examination. I have compiled the literature here only and the terminologies here only. Meaning, I just mention these terms with you so that you know that they are Buddhist terms. This I could have easily done in literature, but literature is something which you will kill you right now. So rather, I brought in the concept here itself so that you can just learn it here and maybe my voice or these terms will come back to you in the examination in some form or the other. So in the examination, you should look out for the words Theragatha and Therigatha. Theragatha and Therigatha are the poems written by nuns and the monks, which basically tell you the story of Buddhism in that regard and what is the experience of monkhood. Then we know Vinay, Abhidhamma, and Sutta, which is the three texts which is called Tipitaka, the canonical text of Buddhism. Then Jatakas, we also know, is the stories of Buddha's yes birth. And then generic Buddhist philosophy, is found in multiple texts, such as Lalita Vistara, Mahavatsu, Buddha Charita, and Nidan Katha. Nidan Katha. These words UPSC will sprinkle, they will sprinkle them for sure. Somewhere or the other, these non canonical texts are always pushed. It may seem to be overwhelming right now, but I'll be very honest with you. This is something which you should have done by this point of time for sure. This should have been done by this point of time. Thereafter, you can see that the list is very long. You have Mahavamsa, Deepavamsa, and Kulavamsa, three Buddhist texts which come out of Ceylon, or which is Sri Lanka. Again, here Milindapana came in the examination, the Menander story with Nagsena. Thereafter, we have Lalita Vistra Sutra, which talks about the first sermon given at at the Buddha, at first time when it is given at the Bodhi tree itself. Udana refers to the oldest text of the Theravada school. Thereafter, we have Bodhivamsa, which is Sri Lankan prose poem in that regard. And thereafter, you can refer to all of these texts. For example, the Mahamangala, the Silavada Sutta, the Patimokha, what should not be done. Thereafter, the Manjima Nikaya. I really doubt you can remember all of them right now, but I've compiled it and given to you. If you can take out maybe 5 to 10 minutes across your preparation, maybe you will be able to not remember them, but maybe able to find resemblance in them. If you are finding these texts interesting but weird at the same point of time, and you're looking at them for the first time, then that is not a good thing. But as I said, it is in one space. Just revise them if possible. I will just say this to you: try to revise them if possible. Not the time frame to do it, but only a suggestion to you if you want to really learn them. Hinayana and Theravada. Hinayana is an offshoot of the Mahasangika. Theravada is the original school. I've seen this doubt a lot of times, which is what is the difference between Hinayana and, see, Hinayana and Mahayana are offshoots of Mahasangika. Theravada is an offshoot of, or rather, a differentiating school from Mahasangika. So therefore, this is first Buddhist council. This is second Buddhist council, and this is fourth Buddhist council. Hinayana is a diluted form of Theravada in that regard, if you want to talk about it in that sense. Now, another thing which comes in the examination and may be quite important for you is terminologies, Buddhist terminology. Again, what I've done is I've compiled them for you here, which is what does avija, pravajya, upasak, and these words mean. I have compiled it for you here. You can just go through them once before going into the examination. Standard terms such as atriya sachais or ashtang marg, you know, but others, which is certain terminologies related to Buddhism, you can refer to this slide. Just go through them so that you can understand and take out the odd one out of the set itself. So again, I have compiled this for your understanding and understanding. True, Shripat, that is also gone into printing within the next 1.5 weeks. That will also be available. But I will see you another time with regards to the discussion around it. So let's now discuss. Let's now discuss Jainism. If Buddhism is sorted, if Buddhism is sorted, can we discuss Jainism? Everyone, come on. Yes. Okay. Great. Buddhism is sorted. Very good. Now, the Jainism is a very difficult philosophy and religion. Jainism is much more, you can say, less messier because it is related to the concept of, now, one thing which students get confused about is the difference between who is the founder of Jain philosophy and who's the founder of Jain religion. Please understand one thing, that Buddh, Rishabhnath is the person who basically is the founder of Jain philosophy. Jain religion is actually linked to Mahavira. So the philosophy comes from the Rishabhnath, the first Tirthankar, and the religion is systematized by Mahavira. You should know this concept for sure. See, Sagali, that is a different concept altogether, but you should not get confused. Not get confused in that they tend to call themselves the elders, but the Mahayanic Buddhists can never call Theravada Hinayanic because there is an anachronistic proposition. There's a time difference in that. So Theravada is the one which is the most serious, the oldest, and Mahasangika is an offshoot which dilutes it and further goes further to become Mahayanic. The NCRTs tend to do this. There is a problem. According to NCRT, now there is no dynasty between 1206 to 1707. But ऐसा नहीं है ना that we will not study it. So please, there is a lot of problems where they try to simplify it for sixth class, seventh class students. You are not a sixth and seventh class student. Please don't worry about that. Okay. So we now know that the first Tirthankar, Rishabhnath, is the philosophy giver and the religion is sorted by Mahavira. Now, the Jain philosophy technically then becomes very old, meaning older than the, the Buddhist philosophy, closer to Vedic Brahmanism. But the problem is the word Jainism is very specific to 6th century. The word Tirthankar actually refers to the person who takes you across the ocean of sorrow. The other word is used is Jina. That is why it's called Jina, Jainism. The people who follow the Jina is called Jainism or are called Jains in that sense. But the historicity of be it Rishabhnath, Neminath, Parsavnath is very, very questionable. But we believe that philosophy wise it is much older. Mahavira is the one who's the contemporary of Buddha in that regard. And his story is also related to a Kshatriya clan and his father Siddhartha. Please remember, Siddhartha can two people can have the same name. So Buddha is not the father of Mahavira. A lot of standard mistakes students do that they say, sir, how can it be? No. Siddhartha is the name of his father, other than the Siddhartha who became Buddha. So therefore, his father also comes from the Kshatriya clan in that regard. And he was a married man, again renunciant. Again, this story per se has no purpose for a UPSC aspirant. But at the age of 30, he will give it up and he will die at Pava. And thereafter, you should know that his spiritual knowledge makes him the Jina, the knowledge of infinite knowledge is available to that person. Now, Jain philosophy is based on three principles. First is called Shayadvad, the other one is called Anekvad, and the third is the core philosophy. Anekvad says that there are multiple realities, and in those multiple realities, you have substance, quality, and mode. And the Jina helps you in consolidating these realities in this Anekvad in that regard. Shayadvad is the story of Shayad, of maybe, to be, to not to be. And that is where the concept of Anekvad and Shayadvad come through. Just look at these philosophies and be able to attribute it to Jainism in that. What is more important is these two tables. There is three Ratna of Buddhism also, and there are three Ratnas of Jainism also. Just to check your knowledge, what are the three Ratnas of Buddhism? Can anybody tell me what is the three Ratnas of Buddhism? Consolidating, I've done it just 10 minutes before. Three Ratnas of Buddhism. Come on. Very good. Very good. Antara being the first one to answer this question. Yes, Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. Very good. Now, in the examination, pay attention if it says Buddhism or Jainism because the meaning will change. For Jainism, the three Ratanas is faith in the Jina, right faith, to get the right knowledge, and to also conduct yourself in the right. So, therefore, the three Ratanas of Jainism are different, of Buddhism are different. But the word three Ratana can come through. Thereafter, why is Buddhism more popular and Jainism more difficult? Is because of this, which is Buddhism is easier because it is circumstantial. On the other hand, Jainism is a very difficult philosophy to follow because it is very strict on certain matters. Firstly, it says the five vows which you take, panch mahavratas, if you take, you cannot, you can basically are bound by it in such a way that nobody really can follow it until unless you are a very serious follower of Jainism, which is do no harm whatsoever. Ahimsa should not be there. Very problematic because if you are a ruler, following this process or following Jainism is very difficult. That is why Buddhism was very common and very popular amongst the rulers, but Jainism wasn't, except for one Chandragupta Maurya. Thereafter, you have no falsehood. Magician, ruler, the first thing you will do is lie. However, you can't lie. Thereafter, you should not take what is not yours, which is to steal. Again, difficult when it comes to fighting. Thereafter, do not marry. Last but not the least is don't call anything your own. This is what the monks have to follow. But the problem with Jainism is not this. The problem with Jainism comes from the concept of soul. If in the examination you see the word soul, 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 soul is this, soul is that, soul, 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 it is Jainism. They have an obsession with soul because they argue everything has a soul. If it says even a particle has a soul, it is Jainism. The idea is a Jain monk has to not do violence to any being which has more than one senses, and a Jain follower should not kill anything which has more than two senses. Certain plants are considered to be underground plants are considered to be problematic. That is why they do not consume garlic and onions. They at the same point of time don't. Vegetarianism is very strict with regards to Jainism. Further, if you are a monk, you have to sweep before you sit because you may be killing microorganisms. They're the first to talk about microorganisms also because they wear a patti so that they don't consume the the microorganisms in that regard. Further, you should know one more thing, which is that Jainism is very difficult to follow because these have to be followed by the followers. The most Jain specific and best prescribed, you can say, occupation, which people say that Jainism is now saying that the best occupation is what? Is the process of commercial classes. That is why most Jains are mostly merchants. Merchants trade commercial classes. It is the best occupation because it does not do any harm. That is why Jainism very popular amongst merchants till today in that regard. Mostly mercantile communities are there. But Jainism also has a problem. Jainism has a very big problem. Jains argue that women cannot get salvation. So you have to be reborn as a man to get salvation. So even there, firstly, within Digambar and Shwetambar, I will discuss you. In one, women cannot be monks itself. But even if you are a monk within the Shwetambars, you have to be reborn as a man to then get salvation. When it comes to the concept of God, again confusing. Atma, again confusing. And do understand one more very important thing which students tend to not understand. Buddhism, Jainism are extremely silent on Shudras. Very silent about Shudras because they tend to also absorb the conservatism of Vedic Brahmanism. They would rather appease the Kshatriyas and the Vaishyas and not appease the Shudras. That is why there's a lot of controversy which is related to them. Yes, they are patriarchal also. That is where Jainism patriarchy comes to, that women cannot get salvation. And even Buddha's aunt insisted that let women be a part of the Sangha, then he allowed it to happen. Therefore, don't think that these are purely open religions in that regard, have conservative philosophy also in that sense. Now, much like Buddhism and Jainism, uh, much like Buddhism rather, there are two schools here which were produced in the process of the two, what we call as Sanghas or two councils which happened in that regard. First happened in Patliputra under Stulbahu, and here the Angas were produced, the main texts of Jainism were produced. Second one happened in Valabhi, and here the Up-Angas were produced, the sub-books of Jainism were produced. But the episode of the differentiation is based on the concept of a famine predicted by a person called Bhadrabhahu. So Bhadrabhahu and Stulbhadra are two very important monks. It is believed that there was a famine which was going to come in Magad sector. One set of Jains stayed back. One set of Jains migrated to South India. The ones who migrated to South India, to the Sarvbelagola sector, Karnataka, are called Digambar. Now, the way to remember Digambar is the song Dige Dige Ambar Pe, which is they say that the sky is cladding us. So they don't wear clothes, much like Mahavira did not wear clothes. So the idea is that the sky is covering us. Shwet itself means cloth. So the main difference between Digambar and Shwetambar is Digambars don't wear clothes. They say that we will be true to Mahavira. And Shwetambar says it's an absolute practice. Let's start to wear white clothes. We have to be in a way a little bit more relevant to the changing concepts in that regard. So Bhadrabahu is the one who is the Digambar. Kulbhandra is the one who took the concept of Shwetambar forward. One thing is, women obviously cannot be saints in Digambar, but in Shwetambar, women are allowed, but they have been given this condition. And the idea is that this is where they're trying to change the ideas of Mahavira, of Jainism to remain relevant. This is a more conservative school. This is a more open school in that regard. So not that difficult to understand. Dambar, Shwetambar. Now, at this point, I am again giving you a table of the text related to Jainism, has come in the examination previously also, which is sources of Jainism in that regard. So you have Angas, you have the 12 Angas. I don't think you have the capacity or you will waste your time in learning all of these words, but I'm again giving it to you because that is my responsibility. And therefore, Angas and these words which you see here are texts which are related to Jainism will be sprinkled somewhere here or there if UPSC wants to. UPSC, Unpredictable Public Service Commission, can play with these concepts. What I'm doing is Digambas also exist today, Shwetambas also exist today. Both are very thriving communities. All exist today. Mahayanik, Hinayanik, Vajrayanik, Theravada, Digambar, Shwetambar, all exist. So my job is to give you this information. Just keep it with you. I hope with this, you understand that our most important discussion is done, which is we have now discussed two favorite topics of UPSC, IVC and Buddhism Jainism, along with Vedic period and prehistory. So we've reached to a point where now we are going to go into political history, out of which questions are lower in that sense. So are we all on the same page here now? Yes? Alive? Very good. Great. So we have come from 2 million to, yes, second 6th century BC. Very good. Now understand one thing very clearly. This point forward, discussion is very beautiful. मजा आता है. But the number of questions out of it is lower. UPSC tends to not care about Alexander. They only have cared about the Mauryans, specifically edicts. They have not cared about other men in that regard. So what I will do is I will give you consolidated packets of this so that we will be able to understand everything in the right way, and I will give you a master timeline. Then we'll take a break before we enter into early medieval and medieval section. This is the idea how we're going to go about it. Right now, see, Magad is 544 BCE, and by 300 and matlab 330 340 BCE, 341st obviously, 340 330 BC is a period of change. And herein, I would like to bring in an actor into the story, and that actor is basically the concept of what are called the Achaemenid dynasty. See, what you see here is the Achaemenid dynasty, an Iranian based Persian dynasty. Don't have to know anything further. Inspired Ashoka with regards to the pillars also. This is an empire which used to extend from Macedonia, which is modern day Greece, till the Indus River in that region. And their expansion into Macedonia in turn led to a very important person to come into the picture, which is Alexander the Third, son of Philip. Alexander will now start to fight against the Achaemenians, and Alexander will now start to move towards India, which is from Macedonia, he will move towards the Indian sector in what are called as the Battle of Issus, of very important battles fought in and across this sector. But our story begins when he reaches the Indus River. Now, the story of Indus River is that Darius III was the one who is defeated by Alexander. He is the one who was the Achaemenian ruler. When he will reach the Indus River sector, he will be faced by local opposition. Whilst the Nandas are ruling in the Magad sector in India, this sector had two very important rulers. One, his name is Ambhi, and the other one is called Porus. Ambhi of Takshila did not give a lot of, you can say, resistance to Alexander. But Porus, a very small sector, we don't know exactly where it is. But Porus, the ruler, fought against Alexander, and it took 3 months for Alexander to break through this sector. This will be crucial because this will do two things. One, it will then start to frustrate Alexander, and his army will get more and more frustrated. Though he will defeat Porus and then give him his kingdom back. But when Alexander said that we should cross the Bias River after the Battle of Hedipetus, yes, which was fought in this sector, Hedipus, what is going to happen is his army is going to mutiny. His army is going to say that we do not want to cross into the Indian sector. There is Dhanananda who is sitting on the throne. He has too much power. He has a very big army. And because of the mutiny in his army, which had been fighting for 4 years back to back, he will go back to the Macedonian sector, and Indian invasion of, or what is called as the Macedonian invasion, was averted because of Porus and the frustration of the army of Alexander and Dhanananda's, you can say, power in that region. Now, from here on, things will become very interesting. See, Alexander used to hold till this sector. But when Alexander will go back, he will appoint a person called Seleucus Nicator. Seleucus Nicator is going to be the governor of this sector. As soon as Alexander will be on his way back in Egypt, he will die. And Seleucus Nicator I will then consolidate this sector and create what is called as the Seleucid dynasty. And the Seleucid dynasty, at the same point of time in India, something very interesting is going to happen, which is in this sector, Chandragupta Maurya, with the help of Chanakya or Vishnugupta, is going to kill Dhanananda, and the Mauryans will come into existence. So, at the same point of time, Seleucid Empire comes in. Next, the Mauryan dynasty also comes. Next, Chandragupta Maurya comes to power at the same point of time. Seleucus Nicator I captures power. Now, obviously, they were going to fight for this sector. There will be fighting, but both will realize there's no point because Seleucus Nicator wanted to go towards the west, and Mauryas wanted to, or Chandragupta Maurya wanted to conquer this sector. This is where Seleucus Nicator I will marry off his daughter to Chandragupta Maurya, and her name was Helena, and therefore this sector will be given to the Mauryans, and now our northwestern sector is going to become stable. That is why we have so many Greek accounts of the Mauryans because of this relationship. From Megasthenes to Strato to Arion to Justin, the reason is because of that of Helena and the matrimonial alliance. Now, with regards to Chandragupta Maurya, you should know two to three things very clearly. Chandragupta Maurya was known as Sandroclotus and Androclotus, two terms which are used for him in Greek texts. He will expand the empire. Helena is going to be a very important matrimonial alliance. His son, he will then become a Jain and do Salikhana, which is euthanasia. His son, his name is what? Bimbisara or Bindusara? What is his name? This is where the students basically get confused. Bindu or Bindi? Bimbi or Bindu? Very good. Bimbisara is the ruler of Magad. Bindusara or Amitroshades is the son of Chandragupta Maurya and the father of Ashoka. He will then further consolidate his empire. Finally, we will get the considered to be the greatest rulers at this point of time. Name is Ashoka. Ashoka was already part of the administration as a governor of the Jaini sector and thereafter Takshila. And we all remember Ashoka because of two to three things. First is he is the one who spread Buddhism like anything. He is the one who fought the Kalinga War, where his heart changed. And thereafter, once his heart is going to be changed, he will then spread Dhamma. Please do understand one thing that Kalinga War killed 1.5 lakh, wounded 1.5 lakh, killed 1 lakh. It is considered to be a turning point in the life of Ashoka. And people say that he converted to Buddhism. But you should know that Dhamma is not Buddhism per se, it is the interpretation of Ashoka of Buddhism. Therefore, Dhamma has a lot of precepts of Buddhism in that regard, but it is not per se Buddhism. Now, I've said this previously also, I will say it again that Dhamma is not a political philosophy, it's not a religious philosophy, it is a politico religious philosophy. Why? Because at the time when Ashoka needed to expand, he talked about the concept of what is called as Ajivikism. So when he wanted to kill people, when he wanted to expand, he was an Ajivik. But so there he said, why did you kill 1 lakh people? Niyati. क्या कर सकते? Was it was in my fate to kill 99 or 9 of my brothers. It was in my fate to then also kill these people because I wanted to expand, and therefore when it suited him, he was an Ajivik. Thereafter, when he wanted to consolidate, he will turn to Buddhism. So then he will say, no, 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 that was my fate. Now I will change my life. Now I want to consolidate. This is why Dhamma should not be considered a religious philosophy, but a politico religious philosophy, wherein he defined what is righteous war. He defined what he should be doing. He said, I want to consolidate. The reason why I say this to you, because academic discussions, now when they read into Ashokan edicts, if, tell me one thing, if I'm a murderer of three people, I've killed three people. So when I meet you, will I say this to you? Hi, my name is Abhishek Mishra. I was convicted for three murders, but now I've changed. I will never say that to you. Why would I come and say that my name is Abhishek Mishra and then I will say I killed three people also, but now I've changed. Alright? Now I've changed. This is basically how he wrote his edicts. Every strategic edict used to actually start with the concept that, see, I am the same person who killed 1.5 lakh people and 1 lakh people. Now I've changed and now I believe in Dhamma, Dhamma Matra, Dhamma Yodha, this, that. I hope you understand the passive aggressive messaging of Ashoka in that regard, where he always in strategic edicts used to always tell the person, I am the same person who killed so many people. Now I've changed. Now my heart has changed. And that is where he is a proper PR agent, also PR person, where he knew that history is going to assess him. So rather than he was not writing for his own men and women, he was writing for history. That please don't look at me as a process of person who expanded like this. Rather, I'm the person who changed and life. I'm not denying the fact that Ashoka changed, but you should understand that there was strategy in that change. When it suited him, he was a Ajivik. When it did not suit him, he became a Buddhist as a form of consolidation in that regard. So I have changed. My name is Ashoka. Important moment in the larger scheme of things, right? Okay. Now, the next discussion which I need to have with you is because UPSC is asking this question. Everybody's on the same page with me. I have all of these discussions in much more detail in class, but I just wanted to give you a taste of this. We're on the same page here. No issues whatsoever. Come on. Yes, sir. Very good. Now, now out of these rulers, Ashoka is considered most important. Chandragupta Maurya and Bindusara, I've already told you why they are important. Now, the administration of Ashoka and the precepts of Dhamma are considered important. First is how his central administration is divided, because Mauryas were the only centralized empire in the Indian subcontinent at this given point of time. So when we talk about centralization, Tirthas are head of departments, very big centralized departments in that regard. Under with Adhyaksh and Mahamatas and Amatyas used to be. So central administration was divided into ministers, executive officers, and this is exactly like a DM in that regard. The whole empire was divided into four provinces under governors also. And further, at the provincial level, they had a very interesting way of division, which is first governors. This should have been down here. Governors who are called Rajuka Kumara if he is a son of the king itself. If he is a royal, meaning a relative of the king, he is called Araputra. Then you have the Pardeshika, who's the DM, or you can say the head of the district itself, and he every 5 years has to go around and check everything. Then you have Rajukas who take care of rural administration. Then you have Sthanika, who's the tax collector, Gopa, who's the accountant, and Gramika, who is the head of the village. Again, words which you will see sprinkled around. But what is the core philosophy which Kautilya talked about is called Saptang theory, or the 12 limbs of administration. Saptang theory is 12 limbs of administration. Very, very important. Herein we have first Swami, then Amatya. Again, words which you will see somewhere. Janapada, Danda, Mitra, Durga, and Kosha. Something which is quite interesting here is that military is actually not there. So Kosh means treasury, Janpad means territory, Danda means justice, Mitra means ally, Durga means fortifications, Amatya means minister, Swami means king. The, the in a way, military is implied within Durga, but is not there specifically. Thereafter, one thing which again tends to bother a lot of students is this, which is Tirthas and the concept of uh, the terminologies. Again, what I've done is I've compiled everything for you here. I'll tell you the ones which you should remember because they can be confusing. Samaharta, Sanidhata important because they are very close to each other. You should know that these are different in that regard. Terminologies are generally important in that sense. Then Antapal is easy because it is frontier. Dandapal is easy because it is police. Then Yavaharika is one word which you should know, Chief Justice. Others are implied. In the same way, we have this, which is called department. I think you may have been exposed to this previously. Maybe you have done it. Maybe you have ignored this previously. But out of this, I'll tell you two to three are very, very important. For example, Panya, Dhaksha is common to all of them because they are all nothing but different officers. This is where Panya means trade and commerce. Then you have one Patana, which is ports. Then you have Lakshana, which is mint. Sita means crown land. So please remember this point that these terminologies can be sprinkled on. Please do understand one thing, which is that these terminologies can come in the examination. Can come in the examination. So please go through them once. That is why this is a revision session. And I hope that you will use this as a way of just going through it before the examination. This is something which you have to create certain memory for. Just go through them before the exam, right? Same way, we have Mahamatas. Again, judicial officer, assessment officer. You have to remember these terminologies tend to be very difficult because of the time which you have right now. But if done from from a perspective of 365 days, not that difficult because you learn one and two. It is only Mauryan period where you have a lot of terminologies, not in other spaces. Now, the other thing which I want to discuss with regards to the Dhamma and the edicts concept itself is what are the principles of Dhamma which can again be asked in the examination. First is that Dhamma talks about ahimsa. But do understand one thing, this is not the ahimsa of Jainism. Why? Because Jainism says complete ahimsa, no form of violence. But he talks about ahimsa in the sense of what is called as animal sacrifices being used, vegetarianism in that regard. Second, he talks about good conduct and social responsibility. Because everybody has to come together, he talks about people conducting themselves in the right way. Something which is quite interesting and something we lack today is tolerance, which is that we should have mutual respect and concord for every community and religion. Further, he talks about how he has given up war. If that war is incorrect, if it is righteous war, he will then start to take up arms. And he wanted to spread the message of Buddhism. He is one of the most popular upasaks of Buddhism. He's going to spread Buddhism across the Indian subcontinent. Now, out of the 14 major rock edicts, there are some rock edicts which are important. I have the message of all of them here, but I'll tell you which ones are important. For example, you have to remember rock edict number 2 because it refers to the Chera, Chola, and the Pandyas. Further, you should know about rock edict number 6, in which he talks about this paternalistic idea that all men are my children. Then you should remember the concept of rock edict number 13 because it refers to the other kings and kings of the other foreign states, which is Syria, Egypt, Macedonia. They can ask you which of the following edicts refers to other kings. So this is what you have to remember again. Then you should remember the yes, number 7, which is the concept of tolerance of other religions. This is very, very important in the larger scheme of things, extremely important in that regard. Important because it helps you in contextualizing things, will help you in the essay paper also. So, the last thing which I want to discuss about the Mauryans is basically the location of the what we call as edicts. I have two maps for you, one out of the NCRT, the other one out of Upinder Singh. See, if you link all of these together, what you will get is actually the expanse of the Mauryan Empire. And UPSC is already asked Jogada and Dhauli. Jogada and Dhauli has already been asked. Mansera, Shabazgadi, and Kandhar are important because they are now not in India but are in the frontier parts of the Indian subcontinent. Kalsi, Girnar, Sopara, Tanati, Eraguddi are again important. These ones generally important because they are the major rocket discs. Nobody actually can remember minor rocket discs because there are 18 plus. But the major rocket discs, you should remember their locations. UPSC is asked a question. I used to always teach this in the class. People tend to not really give a heed to it, but I'm trying to tell you that this is important for your examination. Border areas are important and therefore extremely important in the larger scheme of things. Now, now I enter into a zone which I called as Sangam and Post Maurya. But before I go into Post Maurya, I want to have a very interesting discussion with regards to how to understand Post Maurya. If we are now entering the last 20% of this syllabus, we've done 80% of ancient India. We will now enter into the last 20%. I want everybody's consent that we are sorted, sir. We understand Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, Vedic, Buddhism, Jainism, Mahajanpadas, Mauryas. Yes? Okay, great. Beautiful. Great. Now, now listen to this story and half of your problems will be listen to this story and half of the problem should be solved. Is Atharva, you have answered your question in that question itself. Okay. Now, how did things change? 324 to 184 BC, we had two major actors. Seleucid Empire here, Mauryans here, and one of the contemporaries of the Mauryans are the Sangam polities or the Sangam age itself. Now, what do I mean by Sangam age? See, Sangam refers to Sangam age refers to a history which is written for South India after the megalithic period, specifically based on the Sangam texts, which are not like only four Vedas, but are a collection of five different set of texts, which together were compiled in Madurai in different Sangams, and together they are called Sangam texts. Give you Sangam polity, gives you Sangam age. Sangam polities include Chera, Chola, Pandya. And in this context, please do understand, don't have to confuse yourself. This is not the Cholas which you think they are. These are the early Cholas or the Sangam Cholas. Right? For Pandyas, the Nadunajalian is a very important ruler. For Cholas, Elara and Karikal is very, very important. And for the Cheras, you have, so for Cholas, it is Elara and Karikal. For Pandyas, it is Nadunajalian. And for Cheras, it is Udayajaral or Sengutovan. Standard names, no way you will remember it right now. Too close to the examination for that. But what you should know is what are the texts which are together called as Sangam texts. This can help you in the examination. Tolkap, not all I'm discussing all the major ones. Tolkapitiam, Tolkapitiar is the author. Please mind my pronunciation. I'm extremely sorry, not the right person. Then you have Madhurikanji, written by Mudugui Mudaran. Then you have Murugarau Padai, which is written by Nakiriyar. Then you have Palamulai, which is written by Ariyar, and Thirukul, written by Thiruvalur, very important personality in the news. This is the Bible of South India, as it is called, because it is a text on ethics and grammar. And you have others. Along with this, along with this, if you talk about Srila Padikram, Manina Mangalai, and Shivagala Siddhamai, then you basically have all the major texts. Again, if you are getting hyperventilated over this, if you are looking at this for the first time, Kirti, I know that you're 2026, so don't have to worry. You have a lot of time. For anybody 2025, I hope you learned this. I hope you've learned this, because this is something which UPSC plays with a lot. They generally sprinkle it around because they tend to make sure that your life becomes a little bit of a hell. Therefore, I hope that you are sorted with regards to this. These texts may help you in getting those 2 marks, but if you don't get it, don't get it, leave it in the examination, don't take a negative. If you learned all of them, beautiful, very good. Now, this is where we are at this point of time. Now, half of the story of post Maurya is that people don't know what is the progression of post Maurya. So how post Maurya happens is, see, 324 to 184, we have the Mauryans, Seleucid Empire, and Sangam Polity. However, from 185 BCE, 250 BC, 200 BCE, things start to change in subcontinent very quickly. And the way it changes is that, see, you have the, you can say, assassination, if you want to call it, or Brihadrat will be killed by his general Pushyamitra Shunga, and the first successor of the Mauryans is going to be the Shungas. But Shungas will not be able to control all of the area which the Mauryans used. And this is where Central Asian politics also comes into context. See, at the same point of time when Shungas will come to power, the last ruler of the Seleucids is killed by a person called Diodotus I. He was a Greek, and that is why he will establish the Indo Greeks. And this is where the Indo Greeks and the Shungas will now come into contact and context. Contact and context. They are also called Indo-Bactrians because they were ruling from a space called Bactria. It's called Indo-Bactrians. Now, at the same point of time, there's something which is happening in Central Asia. Sangam polities exist here because Sangam polities are 300 BCE to 300 CE, second and third century BCE to third century CE. So now what happens is there is one tribe here There's one tribe here, their name is Yuchi, and there's one tribe here who are called Sakas. Now, what is going to happen is that in China, an emperor called Huan is going to consolidate the Tibetan sector, and he is going to push the Yuchi tribe. When the Yuchi will be pushed, the Yuchi will push the Sakas. The Sakas will tuck inside the Indo-Greek sector. Parthenons. Sakas are called Scythians. That's why they're called Scytho-Parthenons. And they in turn then establish themselves in this sector as the Sakas. As the Sakas. Now, Shungas have Pushamitra Shunga and Agnimitra is a very important personality. Indo-Greeks have Menander, his son Strato, and Agatha Kotia as a very important personality. But this is the configuration of North India. You have Shungas, Indo-Greeks, Sakas, and in the south, we have Sangha. The time period is 185, 165, 150, and they are 300 to 300. That is why they're called Saka Pallavas, also Pahlavas. Pahlavas because the people of Parthenon were called Pahlavas. Sintho Pallava, Sintho Parthinan, all same. Indo Sinthanans, whatever you want to call. So this is basically the configuration till 150 E. However, what will happen is in 100 BCE, there will rise a Brahmanical dynasty. Their name is going to be Satavahanas. Satavahanas are now going to consolidate this whole sector to now basically see fragmentation in the Indian subcontinent with Shunga, Indo-Greek, Sakas, Satavahanas, and Sangha. The Sakas will have two different sectors, meaning that they will have two branches. One from Ujjain, Chastana being the founder. Rudradaman is going to be a very important personality who will be the one who will create the Sudarshan. The Sudarshan lake will be then again repaired. Junagadh inscription, the person called Rudradaman. The other one is the Mansoor based Kshatrata dynasty. Nahapana and is the person who is going to be the ruler who is going to be repeated by Gautami Putra Satkarni, who's a Satvahana, and Bhumka was the one who started this concept. Now, Vidyut will do that, don't worry. So, when we talk about 185, 150, and 100, let me again repeat these names. Maybe in the examination it will help you. Tunga, most important personality, plus Strato and Agatha Kotia. Indo-Greeks are known to have introduced proper coinage into the Indian subcontinent, which is the round double die-struck coins. Punch-marked coins are now replaced by coins itself. They were also the ones who introduced but not circulated gold coins in India, and they were the ones who made the obverse having the front of the coin having the image of the king itself along with the dates. Thereafter, Sakas, you have to remember three names: Humka, Nahapana, Chastana, Rudradam. I'll write all of it down. Don't remember. Don't need to worry. Satvanas only again in the examination. A lot of people say matrilineal, but they're not matrilineal. They just honor their mothers by taking a suffix or rather a prefix of their mother's name, which is Gautami Putra Satkarni, Vishishti Putra Pullami. They don't really follow their matrilineage, which is mother side, they don't really follow, but they honor their mothers. That is why they remembered Gautami Putra Satkarni being the most important ruler of this sector. So let me do one thing. Let me write the names of the rulers which you should remember. If that works, then I will move further into the Guptas. All the major names here. Can I do that? The names of the rulers. No, that is not Kaveri River. That's the sector. Okay. So for Sangam, Takas, Indo-Greeks, maybe these words will help you in the examination. Somehow you will be able to remember. One actor is still not here. Their name is Kushanas. I will come to that. See, here you should remember the name Nadunda Jalian, Nadund the Jalian for Pandya. You should remember Karikal and Elara for Chola. Thereafter, you should remember Udi, sorry, Udi Geral for the Cheras. Sakas have two founders. One is Bhumka and the other one is Chastana. Bhumka Nahapana defeated by Gautamiputra Satkarni. Chastana defeated by person, rather succeeded by a person called Rudra Daman. Nice name. Then Indo Greeks, you should remember the name Menander. Menander. His son Strato, ruled by a regent called Agatha Kothia. Pushyamitra Sunga and his son Agnimitra, as mentioned in Kalidasa's text. Satavahanas, you should remember Srimukha, who's the ruler, first ruler. Then you have Gautami Putra Satkarni. If you can remember these names, you are sorted that way. Can you do that? Everyone. Milinda Pano is reference to Menander. Milinda as is equal. Okay? Yes, we can also remember the nerd Sengu one, or his name is Red Chera. Okay. I will revise the modern India timeline. I will revise ancient India timeline before I give you a break. Don't worry. I am in no hurry. You can see that. I'm just trying to come into certain pace. Abibi, I can pick this up further, but it will stop making sense. So I'm in no hurry in that area. Now, now around 30 CE, things change. And things change in this way that this Yuchi tribe, which you saw here, they actually further come into the Indian subcontinent because the Chinese push them further, which is Huan sector. So they come into this area and conquer the Indo-Greeks, and they conquer the Shungas, and therefore establish themselves as Kusanas. So basically, Kushanas are nothing but the Yuchi tribe. Then you have the Sakas, the Satavahanas, and the Sangam polity together ruling the north and southern sector. Basically, we have a change from three polities to one major polity, Kushanas capturing the whole sector along with the Sakas being tucked inside in this sector. Kushanas are known for Bhima Cadiphis, first ruler. Thereafter, we have Kanishka, the most important, first to issue and also circulate gold coins, largest number of gold coins by the Kushanas. The person who's related to the fourth Buddhist council, very tolerant. Yes, fourth Buddhist council, very tolerant, and also at the same point of time, he culturally added, you can say, Indian gods into the coinage itself. That was quite important in the larger scheme of things. Kanishka. So this basically completes our discussion of the Shanas Kanishka. I think if you can remember all of this and remember one more thing, which is that the zenith point of trade, which is trade reached to its highest point in the Indian subcontinent during this period, which is the which is the post-modern period, and the process of caste formation happens because now foreigners start to come through, and we have what is called as jati or caste formation, which is varna samskara, assimilation of foreigners, intermixing of foreigners, which produces a very diverse society. Varna system starts to proliferate into multiple areas, which in turn leads to this issue. So I hope this is sorted for you. One thing which I want to discuss, as one of you pointed out, is a very dangerous tradition is started by the Satvanas, land grants. First, they give it to appease Brahmins. Tax-free land grants, in a way, dilute the power of the state because the state loses money also, but it also creates a power center which can later challenge the state. The process of political formation being fragmented in the Indian subcontinent comes from here itself, which is Satavahanas sowed the seed, which in turn led to this issue in the larger scheme of things, if you understand what I mean by that. Again, a process which may help a history optional student, not as much as a GS student. The last discussion before I give you a break is finally the Guptas. Guptas are considered to be an important, you can say, political formation. They are more important culturally than politically because politically they are not a centralized empire. They're a decentralized empire because even Samudragupta, when he was capturing power, looking at the rulers, Sri Gupta, Chandragupta one, Samudragupta, important ruler, Kumar Gupta, important for Nalanda. If you can remember Samudragupta, Kumar Gupta, and Chandragupta two, Vikramaditya. These three are very important in the ruler list. He's the one who has the iron pillar in Delhi. He's the one who is considered to be the Napoleon of India, which is not a good tag in that regard. And I will discuss the cultural aspect later. Kumar Gupta is the one who basically is the one who established the Nalanda University. The idea is very simple that the Guptas had a core area and had a dispersed, you can say, feudatory based understanding. To understand this point, what Satvahana started, Guptas will accelerate because they will not have a lot of money to give because international trade is starting to decline. They will now start to give in lieu of service land grants to officers, which will in turn lead to local power centers emerging. And India will go into a downward spiral, which is called the process of today is called the process of fragmentation, political fragmentation, feudatory politics. Feudalism never existed in India, but the idea is that it in turn leads to the process of fragmentation in that regard, decentralization. Again, certain terminologies you should know Kalidasa's text, Abhiyan Shakuntalam, Mahalvika Agniviktam, Vikram Shambhavam, Kumar Sambhavam, Meghduta, Rituvamsa, and Raghuvamsa. I think this is standard. You should also know Vishnu Gupta, Panchtantra, Amar Simha, Amar Kosha, Varuchi, and UPSC previously asked the question on Aryabhatta and Shushruta. So you can get a question out of this. I've again given you two tables in order to consolidate this section. The last thing which I want to discuss is Gupta Vishya Grama. Again, terminologies related to the Guptas can come in the examination. Though we have not seen per se a question out of Gupta till this. That is the irony of the story that I'm covering the literature together because that makes more sense. I am not very sure why UPSC does not play with this area because political history used to be a thing of UPSC. Now they're more culturally oriented. The idea is very simple that Guptas, in a way, were the ones who were now entering into a zone where political, you can say, fragmentation was happening. Now, before I end this section, I want to do one thing. Can I give you the master timeline of ancient India? Your tapasya of 3.5 hours has now going to pay a lot of heed. Gupta, largest volume of gold. Can I give you the consolidated timeline of ancient India, which may be a game changer for your preparation? Can I do that? Perfect. Thank you. Now, with your permission, I will now make a master timeline here. Very important for the examination. Now, after this, I will give you a break. Early medieval and medieval after the break. Okay. Some of you were asking for this in the beginning. Now you are in the right space because you have already done everything with me. So therefore, Paleolithic, um, So this is the timeline of South India. Megalithic, this point. Sangam goes from 300 to 300, and Satavahanas go from 100 to 500, 500 later. Somewhere you will find 400 also. That is based on the examination itself. Thereafter, North India is less messier. You have early Vedic, later Vedic, then you have Mahajanapadas, then you have Magad, then you have Mauryans, then you have Shunga, Indo-Greek, Akas, Kushanas, and Guptas. This is 1500 BCE. This is 1000 CE. This is 600 CE. This is 544. This is 324, 321 BC. This is 185 BCE. This is 165 BCE. This is 150 BCE. This is 30 CE. And this is 300 CE. These two are contemporaries to one another if you want to go by like this. This is basically the timeline of North India, South India, Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, IVC, then differentiation, Megalithic, Sangam, and Satavahanas together, and then Vakataka. Then later, early Mahajanpada, Magad, Maurya, Shunga, Indo-Greeks together, they are called as the post-Gupta dynasties and Guptas. Does this make sense, everyone? Does this make sense? Yes. Now, I'll I'll tell you one word which can mark this period itself. Paleolithic, hunting, gathering, fire. Mesolithic, animal husbandry, microliths. Neolithic, agriculture, complexity, early state formation. IVC, urbanization, town planning, and the concept of what we today call as yes, Arifa, what we call as internal external trade, urbanization, standardization. Then megalithic, mega structure, cyst, dolomite cyst, topikal, kudaikal, and crane. Then we have Sangam polity, Sangam Chola, Chera Pandya, Sangam text itself, Satvanas, Gautami Putra Satkarni, and Vakatakas. There is a person called Harisena, which you should remember. He's the one who made the Ajanta concept, or Ajanta uh, caves were made by him. Early Vedic pastoralist, cattle driven, not that complex. Women had better understanding. Later Vedic period, territorial kingship, the concept of complexity, Varna system, subordination of women, subordination of Shudras, and ritualistic kingship. There we had Sabha Samiti Vidhata. Here we have Ashwamedh, Rajsuya, and Vajpaya. Then Mahajanpadas, Magad being most important, Asaka, Mala, and Vraji being the Dhanasanghas. Then Magad, we know that because of its location important. Bimbisara, Ajat Udayan, Kalasoka, very important. Ashoka, Dhamma, Chandragupta Maurya, Bindusara, Ashoka. Shunga, Pushyamitra Shunga, Angimitra. Indo-Greeks, you have Menander. Shakas, Bhumka, and Nahapana. The concept of Chastana and Rudradaman. Kushanas, Kanishka. And Guptas, Samudragupta, and important for temple building, which we will discuss. And Radhan, can I give you a break here? Yes. Bias found in the Paleolithic page. Can we take a break here? If ancient is sorted for you, we will then go into medieval when we come. Medieval will take an hour, not more than that, because medieval is much easier. Yes, till 8:30 I will give you a break. You can have your dinner if you want to. So remember that you have to use the code IS English. We will start from early medieval. Early medieval is shorter. I will give you basic understandings. We will go into medieval, and then once we're done with medieval, modern and art and culture. Most probably the way we are going about it, 1:30ish. Let's see how we go about it, right? If you all can survive till then, right? So early medieval 1 hour, modern India 1.5 hour, art and culture 1.5, right? So too early for, then you will get the next break around 10 o'clock, 10:30. But we can continue till 8:30. Manisha, the problem is within 8:30 I cannot complete medieval. I want to break when the topic breaks. So finally ancient is over. Ancient always takes more time. The reason why I've done more ancient heavier with you is because it will help in art and culture more. So here I have to just discuss Chalukya, Pallava, and Pushyabhuti. Then I have to discuss the Pala, Pratihara, Rashtrakuta, Chola. Then I have to discuss Delhi Sultanate, Vijayanagara, Bahmani, Mughal India, Marathas, and Sikhs. Then are done. We are done with that. 3 to 4 questions out of ancient, 3 to 4 questions out of medieval, and it will help you in art and culture quite a lot. Right. So I am here till the last breath. So don't worry about it. Right. We'll come back at 8:30. We'll take the story forward. Our break ends at 8:30 p.m. I want everybody to be 100% concentrated, and in a way you have to now pay attention. These areas very rewarding if you understand basic facts in that. Right? So I want all of 400 of you here back. Nobody is going to be lost in this process of break. Thank you. Please do remember 17999 IS English is the code which you have to use. See you. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, we will resume our discussion. I'm waiting for you to join in back. And okay, the chat's in front of me. Now, welcome back. Okay, so ancient, I hope, has been absorbed in the best way possible. Please concentrate here. Now, when we talk about early medieval, the early medieval is an area which mostly students fear, properly fear. Early medieval is basically between 600, 700 to 1206, or rather 1206 if you want to call it, if you want to be more precise, 1192, because till Second Battle of Terrain, it is called early medieval. And from there on, we have a transitionary period from 1192 to 1206. And then from 1206 to 1707, it is medieval India. So in early medieval also, there are two subsections, meaning there's something called post Gupta, and the other one is called the early medieval dynasties. Now, one of the reasons why they're called early medieval is because they all project a certain feature. And that feature is that they have fragmented polity, they have fragmented political formation as a very important feature, and they also have fragmented army. And at the same point of time, it in turn leads to a certain, you can say, decline in the trade profile of India, which in turn cascading effect is further feudatory politics in that regard. Now, what I will do is I will discuss this section in the most, you can say, efficient way possible, because then I want to enter this 1206 to 1707 section, and then we will further go on to discuss other things. Now, when the Guptas decline, you have to understand the basic formation here. The first set of dynasties which emerge around 590 is, for example, we will have the late Guptas here. We'll have the Gaudas and the Varmans here. Then we'll have the Maukharis. Then we'll have the Pushyabhuti. Then we'll have the Maitrakas. Then you'll have the Chalukyas and the Pallavas. This is basically the set which is there. Now, if I go a little bit step further, Varman and Gauda share this space in that regard. We will see by 620, 650 CE, a consolidation. And that is very important for you, wherein we have the Pushyabhuti, where we have the Varmans and the Gaudas. Then we have the Chalukyas, and then we have the Pallavas. We have the Maitrakas here also. So basically, the late Guptas and the Maukharis disappear, and we have consolidation by these following powers in the eastern and the north and the southern sector. At the same point of time, you should understand one thing, which is now Pushyabhuti, you must know, is nothing but Harshavardhana. And if I actually look at the list of dynasties which is there between 500 to 700 CE, it is a big one, which is there are 24 different dynasties, out of which between 6th century to 7th to 8th century CE, we have Yashodharman, we have later Guptas, Maukharis, Gaudas, Maitraka, Pushyabhuti, Ganga, Kadamba, Chalukya, Pallava, Somvanshi, Varman, Vishnukudin, and Salankyas. But out of this, you should know the Pushyabhutis properly, Chalukyas properly, Pallavas properly. Why? Because their rulers play a very important role. And Chalukyas also have a little bit of a history in that regard, because there are four Chalukyas in that sense. Now, when I talk about Pushyabhutis, Pushyabhutis ruled under, you can say, the most important sector and most important ruler of the Pushyabhutis is under Harshvardhan. Now, Harshvardhana, or Harshvardhan Empire as it was called, from Thanesar used to, and Pushyabhutis and Harshvardhan, they exhibit all the characteristics of a early medieval dynasty. He had a fragmented polity, he had feudatory politics, he had a fragmented army, used to pay his officers institutionally as form of land grants itself, and he also at the same point of time will have a declining trade. We know that Huan Sang, when he was traveling through the Harshvardhan sector itself, he will be robbed, capital punishment will be given, and we have a question which came in the UPSC about this itself. Harshvardhan also was not able to go, you can say, south of the Narmada because of his fight with Pulkesin II. Pulkesin II in the Battle of Narmada will stop Harshvardhan's, you can say, movement towards the south, and therefore Harshvardhan should be one person you should know generally. Anbhatta also very important that way. It's perfectly fine because he wrote the Harshcharita. Now, the more interesting in this is Chalukya Pallava politics, because they basically have the Tungabhadra Duab or the Raichur Duab in the context in that regard. They fight over this fertile region. And the Chalukyas and the Pallavas, you need to now know the names of the rulers so that you are able to also identify them in the examination. Please do understand one thing. The Pallavas play a very important role in the larger context of things. Now, when we talk about the Chalukyas, there are four Chalukyas. One are called the Chalukyas of Badami or Vatapi. They are called the early Chalukya. Then they give way to Chalukyas of Vengi and the Chalukyas of which? Very good, Kalyani. And they later give way to Chalukyas of Lata, also called as the Solankis of Gujarat. So you should know that over a certain period of time, four different branches of Chalukyas have actually existed. Chalukyas of Lata, Chalukyas of Kalyani, Chalukyas of Vengi, Chalukya of Badami. Now, within this whole constellation, only one person is important for us, and his name is Pulkesin II. Pulkesin II and his very important poet Ravikriti is very important because of the eye hole inscription, which tells us the story of how he checked the power of the Pushyabhutis in the north and checked the power of the Pallavas in the south. And Chalukyas were able to hold on to this sector for a very long time. Pulkesin too had a fight with his own uncle Mangalesa over the process of succession, and he's one of the powerful rulers of this sector. Thereafter, when we talk about the Pallavas, here you have to remember three names. Political history, very, very important here. Three names is Mahendra Varman, then Narsimha Varman, one Mamla, and Narsimha Varman, two Rajsimha. Now, why are they important? Because of the issues related to, or the questions which will come out of the Pallavan contribution in the context of art and culture, and how we have Mahendra Varman branch of rock art. Thereafter, we have the Narasimha Varman branch of the concept of Narasimha one who has Mamala Mahabalipuram, and Narasimha Varman II Rajsimha, who is the one who comes up with the early Dravidian temples. So Pulkesin II, Narasimha Varman, Mahendra Varman, and Narasimha Varman 1 and 2 is important for us. Pancharath is again equally important. And here we have Harshvardhan. See, out of this, if you can remember their names. Political history, UPSC has not asked a question. They've asked a chronology question, which you can easily answer. They asked which of the following existed between the rise of Harshvardhan and the decline of Guptas in that regard. Something which you can easily answer. We have seen a question out of this. If any other question will come through, it will be about Pushyabhuti's Harshvardhan. And we will also, you should be clear about the Chalukya trilogy and the concept of what we call as the Chalukyas, Pallavas, and Pallavas, three rulers. Are we all on the same page here? No issues whatsoever? Yes? Okay. Great. Great, 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 great. Now, what we have to now concentrate on is, yes, I think there has been something which has got escalated in Jammu again, but yeah, it is happening in the background. Siren and explosion in Jammu. Okay. Now, the next set is 700 C onwards, and these are called early medieval dynasties. They're called early medieval dynasties. We have Gujra Pratihara, Pala, Rashkuta, Chola. This is one set which we will discuss. Cholas will discuss a little bit more detail. Now, Gujra Pratihara, Pala, Rashkuta, I will discuss the configuration. All of them are thereafter called the Rajputs. They call the Rajputs. This is important because if we have to understand the rise of Delhi Sultanate, Rajputs are very important, and that whole sector we will discuss. This is tripartite struggle, Chola plus Rajputs. Now, see, the configuration is very simple. Palas ruled in this sector, Pratiharas in this sector, Rashtrakutas this sector, Cholas or Imperial Cholas as they called in this sector. Pratihara, Pala, Rashkuta fighting for Kannauj, the tripartite struggle over Kannauj. To also understand one thing, which is Palas are Buddhist, something which is played with quite a lot. Rashtrakutas and Pratiharas are what we call as Hinduistic dynasties in that sense, a very important feature which in a way distinguishes them. Palas, we have three rulers. Gopala, which is important. Dharampala, because he's the one who established Vikramshila, and Mahipala. Thereafter, for Pratiharas, we have a person called Nagabhatta, then Bhoja, and then Mahendrapal. And Rashtrakutas, we start with Danti Durga, then Govinda. Before that, we have Krishna one, who is basically the one who established Kailashnath temple. Then Amogha Varsha. The name of Rashtrakutas is a giveaway because they are taking the names of Lord Vishnu. Danti Durga, Krishna, Govinda, Amogh Varsha. Here you have to remember Mahendra Pala, Mahendra Pala is a Pratihara ruler. And Palas. They all are fighting for this sector. And we have Al Masudi and we have certain, you can say Suleiman and Al Masudi as two important Arab travelers who come and talk about the Pratiharas and the Rashtrakutas. Together, they hold on to this sector. Still, India is not fully fragmented, but there is fragmentation for sure in the larger context of things. Right? Got it, everyone? I hope you can remember these names, which the names which I've written here. I told you early medieval is about consolidation, and as much as information which we can condense, we will condense. Got it. Very good. Perfect. Now, what dynasty I want to pay attention to is the Cholas. Imperial Cholas, very important generally. Now, please, one thing which you should know is that in the examination, you should not get confused if the question is talking about which Chola, because I have seen this happen multiple times. Certain students, they get confused with the Cholas. If it does not say Karikal, if it does not say Elara, then all are all other cholas are imperial cholas only. We don't know too much about the cholas in the Sangam age, but we know a lot about the imperial cholas. So please understand Karikal and Elara, if the word is used, it is most probably early cholas. However, imperial cholas, we have a different set of rulers, very important that is. First one being Vijayala, the person who established it. Thereafter, we have Raja Raja. Then we have Rajendra. Three very important rulers that ways. We also have Kotunga. Chola sometimes also referred to. Now, what is their distinguishing feature? Vijayala established everything, but Raja Raja, north of Sri Lanka, Maldives, Cheras, Pandyas. He was able to subdue, but not whole of the Sri Lankan sector. Rajendra Chola, whole of Sri Lanka, took the royal insignia also. Further, he was the one who will go against the Sri Vijaya dynasty of the Indonesian sector. He is the one who will bring in this concept of imperialistic understanding, because he will have a sphere of influence throughout Southeast Asia also. And he is the one who will also go till the north, fight the regional rulers in the Ganga sector. That is why he took the name Gangai Kondachola and established two things: a city called Gangai Kondacholapuram, and the temple, very beautiful temple, Gangai Kondacholapuram temple. So he is basically the one who establishes properly this whole sector, and that way Raja Raja Rajendra, very important rulers in the land. But why Cholas are important is because of this list. This list of land grants and the reason why land grants were so important in this period. So, what I want to concentrate on is Ur Sabha Sangnagaram and the different types of land grants they were able to give. Can I do that? Can I do that? Everyone? Yes. Two things I want to concentrate on: high yielding areas in the context of. Yes, very good. Perfect. Thank you. Now, let's imagine a Chola country. Let's imagine a Chola country. So, we have different Mandalam, Valanadu, Nadu. This is basically a Nadu, which is a district if you want to go by it. Now, Nadu, see, the first type of land which used to exist was land which was with peasants, non Brahmin peasants, and this is called Velenna Vagai land. Velenna Vagai land, the tax goes to the king and is basically non land grant territory. Peasants of all Varnas hold this sector. Then the next word which is used is Brahmadeya. Brahmadeya land is a land which has been given to a Brahmin in the process of appeasement, and all the taxes are collected by the Brahmin itself. So he is basically the master of this whole sector. This is called a Brahmadeya or Agraharam land. Then we have an interesting set of land which is called Devadana. Devadana is that if there is a temple here, the temple needs money for its proper circulation, and therefore what happens is that the king gives a land grant to the devadana, so that he can maintain the temple. It becomes devadana grant. Thereafter we have the temple got a grant, taxes collected by the temple. So the Jains said, give us something also, it to Lord Vishnu. And they also got something. The spelling of that is a little bit peculiar. Pali Chandanam. So we have Pali. This is a grant given to a Jain temple. for its understanding and what we call as maintenance. Then there was no education in this sector. So Rajendra once said, I will give a land on which a school will be constructed. That is called a ghata, or a concept of ghata grant, once again, or matha grant. Ghatika grant as it is called, matha grant or a ghatika. But thereafter, the school also has to be maintained. The school is going to be maintained by the land given to the school. It's called Shal Bhoga. So if anybody thought that Cholas was a centralized polity, no. So we have Velenavagai non-Brahmin land. We have a land gifted to Brahmin, which is Brahmadaya. Shal Bhoga is for maintenance of of school. Devdana is for gifting to temple. Pali Chandanam is for a Jain institution. Ghatika or Matha grant is for construction of a school itself. When you give a land as a grant, you get everything, meaning everything is granted to the holder. Therefore, it creates a local power center. Now, what is more important in this, that not all of these sector have the same, you can say, local power institution or local self government. This is where we have Ur, Sabha, Nagaram. Now, in a Velenavagai non-Brahmadaya village, which is a village wherein I'm strong person. Okay. Ur is in a non-Brahmadaya grant or non-Brahmadaya villages. Basically, a village which has not been given as a grant itself, and therefore, all adult male members of the upper three varnas can be a part of the Ur. Women are not allowed, Shudras are not allowed. Decision making is done by the Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, adult males together. Sabha is in the Brahmadaya villages. Brahmadaya villages mean a village which has been given to a Brahmin. So only Brahmin male members can be there. Women plus the other three varnas are removed or are not part of it. Sabha, also called Mahasabha, is a very important institution for the administration of Brahmadaya villages. Nagaram is basically villages which are cities or ports, and they are held by merchants. Merchants are the ones who control everything. But what is the most interesting thing about a Sabha? That it is elected. And this is where the Uttarmayur inscription comes through. Because at the end of the day, the Uttarmayur inscription is more rigorous process, or a process established more than what we have as the MPs today under RPA Act of 1950 and 51, which is, if you want to be a member of the Sabha, you have to become, or you can rather have to pay land revenue, which is you should be a taxpayer, should have your own house, should be between 35 to 70 years of age, should have knowledge of the Vedas, you should be educated, you should be very well versed in the administrative matters, you should not have held any committee for the past 3 years, and you should also have submitted not just the accounts of yours, but others in that regard. And therein the Uttarameru inscription establishes very interesting ways of being eligible for the lottery system of election in that regard, where a small child is going to put his hand into a pot and take it. This is more, most of our MPs are going to get disqualified if even half of these concepts are brought in into our polity in that regard. Separate issue altogether, something to think about. Right? Okay. Now, if this is sorted, we are sorted with Chola. Chola, you can expect Nadu, you can expect all of these terminologies, and you can expect the name of the rulers. Are we clear about all of this? Because then I want to enter into the transition from early medieval to medieval and the Turkish invasion. Very, very important. We will do it through maps and we will understand everything in that regard. Yes, taxes is collected by all of them. Sabha sanctions the taxes. Okay. Now, when we talk about the transition from early medieval to medieval, there's a sequence of events which happen. And these sequence of events are very important in order to reach till Delhi Sultanate, where our again understanding will matter in multiple cases. So, between 700 to 800 C, we had the Pratiharas, we had the Palas, we have the Rashtrakutas, and we have the Cholas. They are basically establishing the basic political landscape of India. But we need to add another actor, which is the Central Asian polity. And Central Asian polity, wherein we also have to understand that we had the Abbasid Caliphate. We had the Abbasid Caliphate here, meaning till the Indus River, we had the Abbasid Caliphate. Tripartite struggle of Kannauj is happening. Abbasid Caliphate, which is a Islamic dynasty, come in the whole of the what we call a Saudi Arabian Peninsula, or whatever you want to call it. From there towards parts of the what we call as modern day Iraq, Iran, coming till the Indus River, it is all under Abbasid Caliphate. They don't really matter to us, but Abbasid Caliphate has northern incursions in that regard, wherein Turks, you have to understand this, there are two types of Turks in the world: non Islamicized Turks and Turks which converted to Islam. So they come from the north, and most of them get absorbed within the Abbasid Caliphate in the process of Islamicized Turks. And they first become the Bargis, first become what is called as the Ghazi soldiers. They will become mercenary soldiers, they will become palace guards, and they will basically make their space within the Abbasid Caliphate. This configuration will remain the same. But if I fast forward 100 years, here nothing changes. Here nothing changes. Our configuration remains the same. And the Cholas are chilling in the south. They really don't actually care about anything at the time. But what will happen is that we will have a change here in the process of the Abbasid Caliphate will decline and give way to what is called as the Samanid dynasty. Samanids are important because within Samanid dynasty, again, they are Islamicized dynasty with Turks as kingmakers. Within this space, Samanid dynasty will basically rule in the basically only in name. It is the Turks who are playing a very important role. And one very important Turk, his name is Alp Tigin or Tipin, whatever you want to call him. He will start to realize that what is the point of ruling through the Samanids when we can properly rule via our own rulers, and the Turks will capture power. And when the Turks will capture power in 990 under Alktigin, and thereafter their most celebrated and the worst of the worst will come to Ghazni, and we have the Ghaznavid. Ghaznavid, it is called because they ruled through Ghazni. They call the Ghaznavid dynasty, and we have Mahmud of Ghazni now coming into context. He will rule between 998 to 1030. But what is problematic is that at the same point of time, Mahmud of Ghazni is going to come to power. We will also have at the same point of time a lot of political configuration change in North India, because now the Pratiharas will start to shrink. We will have the Chauhans, we will have the Tomars, we will have the Hindu Shahis, we will have the Sultans of Multan, we will have the Palas, we will have the Senas, we will have the Gahadwalas, we will have the Chandelas, we will have the Solankis, we will have the Cholas. now emerging. Now the Rajput dynasties have now come into context. That Rajputization process happening, a lot of different configurations are emerging at this point of time. Yes, you want to add the Paramars, you want to add the Paramars. It is a constellation of multiple dynasties at this point. Now, Chola hold their ground in that. Now, the problem of this is that Ghazni is now going to look towards India as a form of an ATM. Anytime he wanted to expand towards his west, he needed money. What he did was he used to enter via the Hindu Shahis and thereafter go to the Somnath sector and then exit and go back to Ghazni. 17 times he did this. And the problem was that Hindu Shahi rulers were the only one who faced them every time. This is where the concept of a feudatory mentality started to develop. Feudatory mentality means that it is this concept of not my problem. Meaning, when the Hindu Shahis asked Chauhans, the Pratiharas, the Gadwalas, or even the Paramas, there was a small alliance which came through. But when he entered, nobody was ready to fight with the Hindu Shahis. So, be it Anangpal or be it the rulers of the Hindu Shahis, they were always, in a way, fighting and getting destroyed by Mahmud of Ghazni. If all of them had come together, there was no chance Ghazni had a chance to come through 17 times. The idea is Ghazni never had territorial ambition in the Indian subcontinent. He had only the ambition of economic and religious, which is this politics of fear, but also taking money from the temples itself. But he did this multiple times, which will in turn exterminate the Hindu Shahis, but will show a very important weakness of the Indian subcontinent at this point in time, which is this feudatory fragmented mentality. Very important for the larger scheme of things in that regard. Thereafter, between once Mahmud of Ghazni will go out of the picture, there will be further consolidation in North India, which is here the Seljuks will rise, another, you can say, successor of the Ghaznavids. But in India, Chauhans will establish their rules across this sector with Prithviraj Chauhan as a very important personality. We will have Gahadwalas in this sector where Jay Chandra being a very important personality. We have Senas here, we have Chandelas here, we have the Paramars here, and we have the Solankis here. Whilst all of this is happening, the Cholas are chilling in the south. They have their own eye on the Indonesian sector. This means that now the de facto border of India is basically controlled by the Chauhans. By the Chauhans. Yadavs and Kakatiyas here somewhere, but I am not trying to complicate this further. Now, when these Seljuks will decline, they will not give rise to one but two. One polity is going to emerge like this, and its name was Khwarizmi dynasty. And the other one is going to be locked between the Chauhans and the Khwarizmi dynasty. Ghurids under Muhammad of Gori and locked in between the Khwarizmi dynasty and the Chauhans. Chauhans being the de facto border of the Indian subcontinent. Solankis are sitting here, Chandelas, Paramars, Gahadwalas, Sena, and Cholas here in that regard. This creates the context in which, because Gurid is getting pressure from here, he cannot go towards the west. Both came out of the Seljuks here. And Gurids were now under pressure from both sides. Now Muhammad of Gori is going to take a call that he wanted to enter into the Indian subcontinent because he's sandwiched between two powerful states. The first mistake which he will do is he will enter through the Gomal Pass and go like this, and he will be defeated by an very small but important ruler of Mount Abu. Because his army had walked through the Thar desert, there was no chance that they were going to win. So he goes back, and his first attempt fails. But then he will enter to the Khyber Pass and thereafter reach a place called Terrain, at which there will be now the battle, first and second battle of Terrain. So the first battle of Terrain is going to be 1191. In this, Prithviraj Chauhan is going to win. However, Gori will be able to go back and recoup. 1192, Prithviraj Chauhan will lose the second battle of terrain, in turn establishing the Guridian rule in the Indian subcontinent. Now, the important point here is, why did Chauhan lose? The reason being threefold. First, there was too much fragmentation. There was a lot of, you can say, predatory mentality at play. He was not helped. Even the Gahadwalas who had said that they will help him, Jayachandra did not help him. The second battle of terrain was because of the feudatory mentality, feudatory politics, and the fragmented army. So betrayal by Vijay Chandra, but also none of the Rajputs coming together to fight properly against Gurij or Muhammad of Gori. Same point of time, there's a problem, which is that they did not have access to what is called as a iron stirrup. You must have seen in horses, they are on the side in which you put your foot like this. Iron based stirrup allowed them to have what is called as mounted archers means that their archers could be riding on horses and moving around in the battlefield, and they could then hit multiple targets. Also, one more issue was, we had an elephant based army, but they had what is called a horse based army. And because it's a horse based army, it is faster, it is able to startle the elephants also. Chaos will ensue. Prithviraj Chauhan will lose to the Guridian Empire. And by 1192, we will now have Muhammad of Gori controlling this sector. Everybody clear? It's like a movie. I always teach it in class also like this, as a way of maps, which is how it keeps on changing in its political landscape. And therefore, you have to understand it in the same way. Right? Now we are entering the medieval zone, but I have to discuss something with you before I enter in. Are we clear, everyone? Yes? Okay, perfect. Now, don't worry, the pace we are going at will reach by modern India by 10. So don't worry about that. If I believe that you've basically uh, fully exhausted and you are not grasping everything, I can always do art and culture as a separate video also. So don't worry about that. I can reach till modern, consolidate everything related to modern. If it becomes too late and you're burnt out, we will do art and culture separately. I'll take a marathon on art and culture also. No issues whatsoever. Totally your call. I'll leave it to you in that. Right. So the first target is to reach till modern India, consolidate Asian, medieval, and modern, and then we can always split this session and we can have art and culture as a separate session someday other than this, so that everybody can be a part of it. Right. Okay. Manisha, the point is, you may be awake, but how awake you are is a separate issue altogether. But I said, let's first reach till modern India, then I'll see if that is the case. Okay. Now, when Ghaznavid or Gurid, Muhammad of Ghori established his, yeah, I will ask you, when your grasping ability becomes zero, you will stop there itself. Don't worry. Now, Gurid or Muhammad of Ghori has established his empire. He will then go back to Gur, but he will then create two sectors of his empire. One he will give to a person called Yalduz, and the other one he will give to a person called Kutubuddin Aybak. Now, under that, Yalduz is given the original Guridian sector. Aybak is given the Indian part of the Guridian Empire. However, when Muhammad of Gori go back to Gur, and when he will die, there will be a conflict between Yalduz and Aybak. Yalduz is going to say that I am the real successor of everybody, so I should be ruling over your sector also. But Aybak is going to say that I am, at the end of the day, equal to you, and we were both appointed by Muhammad Gori. And therefore, what is going to happen is that Aybak is going to then remember, sever his ties with the Central Asian Empire, which is going to be extremely important. And this is going to lead to the establishment of, in 1206, what is called as the concept of establishment of Delhi Sultanate. Establishment of Delhi Sultanate. So Delhi Sultanate will be established in 1206. Now, when Delhi Sultanate is established in in 1206, now Indian subcontinent has been cut off by the Central Asian politics, which is equally important because Aibak is going to rule. But in 1210, his successor, his name is Iltutmish, is going to come to power. Iltutmish is known for three to four very important things. Chahalgani system, which is 40 nobles are going to help him in taking decisions. Second, the process of Jittal and Tanka. That is equally important in that regard, which is two currencies, a silver coin Tanka, Jittal a copper coin. Ikta system he will introduce. And Iltutmish is going to then manage one of the biggest, what we call as threats, which is going to, in a way, try to enter into the Indian subcontinent. His name is Changiz Khan or Genghis Khan, Mongols. Now, the Mongols were rampaging through this section. And what happens is that Genghis Khan turned towards the the northwestern sector of Afghanistan. He will kill the Khwarizmi. He will rather run over the Khwarizmi dynasty, wherein Jalaluddin, who was the Khwarizmi prince, is going to first enter into the Ghuridian Empire, where Genghis Khan is going to follow him till the Ghuridian Empire, and then he's going to enter into the Indian subcontinent. But when Iltutmish is going to get to know that Genghis Khan has reached till the Indus, he will quickly rush towards the Indus and now diplomatically control the Genghis Khan incursion so that the Mongols don't enter into the Indian subcontinent. Iltutmish single-handedly managed the you can say Genghis Khan presence in this sector, stalling him for 2 months to 3 months. Thereafter, Genghis Khan went back, and Delhi Sultan Iltutmish was single handedly the reason for Mongols to not enter into the Indian subcontinent because of his politics and because of his diplomacy. Not talked about enough, but is also true. Thereafter, Iltutmish will be succeeded by his daughter because three sons were there. Two were drunkards, not competent. One was a minor. So he will then nominate his daughter Razia to the throne itself. Razia was not considered to be a acceptable ruler to the Chahalgani because she was a woman. She gave up all forms of womanly clothing. She started to hunt. She used to sit without parda. And as it comes to male ego and misogyny, she was the only Sultanate ruler who was a woman. And at the same point of time, Chahalgani started to conspire against Razia. Razia will then show a lot of competence, but will be killed in the process of an coup within her own, you can say, Chahalgani, in which she will go to Sirhind. She will manage that properly, but when she will go to the Gujarat sector, she will be captured by Altunia. Then she will be killed by bandits in and around Delhi, sponsored by the Chehalgani. Now the Chehalgani had become too powerful. The Sultan's marriage, rather the Sultan's position had gone down. So therefore, Razia will then be succeeded by a person who first acted like the mentor of one of the minor rulers. His name Ulugh Khan. Then he called himself Balban. Now, Balban, Balban, at this point of time, now started to change his understanding. Balban now wanted to project power and bring back the prestige, the power of the Sultan. And that is where he will introduce two to three important policies which are considered blood and iron policies. First, he will say that I am a Turk who is a pure born. I am like the son of what is called as Afrasiab, a legendary king. He will say I'm a pure Turk. Then he will not allow Indian Muslims to enter into the administration. Further, he will introduce sajda and paibos and make all of them in a way show that the king is the king. He will, if Chalgani noble used to do something wrong, even his family members were given codes and given the lashes in that regard. Pure policy of blood and iron to restore the power of the Sultan, break the back of the Chalgani. Babar, however, Balban also at this point of time managed the Mongols in the way that Ter Bahadur and Halaku were two successors of Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan, or the Mongolian tradition, is to divide the empire into different parts in that sense. And therein, Ter Bahadur and Halaku were the ones who basically managed this sector. Balban never used to go too far away from Delhi because of the fear of Ter Bahadur and Halaku. UPSC started to ask questions on the Mongols, so please pay attention to this. And thereafter, he will be able to restore the power of the Sultan. However, because he had removed mixed Turks out of the administration, One person had taken heart, and his name is Jalaluddin Khilji. Jalaluddin Khilji will feel that Balban had been harsh. He was removed from the administration. There will be a coup, and the successor of Balban will be killed. And it is called the Khilji Revolution, where for the first time Turk plus Afghan origin is now going to rule the Delhi Sultanate in that regard. Now, Jalaluddin Khilji considered nice person is better than his nephew who will come to power, but he will, in a way, manage one of the most important incursions which will happen in 1292 of Abdullah. Abdullah was again a Mongol who is going to enter the continent, and he will in turn lead to the biggest strike on the Indian subcontinent, specifically in numbers. And Jalaluddin Khilji will fight it back and make sure that the Mongols don't enter into the continent further. Thereafter, he was considered tolerant. His very ambitious nephew is going to stab him on the banks of the Ganga or on the river Ganga itself, and Alauddin Khilji is going to power. Once Alauddin Khilji is power, then we will see multiple incursions of the Mongols, which will in turn lead him to introduce what is called the market reforms. I will discuss that with you. Market reforms. He will have four major incursions of Dawa Khan, of Saldi, of Utluk Khwaja, and Targi. In one of these, he will actually lose out a certain part of the Indian subcontinent of Delhi, meaning little part of northwestern sector will not be able to reach till Delhi. But this will make him understand that we need a standing army in that regard. Uh, all of them, Ter Bahadur, Halaku, Abdullah, Dawa Khan, Kutlu Khwaja, Saldi, and Targi, all are Mongols. All are the successors of one another, all considered to be what is called as Chaktai Turks or what is called Chaktai Mongols in that regard. Don't have to worry about that. Just understand one thing. These names, if they come in the examination, Chengiz Khan is associated with Iltutmish. This is Balban. This is Jalaluddin Khilji. These are all Alauddin Khilji. Amr Shirin is the one who's associated with Muhammad bin. So Alauddin Khilji is going to manage it, but his successor is going to be killed by another new ethnic identity. They are called Tughlaqs. Tughlaqs, Yasuddin Tughlaq is going to capture power. He was a Jat plus Turk in that regard. And thereafter, Yasuddin Tughlaq is going to rule, consolidate the empire. But he had a son who was too eager to come to power. And this is where he will have a very important moment in which he will be assassinated by his own son, or it was the curse of Nizamuddin Aulia. Yasuddin Tughlaq will be then succeeded by Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, the Mad King, four experiments I will discuss with you. Every day he had a new scheme, did not implement it properly. Also lost a major sector to Tamr Shirin. He was able to use till Delhi, which is a Mongol. And then comes Firoz Shah Tughlaq. He kept on managing the empire, made Iqta hereditary, which in turn led to a proper crisis in the Delhi Sultanate sector, and which will in turn lead to the what we call as the 1398 incursion of no one else but Timur. And Timur is going to then transition Delhi Sultanate to the Sayyids, which I'm going to discuss with you once I'm done with other aspects. So we have Aibak, Iltutmish, Razia, Balban, Jalaluddin Khilji, Alauddin Khilji, Gyasuddin Tughlaq, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, Firoz Shah Tughlaq. I hope all of this is clear. All of this is clear. Basic story. कहानी में बता दिया. I hope you understand this basic story. Why, who came to the rule, and what is. This is all political history. UPSC stopped caring all of about this. Don't really need to worry about it. Now, two topics I want to discuss. The three topics I want to discuss with you before I go to Vijayanagara, Bahmani, and Mughals. Simple, straightforward. Will the exam be postponed? We have no idea das about that. But if it doesn't, then this session is going to help you. If it does, still this session is going to help you. So why not concentrate on this session? नहीं हुआ तो भी हुआ. Right. Okay. Now, the three policies which I want to discuss with you is first is ICTA. ICTA. Please understand what is the ICTA system. ICTA system is the backbone of the whole empire, and the concept is that the whole empire, I'm just giving you enough detail to understand and get the answers in the examination. Divide into two parts: Haraj and Ikta. Haraj is the area which is used or which is allocated to the king or is crown land, this sultan's sector. Haraj directly revenue goes to the sultan. Ikta is nothing but a revenue assignment which is given to the officers, and these officers in that regard allow for allow for in lieu of their service, they take the land revenue of the non-permanent, non-hereditary allotment. Excess revenue has to go to the crown, therefore it is non-hereditary, and therefore it does not become a decentralizing element. Iqtidars have to then do military responsibility, general administration, revenue administration, and have a small army also. The centralized, decentralized system, very good. So Kharaj is crown land, Ikta is the land allocated to officers. Officers will get revenue equals to salary, excess revenue goes to state, and it is non-hereditary, non-permanent, and in a way transferable. And revenue assignment leads to them to have certain duties which they have to perform. Nothing out of the box. A Mongolian system which was introduced into the Indian subcontinent by Iltutmish, not an Indian system. Regard. The second thing which I want to discuss with you in equal amount of detail is market reform. Now, market reforms were introduced by Alauddin Khilji for a very simple reason, because Alauddin Khilji needed a standing army. Standing army means that he will have a very big burden on his treasury. He needed to make sure that in a city like Delhi, the income which is given to his soldiers is extremely, you can say, relevant to the Delhi sector, but also is not a very big, you can say, burden on the treasury itself. So he had to, in a way, do price control via what is called as Alauddin Khilji market reform. How did he do it? First, he made the peasants give their produce at the least possible amount, giving them also access to the mandis which he will produce. Then he will control the banjaras, who will basically be registered. Their families will be kept hostage so that there can be no hoarding. And then in Delhi, he will establish three mandis: one mandi for grains, one mandi for slaves, one mandi for what is called as cloth. For everything, one mandi from grain to pin to everything. Then for cloth, and one for bandagan, which is slaves. Now, in these mandis, prices were fixed centrally. There was a person called Shehnai Mandi who used to keep track of the prices. Barids were spies which used to enter and check if these processes are being kept in control in that regard. And further, in the end, what he did was he kept the prices so low that even when he gave half of the salary, he was able to not create a new burden. And that is why he was able to manage four Mongolian incursions in that regard. So at the producer side, at the supply side, at the retail side, Shanai Mandi, Barid, you should remember as two very important terminology. Everybody's with me till this point? Anybody has any issue? Revision. All of this can be taught in 2 hours also, 1 hour also, but can also be taught in 15 minutes. It is about where your level of understanding is. Yes, sir? Beautiful, sir? Very good, sir. Now, the second or the third thing or the fourth thing which I want to discuss is the beautiful incursions or ideas of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, right? Which are called the four experiments. The first experiment of the Muhammad bin Tughlaq understanding is Banjara is nothing but a trader who takes the grains from the countryside towards the urban sector. Okay. First was Muhammad bin Tughlaq felt that very good Pratap Singh, very good Pratap. Saturation attack like yesterday. Okay. So four experiments of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. First one was that Muhammad bin Tughlaq felt that Delhi is not in the middle of the empire. So the north. There was a reason why it was in the north, because north was closer to the northwestern sector, therefore closer to the Mongolian sector. But he said, no, 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 I want symmetry. I want it in the middle of the empire. So the middle of the empire was a place called Devgiri, which was later named as Daulatabad. So he shifted the capital to Daulatabad. That was the first experiment, which is Delhi to Daulatabad shifting. Problem is people did not want to go first. When people went there, they had to cross the MP sector. Most of them died in the process of going. The people who reached there were also extremely tired and homesick. More than that, what happened is that when he used to sit in Daulatabad, something used to happen in Delhi, where he had increased the taxes. So therefore, there was a rebellion in the Doab region. When he used to sit in Delhi, something used to happen in Daulatabad. So Delhi to Daulatabad, he did for 1 year. In between this process, Tamrashirin is going to come and take away a certain sector from northwestern sector also. And this is where he will waste the money of the empire, also his time. For 1 year, he kept on doing Delhi, Daulatabad, Delhi, Daulatabad, Delhi, Daulatabad, and in the end, give up this concept. And in the end, he will re-establish his capital to. Second experiment is called the token experiment. See, in the 13th and 14th century, there was a major shortage of silver across the world. We had seen token currencies develop. Token currency means that the currency does not have intrinsic value. When a silver coin is a silver coin, the value is intrinsic to the silver. For example, the notes which we have today don't have intrinsic value. They are fiat currency or token currency, which is the concept that they basically don't have the value. That paper is not worth 100 rupees. The signature is worth 100 rupees. So therefore, when there's no intrinsic value to a currency, it is a token currency. Now what happens is he had Jittal and Tanka. Tanka was in short supply. The price of silver was going up. The exchange rate was going up. So what did he do? He said, okay, let me do one thing. I will introduce the bronze currency, which will have the same value as a silver currency, which in turn led to the concept of having three currencies, one silver, one bronze, one copper, both having value of tanka, the third one having the concept or the third one, Jittal, having the concept of copper. But what Muhammad bin Tughlaq underestimated was a Jugadu India, which is what they did was that everybody now realized that a bronze coin has value equals to silver. What he did was everybody now took their utensils, all the silver coins, and they started to melt them and started to forge bronze coin. He introduced 50,000 bronze coins, but in circulation there were 1.5 lakh bronze coins. Meaning the token currency was not implemented properly. So now there was so much forging that he was not able to make out which is a real coin and a local coin. This in turn led to him to take back, demonetize the bronze coin. But there's a problem. He cannot make sense of which is a real coin and which is not a real coin. And therefore, he had now drained the treasury of silver coins also, because he had to now pay back everybody, because he said, my coin is bronze coin. Have to give me. He knew that it was a forged coin, but still has to do it. And therefore, at the end of the day, he had issue of forging. He had depleted his silver reserve also. He had depleted his copper reserve also. Economically, he had now destroyed the empire. Third experiment is called the Khurasan expedition. Khurasan expedition, equally interesting. Khurasan was the sector from which the Mongols used to come. Right? Now he said, I will go and capture Khurasan. Now he says, I will have a 3 lakh army. I will go and take Khurasan. Very good. Then, when the army was there, he did not bring in market reform, which is price control. So he was giving them very lavish salaries. Then his general said, okay, sir, we are ready. Let's go and attack Khurasan. Said, man nahi hai. Said, no, not today. I don't want to. But tomorrow. So he said, okay, tomorrow we will go to Khurasan. Then he said, no, too much heat in Delhi today. I don't feel like going to Khurasan. So he said, next month. Next month it started to rain too much. So he said, no, 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 I don't like to go to Khurasan today. Very low. No, 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 I will not go. Then he said, cold in Delhi. So basically, for 1 year, he had a standing army who paid a very lavish salary. And in the end, when he said that, okay, sir, we should go to Khurasan. Kya Khurasan? What Khurasan? Mongols come from that side. Nahi jayenge. And he disbanded the whole army itself. So for 1 year, he drained the treasury. For 1 year, he gave them a lavish salary. And thereafter, he disbanded the army and did not attack Khurasan also. Fourth experiment is even more interesting. One day, Muhammad bin Tughlaq woke up and he said, Chinese are coming. His general said, from where? He said, Karachil, Kumaon Hills. Chinese are coming from that sector. We have to capture that sector. He said, okay. So they said, okay, send an army of 75,000 men to that sector. But he forgot about one thing. Mountain hills, cold. Further, there was no horse trade or the Chinese coming from that sector because it is very difficult for come there to come to that sector because of the Himalayas itself. In the Karachil expedition, he will send 75,000 men without fetters. And what will happen is only 10,000 men will come back with no Chinese or no horses. And this in turn completes four experiments which will destroy the Delhi Sultanate in such a way that his successor Firoz Shah Tughlaq will not be able to manage anything. He will develop a lot of cities and a lot of irrigation channels. He will try to appease his men by making Ikta hereditary, which will in turn lead to the further process of the what we call as ICTA system getting problematic because when it becomes hereditary, it becomes a decentralizing element, which will in turn lead to Delhi Sultanate becoming very weak. And when Mahmud Tughlaq was in rule, a person called Timur, one of the descendants of a person called Tamanni Khan, a cousin of Genghis Khan, is going to come to India. He will sack Delhi and establish his nominee, who was also the governor of Multan. That is why I tend to call Sayyids not the part of the Delhi Sultanate. They are a separate part. They are called Sayyids, pre-Mughal dynasties. Sayyids, interesting set. Sayyids, you have Khiz Khan, Mubarak Khan, Muhammad Khan, and Alam Shah. These four men had no idea what they were doing, literally no idea what they were doing, only ruling over 10 to 15, 20 kilometers in and around Delhi. And finally, one of the generals of Alam Shah is going to say, either you run or or I will take power. So he ran, and his person, that name of that person was Bahlul Lodi, and Lodis will come into power. So Lodis will come into power. Bahlul Lodi, Sikandar Lodi, Ibrahim Lodi. Bahlul is going to be considered good. Sikandar, too powerful, shifts the capital from Delhi to Agra, which will be only brought back under Shah Jahan later. And he will also introduce the Gaje Sikandari, but very intolerant ruler. Ibrahim Lodi wanted to go after his own nobility, and therein comes Daulat Khan Lodi, which I will discuss with you when I will discuss the concept of Babur's incursion. So, what I want to do here is I've discussed a lot of things. One breath, I have told you the whole story. Before I go to Vijayanagara Bahmani, I want to contextualize their space, meaning where do all of these dynasties come through on a timeline? Can I do that first? And then we can talk about Vijayanagara Bahmani. Can I do that? Yes, I'm making sense, right? All of this is a story, nothing more, nothing less. Okay, very good. Now, if I put this on a timeline, now 1206 to 1414 to 1451 to 1526 to 1707. This is basically the base. This is Delhi Sultanate. This is Sayyids, also considered part of the Delhi Sultanate, because in multiple books you will find 1206 to 1526. Now, 15. This is Mughal India, but there's a micro timeline here further, which is 1336 and 1347. 1336 to 1636 is, rather 1646, is Vijayanagara, and thereafter 1347 till 1686 is Bahmani. But Bahmani rule actually starts to break up very quickly. Core Bahmani area, Bidar sector remains, because from 1490 and 1492 there will be the rise of Bijapur, Ahmednagar, and the Golconda on the rather Berar sector. And 1492 is going to be your Bidar, and 1518 is going to be Golconda. And the end dates of Bijapur is 1686. Ahmednagar, all of these managed taken by Aurangzeb. Didar is going to be 1616. Rather, Berar is going to be rather 1572. Bidar is going to be 1636. 1 second. 1619. Golconda is going to be 1687. So don't have to worry about this much, too much, this detail, but I wanted to give you an understanding, which is that we have Delhi Sultanate 1, Sayyads 2, Lodhis 3, 4, 5, 6. And all of these are called together the Dakkani Sultanate. In between this, we will have in 1630 the rise of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. And Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is then going to take the Marathas forward. So this timeline is little bit less messier, but better in the context of what we today call as the medieval period. This is all medieval India. If this makes sense, I would like to discuss about the Vijayanagara Empire, Nayankara, little bit discussion on Bahmani, and we will then go forward to the Mughals, Babur, how he captures, and thereafter the politics of. Yes, yes, R. S. Shankar, yes. Can I go do that? Everybody's on the same page with me. Let's go. Perfect. Now, Vijayanagara 1336 to 1686. 46 rather. 46. Some people say 86 also because of the Aravidu. This is 1347 to 1490, 1492, sometimes also till 1686, based on the source you are referring to. Now, Vijayanagara Empire and Bahmani Empire were locked with one another in a certain understanding. Whilst Delhi Sultanate was here, this whole sector went to the Bahmanis, this went to the Vijayanagara, deep south to Vijayanagara, Bahmani, Delhi Sultanate, all a product of basically Muhammad bin Tughlaq destabilizing the empire in that regard. And therefore, what happens is Delhi Sultanate, Bahmani, and Vijayanagara together coexist. Now, Harihar and Bukka are the one who will establish Vijayanagara sector. Devraya 1, Devraya 2 will further consolidate. But by the time they will consolidate the peninsula sector, Bahmanis will rise. Bahmanis and Vijayanagara are going to fight for the same Raichur Doab over which Chalukyas and Pallakas were fighting. Cholas are gone. Yes, Chola's successor is the Vijayanagara Empire. Thereafter, Vijayanagara is going to introduce the concept of a concept called Nayankara system. Nayankara system is going to be considered the backbone of the Vijayanagara Empire. Most important ruler is Krishna Devaraya. Same time we will be discussing just in the next hour, we will be discussing advent of Europeans. All of this will help us because we will have the idea of the Portuguese coming through at this point of time and Ferrar Luis and Krishna Devaraya Albuquerque coming through. Now, Vijayanagara, Bahmani, Delhi Sultanate together produce the three major empires, but it is Krishnadevaraya who will take it to the zenith point. We will have the Sangama, Tulva, Arividu, standard concept in that regard. I have all the rulers' names here also. Sangama, Tulva, Krishnadevaraya, third ruler of the Tulvas in that regard. And he is very important culturally. Vijayanagara Empire, as it is generally important for taking temple architecture forward. Now, what is the Nayankara system? And what is the Iyengar system? When we talk about the Nayankara system, it is basically Ikta system minus all the checks and balances. You want to know when the class is going to end, most probably 12 to 1. Let's see if we are able to cover art and culture today. If not, modern will be completed 150%. Now, when we talk about Nayankara system, Ikta system wise, we had an area which was with the crown and we had what is called as Amar or Amra. That is why I call Amar Nayaka system. Amra is the land which is given to a Nayak. Nayak is a feudatory chief. The difference between Ikta and Nayankara is in Ikta, you have to seasonally send excess revenue to the state. Here, it is a tribute based system where you have to show your loyalty to the Raya through a tribute. And it's a hereditary concept. It is hereditary, non-transferable in most cases. It is permanently given to a Nayak. And therefore, Nayankara is a decentralizing tendency because it's a pure land grant with some form of tribute flowing to the state. And all the checks and balances of the Ikta system are removed to create Nayankara. Nayankara system is then replicated at the village level in the Iyengar system, where uh, you have the village watchman, you have the headman, and you have the accountant. All three appointed by the Nayak, given money or given salaries through the Manya grant, which is land grants given to them. Sometimes they're also given money in the larger quantity. You have Nayankara, you have Aigar, you have Amar. Amar Nayaka system is exactly like Ikta minus non-hereditary, non-permanent, and transferable. Nayankara system is decentralizing, will in turn lead to the Nayaks splitting the whole Vijayanagara Empire later when they will become very weak. And the Battle of Talikota, in which the Deccan states are going to fight, and thereafter it will in turn lead to the Nayankara system of the Delhi Sultanate, rather the Vijayanagara system fully getting disintegrated. Nayagar system, same concept, replicated in different areas in that regard, in a small level. So you have Raya, Nayak, Nayagar. Nothing out of the box here. Easy. Sure, Yogesh. No issues. We have a lot of foreign travelers coming through because of the Portuguese connections, which we'll discuss later. Uh, Vijayanagara clear. Sure, Arun. Perfectly fine. No issues whatsoever. इतना टेंशन नहीं लेना. I'll do it. Don't worry. All on the same page with me? Because we are doing revision, I'm presuming that you know the meaning of these things, obviously. Now, when we talk about Bahmani, you should know the name Hassan Gangu, Alauddin Hassan Gangu, who established this sector. Further, you should then know the name of a person called Firoz Shah Bahmani. Explain Vijayanagara in some detail. Rahul, I've given you the detail which is possible, which is Sangama Tulva Sulva, so Sangama Sulva Tulva, Krishna Dev Raya, the grandeur of it, and the Nayankar and the Aigar system that is relevant for you for the examination right now. Taxation is based on the idea of fertility. Taxation is also done on the concept of artisans. Don't have to worry about any further detail. You will never be able to remember it for the prelims at this point of time. Yes, I am trying to give you as much information as possible, which you can use in the examination. Now, Bahmani, you should know Alauddin Hassan Gangu. Thereafter, you should also know the name of Muhammad I and Firoz Shah Bahmani and Mahmud Gawan. Firoz Shah Bahmani was one of the most powerful kings of the Bahmanis, was able to defeat Yanagra state, a very learned person, exactly the opposite of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, made Bidar and Gulmarga, or that Gulbarg sector, fully a cultural center of the Islamic Deccan Sultanate itself. They will have two capitals, Gulbarg and Bidar. Firoz Shah Bahmani will be then succeeded by a ruler who was titular, but his prime minister was very important. His name is Mahmud Gawan. Gawan is going to then further establish and consolidate this sector. You just know these three names: Alauddin Hassan Gangu, Mahmud Gawan, and Firoz Shah Bahmani. Other than that, mostly the administration was a copy of the Delhi Sultanate and nothing out of the box that ways. Just that they will give birth to Bijapur, Golconda, Bidar, Berar, and the Ahmednagar sector, which will in turn become very, very important. So let's be very clear. This sector, this area of Vijayanagara and Bahmani, what we get questions is mostly of art and culture based on foreign travelers. And Bahmani, we have not seen a direct question, right? So, Vijayanagara state, remember my Nayankara, Aigar, and the basic political details. And Bahmani, you should remember these three names. Can you do that? For the purpose of the examination, this is the best efficient way in which you should sector. Because now I want to bring Babur into the Indian subject. Yes? You want me to write down their names? People? Doshabah. Bhava. Krishnadev. Make sense? Works for you? Okay. Okay. Great. Ayushman, that we will discuss in art and culture. Art and culture. We have others also. Nicotine, Hema. But again, as I said, that is foreign tablets, art and culture. Okay. What can we do for maximum revision? Atharv, what I'm trying to do here. Okay. I have everybody's permission to now move towards the establishment of the Mughal Empire. Yes. Pavan, next week. Next week. Next 15th to 20th. That week it will be available. The Amazon link will go live. Don't gone into printing finally. Okay. Now, in order to understand how things were playing out or what were the situation in this period, see, when the Delhi Sultanate declines, we have the Lodhis who control this whole sector, and the Rajputana is taken out by a person called Rana Sangha. And here we have Ibrahim Lodi, and he had a certain, you can say, governor of the Punjab sector. His name was Daulat Khan Lodi. Now, Daulat Khan Lodi is going to get irritated by Ibrahim Lodi because he was a monarch who was asserting his power. He had to also give some money to Ibrahim Lodi as a form of tribute, which he did not want. Now, the historical coincidence of this sector is that at the time Rana Sangha and Daulat Khan Lodi wanted a certain exit or at least the destruction of Ibrahim Lodi's power, there was a person who was sitting here. His name was at Kabul. Name was Babar. Now, Babar is one of the grandsons of Timur. But what was he doing in Kabul? Now, the reason why he's sitting in Kabul is because Timurid Empire, which was very big, which used to extend till this point, was divided into three parts among the sons of Timur, something which is a Mongolian tradition. But what happens is that the east westernmost sector is taken by the Ottomans, the middle sector is taken by the Safavids, and in this sector, all the sons of Timur are there, grandsons of Timur are there, and the Uzbeks are running around. So Babar basically was not a ruler, but a person who was a fugitive running away from the Uzbeks sitting at Kabul. He was a Bikhari sitting there. Basically. He had taken two small forts in and around the Punjab sector also. But he wanted to meet Daulat Khan Lodi. Daulat Khan Lodi and initially said, I don't want to meet you. What is going to happen is that when Daulat Khan Lodi will realize that Babur is the same person who is the son of or the grandson of Timur, he will think that he will do the same thing which Timur did, which is enter into the Indian subcontinent, defeat Ibrahim Lodi, go back and then give the control to Daulat Khan Lodi. Rana Sanga is believed to have also invited Babar. So basically, Daulat Khan Lodi and Rana Sanga invited Babar to come to the Indian subcontinent. However, Babar had a totally different intention. He was sitting in Fargana eating almonds and had nothing to really do. And when he got the golden opportunity to then from Kabul enter the Indian subcontinent, he was not going to go back. And this will in turn create the context for what is called as the first battle of Panipat. Called the first battle of Panipat. Panipat has a terrain like this wherein you can enter from a certain sector, but on both sides you will have hills. Very well suited for the technique which is going to rule, which is the Lugma or the Rumi technique. In 1526, now in the battlefield of Panipat, what Babur will do is he will allow Ibrahim Lodi to enter into this sector. What he will do is he will create a obstruction in the middle. He will have his artillery in the background. Gunpowder was known in the Indian subcontinent but was used for the first time properly in this battle. He will use his gunpowder and his artillery to hit his flank, forward flank of Ibrahim Lodi. But he will keep one, you can say, regiment on one side and the other regiment on the other side, and then these two regiments are going to enter from other sides and open four fronts, which is called the Rumi technique or the Tuluma technique, today called as Trishul formation. This together will create so much chaos in Ibrahim Lodi's army, which was a much bigger army, elephant based, much numerically bigger. But because of his use of gunpowder and his use of techniques, Ibrahim Lodi will lose to Babur, and now Babur will start the process of establishing his rule throughout the Indian subcontinent. So first he will defeat Ibrahim Lodi at Panipat. Then he will move and defeat Rana Sangha, because Rana Sangha had not given support to him. Initially he had said he will not give it. That is the Battle of Khanwa, 1527. This was 1526. Then he will move to defeat the Rajputana sector in what is called as 1528 Battle of Chanderi, in which Medni Rai is going to be defeated. And then he will go after the Lodis who were now retreating, Afghans who were now retreating towards the Bengal sector, in what is called as the Battle of Ghaggara. So Babur will fight PKCG, Panipat, Khanwa, Chanderi, and Ghagra, whatever you want to call it. Here it is Ibrahim Lodi, Rana Saga, Medni Rai, and then the Lodis in that. Thereafter, we know that Babur will give way to a person called Humayun. Humayun was a little bit of a drunkard, was an opium addict also. He did not take seriously the resurgence of the Lodis in the form of a very important personality. His name is Sher Shah Suri. And Sher Shah Suri is now going to challenge. So, if this does not exist now, but previously used to be in the NCRT, 12th class NCRT, I have fortunately the screenshots of this. Gives a very beautiful snapshot of whatever you should need to learn about Babur or Humayun or the others. So Babur, 1526, 27, 28. Same way, Humayun did not take Sheshasuri very, very seriously. He will fight, and problem with the Humayun was that his brothers were also problematic, because Babur had done what Timur had also done and Mongol had also done, divided the empire amongst his brothers, Kamran, Hindal, Askari. So he was four brothers. Kamran, who was the most ambitious, Hindal, Askari, and Humayun. Humayun is the eldest. Kamran is the, you can say, problematic aspect. He had too much ambition in that. So he was fighting his brothers at the same point of time. He was also not taking a lot of heed to what Shesha Suri was doing. Shesha Suri will enter into the Chausa sector. Humayun will try to defeat him in Chausa. Humayun will be saved by the river Ganga. He will be taken back to the Prayagraj sector, which in turn will save him to go till Delhi. Kamran will not help him. Humayun will again fight with uh, Sher Shah Suri in what is called as the Battle of Kannauj. And in Kannauj, he will be defeated properly, which in turn will lead him to retreat to Amarkot, where Akbar will be born, and he will then go to the Safavid Empire. Sher Shah Suri will come into context. And when Sher Shah Suri comes into context, Sher Shah Suri is going to then introduce multiple important concepts. First, he will introduce Sarais, the Grand Trunk Road, because he knew that commerce was important. So Grand Trunk Road, which is from Multan towards Bengal, that whole road will be connected. Sarais inns will be created so that merchants could remain there and sit there and enjoy their basic security under his rule itself. He will then also introduce Ray, which is called differential rate of conversion of a crop into cash, based on the idea of the market price itself. Not all crops were sold in the same market price. So he basically did what he wanted to, which is to convert it into a differential rate. Every crop was converted into cash from one third of produce into Ray, and this used to change so as to not lead to further problems in what is today called as the peasant welfare in that regard. So he will introduce parity through Ray, he will introduce Sarais, he will introduce Grand Trunk Road, he will also introduce only one custom point, which is at Sikri Gali in Bengal and in Multan in the northwestern sector. At the same point of time, the idea is very simple. He knew that commerce needs to be controlled. If he controls that, he will be able to then stabilize the empire. He will also do one more thing. He was the first to actually devise a certain strategy for what is today called as the Rajput policy. He started to subdue the Rajputs, but then also make them accept his suzerainty, something which Akbar will pick up on. Akbar will actually pick up on a lot of things which Sher Shah Suri had done. Now, once Sher Shah Suri will die, his son Suri will come to power. Sikandar Suri is going to be killed by Humayun, who will come back into the Indian subcontinent in 1555 in what is today called as the Battle of Sirhind. In the Battle of Sirhind in 1556, Sikandar Suri will die, and the Humayun sector or the Mughal Empire will again be re-established. But Humayun will then have too much to drink and fall from his library, which in turn will break his neck, and he will die. And at that point of time, in 1556, 1555, the Battle of Sirhind, 1556, now Akbar will be made into a, rather, he will be declared emperor, too small a child. Therefore, his mentor is going to become his regent, Bairam Khan. Bairam Khan had a major issue in front of him because Bairam Khan now had to face Hemu, who was resurging the Afghans in the eastern sector. He will then fight the second battle of Panipat. Second battle of Panipat was actually going in the favor of Hemchandra or Hemu, but he will be hit by an arrow in the eye, which in turn will lead to the second battle of Panipat being, you can say, conclusively establishing Akbar's rule. Akbar then after will be in the regency of Bairam Khan and Mahamanga. Problem is going to be that he will have a problem with Mirza Hakim, his half brother. He has two phases. One is the regency phase, one his own phase. This is what the what we call as the NCRT also captured. The initial phase is 1556 to 1570, wherein he is under the control of Bairam Khan, and the Abdul Rahim Khane Khana is going to be the son of Bairam Khan, who will be inducted into the system itself. But Mahamanga is going to control a lot. But by 1570, he's going to shrug off both Bairam Khan and Mahamanga. But he will have a problem with his brother, half brother Mirza Hakim, and he will also try to consolidate the empire. This is important because NCRT gave a very good summary at that given point of time. Thereafter, he will then change his strategy, introduce his own Rajput policy, religious policy, and then start to conquer different sectors: Bengal, Orissa, Gujarat. And by the end of 1585, that last phase of 85, 15 years of his rule, he will then become purely independent, introducing a lot of revolutionary changes when it comes to the religious policy in that regard. Now, Akbar's most important policy was his Rajput policy, religious policy, which is, in Rajput policy, he had a threefold strategy. First, defeat the Rajputs in all the important sectors, which is in Chittor, Merta, Ranthambore, and Kalinjar, defeat them. Thereafter, once he has defeated all the major forts and rulers, he then gave them an option. Either you accept his suzerainty, only have to show loyalty once, will not fight, his area will be taken and given back as a Watan Jagir. And at the same point of time, he could marry their It was an optional understanding where if you want to marry your daughter to me and create what is called as a matrimonial alliance, you can do that also. If any ruler did not agree to it, except for example Maharana Pratap, then Mewar, he kept on fighting, and that was a long story which kept on going for. This is a very interesting sequence of events which happened, which shows this concept itself. For example, Merta, Mewar, and the Ranthambore fort, along with Kalinjar, were subdued by Akbar by 1520. Then, from Raja Bharmal of Amber, there is a certain matrimonial alliance concept which is true, and it is only at the Mewar sector which is not going to subdue is not going to get subdued, which in turn will lead to the Battle of Haldigati, in which this problem will remain unconclusive for Akbar, but the Rajput spirit will keep on basically defying the Mughal authority in that regard. No direct question has come through this. Yeah, but I've still given you the sequence of events if there's a question in that regard for you in the larger context of things. Then Akbar's religious policies. First is how he developed what is called as the Ibadat Khana. Ibadat Khana was developed as a way of understanding what is religion, what is Sunni Islam. First, he understood the Sunni Islamicists or the Ulemas and the Maulvis. They started to do a shouting match over the interpretation of what the Quran says. So he brought in the Shias. Then the Shias and the Sunnis started to then fight over the interpretation of Islam. Then they started to realize that there is something up. So he then called the Hindus, Hindu Pandits. He said, what is the concept of religion? Then again, there was a shouting match which is going to happen between the Ulemas, the Maulvis, Shia, Sunnis, and the Pandits. So he then became even more intrigued at what is religion. Then whatever religion was available on the street, he used to bring it up. Bring me Jesuits, bring me Jews, bring me Buddhists, bring me Jains. He interacted with all religious denominations, and thereafter, he will close the Ibadat Khana. But the direct impact of the Ibadat Khana is that Akbar is going to develop an independent policy called Sulekul or Tahud-e Ilahi, which is going to be extremely important in the larger context of things. Now, Akbar will do three things together. First, he will introduce the concept of Sulekul through Tawhid-e-Ilahi or Deen-e-Ilahi, which is considered to be a new religion, but it is actually a sect which he starts or a cult which he starts. 26 people only subscribe to it. It had a lot of features of different religions in that regard. But what is more important is what he did to the Sunni Muslims and the Shia Muslims or the Ulemas, which is the Shia Sunni Ulemas, what he did. Two things. One is called Mazhar, the other one is called the concept of infallibly decree, meaning to first decree, he said that he is the ultimate interpreter of Islam, meaning if there is any interpretation based issue, he will be the one who will basically interpret everything. So he becomes ultimate interpreter of Islamic issues. And at the same point of time, through Mazhar, he will say that he is not just the political, but the religious king or religious leader of all the Muslims, which basically means that he was proclaiming that he's the caliphate by not using the word khalifa. He just said that I am the one. Akbar is given left, right, and center fatwas. That how can you say that you are the ultimate interpreter? How can you be Imam Adil? How can you be the political and religious leader of all Muslims in India? And he is Akbar. Anybody who challenged him was found in the Ganga River in pieces. So therefore, the idea was you are Akbar. After Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan never listened to the ulemas, but they came back with Aurangzeb. But the idea was he will not listen to anybody. He will, in a way, create precedents which Jahangir and Shah Jahan will take forward when it comes to religious policy and the what we call as Rajput policy. So it is only under Aurangzeb that everything comes back in that regard. Now, one thing which you have to understand in all of this is two two basic understandings. This is the sequence of events of things which can come in the examination, which is how did he change things, which is from you removing jizya to introducing ibadat khana to infallibility decree to deen ilahi to forbidding eating of different animals in certain days. So basically, this is useful for you in the examination if they ask you a chronological question. Just note this down in that regard. Now, the last thing which I want to discuss before we move on to the Marathas and the Sikhs, small, simple discussions, no questions have come till this point, is Mansabdari system. I hope that you understand that Mansabdari system is exactly the same as ICTA, but it is much more well defined. Mansabdari system has two major components, Zat and Sawar. Zat is your personal rank. You get a certain, you can say, a certain rank and a certain salary based on Zat in that regard. Sawar is a military obligation which is fixed on the concept of your Zat rank in that. Zat and Sawar together is a dual ranking system which is called Mansabdari. Sawar is never it is never more than Zat. Zat will always be more. A person can only have a Zat rank, can have a Zat and Sawar rank, and a Zat and Sawar Mansabdar can be paid in two ways. Either he can be paid in cash, then you're only a Mansabdar, but he can also be paid in some form of what we call as Jagir. Jagir is nothing but an ikta, basically. The concept that you are getting paid for your service in lieu of your service in the process of a land. Jagir is makes you a Mansabdar Jagirdar. Jagir's concept is again same, non-hereditary, non-permanent. At the same point of time, the Sawar rank military obligation is properly established. You have to do general administration, revenue administration, and law and order of that sector. And your Jagir is transferable, therefore you can be demoted and you can go up and down in that regard. Again, the crown land is called Khalisa. So this whole system, the following terminologies have to be remembered. Khalisa, Jagir, Mansabdar, Mansabdar Jagirdar, and the concept of Zat and Sawar. If you understand all of these terminologies, you will be able to answer any question in that sense. The last thing which you have to understand is the Dhasala system. Dhasala system is something which was introduced. Who introduced Mansabdari? Akbar. The Sala system is a system which Akbar introduced to sort out his revenue administration. Ray was already introduced by Shesha Suri, but the problem was Ray used to be introduced, used to be established, which is central price list was established every year, every season, which is very difficult for a big empire. So what Akbar did was he said, let's do one thing, let's introduce what is called as Todarmal Dandovast or Dhasala, which is 10-year average of produce, 10-year average of the market price, which is 10-year average of the Ray. So it becomes one third into 10-year average of produce and 10 years average of the Ray, which gives you the obligation. This is called Dhasala. If you add measuring of land into it, then it becomes the concept of Zapti, meaning Dhasala with measuring of land is called Zapti. Now, Zabti is important because it is the most efficient system in which you can actually take out revenue, very welfare based and understanding based. That said, now with regards to Marathas, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, 1630, he was born. Thereafter, he was able to establish his control very quickly over areas once he came out of Dadaji Kondev's what we call as guardianship. For Marathas, what is more important, very, very important, is Ashtapradhan, which is the 8 different officers which are associated with the Chhatrapati. Chhatrapati means the king, but you should know about the Peshwas, who are nothing but what is called as the prime ministers. Sarai Naubat, who is the Senapati. You should know Majumdar, who is the accountant. You should know Vakya who is the intelligence officer. You should know Dabir, who takes care of ceremonies. Nyayadhish, who takes care of Nyay, what we call as law and order, and Pandit Rao, who takes care of all the different to ceremonies. So you should be able to identify the Ashtapradhan in the examination, but we don't have any precedence to Maratha questions in the examination, so we don't really know what UPSC is going to ask about. Thereafter, you should also be able to understand what are the words which are related to his provincial administration, which is Havaldar, Mauza, Subedar, the Kharkun, and the concept of having a Sar Subedar. So Sar Subedars used to take care of Subedars, Subedars used to control Havaldars. There was always an officer above the other one. This is important because Maratha administration under Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj was one of the most centralized ones after Ashoka. One of the most centralized based on checks and balances in that regard. Now, he was equally obsessed with, and that was a very important aspect of his rule was how he used to control the forts. So, in fort administration, he also had a very, you can say, elaborate system where in each fort he had the concept of 3 officers who had different understandings. Havaldar used to have the key, Sabnis used to have the basic understanding of muster roll and government correspondence, and Sarnobat used to control the military establishment. So nobody can do a coup and capture power. This is where Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's administration was very, very important. The last thing which you know need to know is about what is called as Chauth and Sardeshmukh. Chauth and Sardeshmukh is not collected within Maratha territories, but territories outside the Maratha territories. First thing which you. Second thing is Chauth is 1/4 of anything, which is 1/4 of produce, 1/4 of the what we call as the if you're traveling with some goods, 1/4 of that, 1/4 of everything is Chauth. Chauth was used basically to take away the sovereignty of the Mughals bit by bit, and therefore they were able to remove anything which was previously there via saying that if you give us Chauth, we will give you protection. You don't have to then worry about the Mughals. When they started to control that sector, then what happens is What is the idea is that they will add one more surcharge over it, which is called Sardeshmukhi. Sardeshmukhi is 25% tax, which is added over Chauth for the peasants. The peasants pay Chauth and Sardeshmukhi both, and the traders pay only Chauth. Chauth is what is called as one fourth, and thereafter Sardeshmukhi is 10% more. So together it becomes the concept of 35% taxation over a peasant. And this is called Chaut Sadeshmukhi. They can play with this concept that can Chaut Sadeshmukhi be collected within Maratha territory? No. Only areas which were previously outside the concept. So Sadeshmukhi is a cess, Chaut is a tax. The last discussion which I want to have to with you before I move to modern India is the Sikh Guru. This is the table of Sikh Gurus. What is their contribution? You should know this because it is important. They can ask you a question. Guru Nanak is the one who started the Sikhism. Guru Angad created the script Gurumukhi. Guru Amar Das is the one who introduced Langar in Sikhism. Amritsar was established by Guru Ramdas. Guru Arjan Dev is the one who established Golden Temple, and the Guru Granth Sahib was written during his Guruship. After this, Guruship is going to become hereditary. Guru Hargobind is the one who will establish the Akal Takht, the power structure of the Sikhs. Hargobind, Harkrishan is the where things are going to become problematic because Har Rai first will establish, will first give power to Ram Rai. Ram Rai will go and meet Aurangzeb. That will complicate things. Ram Rai will not be given the Gaddi, so therefore he will start to sit with Aurangzeb, and therefore Harkishan is going to become the next Guru, but there he will die very soon, which will in turn lead to Guru Tegh Bahadur to come to context. Guru Tegh Bahadur will then be brought in by, he will go to Bihar sector, brought in by Aurangzeb, asked to convert his religion. He will not do that. He will be martyred. And then will come Guru Gobind Singh, who will take two very important calls. Because of him losing all four of his sons to the battles of the Mughals, he will then realize that if Guruship remains based on personalities, maybe Sikhism will not survive. So he makes the Guru Gobind Singh, rather, he will make the Guru Granth Sahib the eternal Guru. So therefore, the Granth Sahib becomes the Guru. And last but not the least is that the Sikhs will also have a military wing within in it, which is called the Khalsa, which will then protect the Sikhs in that. On this note, we finish medieval India. Now, I'll take a break here. When I come back, let's do modern India in the most comprehensive way possible. I will try to base it on the understanding of timelines. If this makes sense, we started at 4. By 10:15, we finished ancient and medieval. I have not done this in any way as a rush. What I'm trying to do is just be as comprehensive as possible in that regard. Modern India, obviously, I will do in more detail. That will take us till 12 o'clock most probably. So we'll come back at 10:45. Break is till 10:45. When we come back, we will start modern India. So please do note that we will do most probably till 12. We will be doing modern India. If you will be alive by that point of time, we will see art and culture from 12 to 1:30. So totally on you. I think about it. If you want to do art and culture today after 12, or you want me to finish with art and medieval, rather modern India, everything completed. Totally your call. Whatever, all of you have to consent. You can talk about it. Now, I will see you at 10:45. Take care. Please come back. I will message into into the Telegram group when I'm back. Please have your lunch. We have your dinner in that regard. Thank you. Vidyut, welcome back. Journals and authors not that important, but reform movement I have. I'll tell you what to do with regards to this. Welcome back. Okay, I'll wait for students to join in, and then we can start. Okay. Platinum morning batch. Aditya, eventually, yes. Eventually, yes. See, the idea is very simple. I will be as comprehensive as possible with regards to modern India. I will not cut corners here in any way or form. And if we enter into, for example, 12:31, which it will happen for sure, then we'll stop this session. I will take one more session where I can do art and culture equally comprehensive. Because I don't think you will be alive. I still could do it. You will not be alive for from 1 to 3 in the night. So I think we all can agree. Let's try to concentrate on modern India. I will then accordingly plan in that sense. So let's do art and culture separately. I'll maybe plan that session next week, whenever according to it will be not more than a 3 to 4 hour session. I'll do is I'll elaborate on art and culture even more. So art and culture session I'll take separately. Modern India will cover comprehensive. Right? Perfect. Okay. All in agreement? Great. Now see, when we talk about when we talk about modern Indian history, both important for prelims and mains. But in history, when it comes to 5 to 10 questions out of it, 3 to 4 out of ancient and medieval. I hope that at least ancient and medieval is sorted for you. Maybe this session has been, in a way, comprehensive enough to give you an understanding in the best way possible. Now, we will go into modern India. Most of the questions are coming from here, and it will help you in mains also in that regard. So, 5 to 10 questions, important sector. Now, first, let's set the context. We have covered ancient, medieval, and medieval we have, in a way, covered till Mughals. These are we doing Marathas and Sikhs in the background. Now, my story of medieval India, my story of modern India has two contexts in which I have to understand three things together. One is called Advent of Europeans, the other one is called Mughal decline, and the third one is called regional powers. If these three are not sorted together, nothing will make sense. Neither spectrum will make sense or no sense book will make sense, because you need to understand these three things together in the larger context of things. Okay. Mm. Now, so what I will do is first teach you Mughal decline. From 1700 to 1707 to 1717 till 1720s, the power vacuum which is created in the Indian subcontinent is because of the Mughal decline. There are multiple factors. Jadunath Sarkar would say that it is purely based on what is called as the responsibility of Aurangzeb, but Aurangzeb's religious policy is responsible. But I always make this flowchart and people tend to understand in the best way possible. See, the biggest issue which Aurangzeb has is the economic crisis. This is because of two factors. First factor is overspending by his beloved father. Aurangzeb's father, in that regard, was Shah Jahan, was a person who knows how to waste money. Give money to Shah Jahan, he will waste it somehow. Marble, Then he said paintings are not looking good. Let put gold into it. Then he created a new city itself, Shahjahanabad. So Shah Jahan knew how to waste money properly. Now, the other issue is his Deccan Wars, which are going on for a very long time. So these two create a fiscal crisis, which is called a pure crisis based on the concept of not having enough coming through the what we call as into the treasuries in that regard. Now, Aurangzeb has two solutions. The first solution which he finds is that he increases Khalisa land. When he increases Khalisa land, it produces one more issue. And that issue is that as soon as he increases Khalisa, the pair baki out of which Jagirs are given, it will reduce. And when Jagirs will reduce, Jagirdars are going to be more than Jagirs. And if that is the case, this produces a fresh issue for him, which is called the Jagirdari crisis. Jagirdari crisis. Jagirdari crisis is an administrative crisis where people are the Mansabdar Jagirdars are fighting over best posting. If imagine your salary was based on the fact that which posting you will get, it will become a very big issue at that given point of time. Now, the other solution which he basically finds is increase taxes. But when he increases taxes, he is unfortunate in that regard because he increases taxes in El Nino years. And El Nino years means that there will be a failure of the monsoons itself. And this in turn will lead to the peasant saying, we will not give you taxes, which is called by Irfan Habib, the agrarian revolt, or the agrarian crisis. So now his both the solutions have created problems in that regard. Further, what happens is that he will follow a religious policy which will be based on intolerance. He will, in a way, alienate the Rajputs because of the way he is going to basically play part in the Rathod politics. He will then also destroy a lot of temples. Jizya is going to be brought in, but bringing back is more an economic than a religious concept. He needed a constituency within the Mughal Empire that he is going to get in the form of the ulemas in that regard. If that is not enough, then comes the issue related to the foreign invasions, which is he has Nadir Shah and he has Ahmad Shah Abdali on the other hand, wherein he's now also being attacked by foreign invaders. To top it all out, he has a beautiful set of weak successors who basically don't know what they're actually doing. And like wrecking balls, two actors are acting. First, the Marathas under Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and then Shambhaji Maharaj, and thereafter, you have the Sikhs under Banda Bahadur and so Guru Tegh Bahadur. And basically, now you have cracks appearing in this whole temple or in this whole structure, which in turn is nothing but Mughal decline. So this is how I mostly summarize Mughal decline. So yes, Nadir Shah and Ahmad Shah Abdali are later, but these two are connected with one another. So this is basically how you can summarize the whole process of Mughal decline. Now, Mughal decline, you should also know weak successors. Weak successors. Here I give an acronym to everybody. Baja Paramu Ah Al Shah Akba. Therein, we have Bahadur Shah 1, Jahandar Shah, Farooq Siyar. This is a very important personality in this whole story. Farooq Siyar 1717, very important. Then Refule Darjat. There are two refules, Darjat and Dola. Then Muhammad Shah Rangila. Thereafter, Muhammad Shah, Alamgir the second, Shah Alam the second. These two are important personalities again. And thereafter, Akbar II, which is Akbar II and Bahadur Shah Zafar. So you know this. Here you need to know three names. First, you need to know the name of Farooq Siyar. Farooq Siyar. The other one, you need to know the name of Alam Shah. The other, Alamgir. Alamgir. You need to know the name of Shah Alam. And you need to know the name of Bahadur Shah Zafar. So I think we all can agree to this. So Mohammad Shah Rangila equally important, but not that important in the larger scheme of things. This is basically to give you a certain memory of Mughal decline, and we all can remember Farooq Siyar, Alamgir, Shah Alam II, and Bahadur Shah Zafar. Beautiful. Now, if we understand this, then our next part of the story is what are called as once the Mughal decline, we have what is called as the successor. Rather, I'll write it here only. We'll have the successor states, independent states, which basically fill in this vacuum, and we have the rebel states. So, successor states, independent states, rebel states, even the equivalent is now. Okay. Successor states, we have Awadh, we have Bengal, we have Hyderabad. In independent states, and basically Rajputana is considered a part of this also, Rajputana. Then we have here Mysore, and we have the Carnatic sector. And thereafter, we have rebel states Marathas and Sikhs and Rohillas along with Jats. Now, here you need to know certain names. For example, for Awadh, you should know that the person who was in control and the person who will come into picture for us after Sadadullah Khan is going to be a person called Shuja ud Daula. From Bengal, after we have Murshid Quli Khan and then Shujauddin, then Ali Vardi Khan. We will have Siraj ud Daula. From Hyderabad, we will have a person called Chin Kilich Khan, but because he did not like his name too much, he named himself Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah. So we have person. Then when we talk about Rajputana, we have multiple rulers, but Jai Singh played a very important role. Then Mysore, you should remember the name of Tipu Sultan and father Hyder Ali. Hyder Ali came to power after removing Nanjaraj, the prime minister of Chikdev Rai Vodraya. Carnatic state, you should remember the name of Saad Dost Ali and a person called Anwaruddin. In Marathas, you will need to know the name of Kahuji and the Tarabai civil war, which will in turn create the space for no one else but Balaji Vishwanath. Balaji Vishwanath then will be succeeded by Bajirao first, then Balaji Bajirao, and thereafter the whole controversy. These are the Peshwas, as you know. Balaji Bajirao will then be succeeded by Madhav Rao first, then will come Narayan Rao, but Narayan Rao will be killed by Raghunath Rao, and then Raghunath Rao will be removed by the Bharbhai conspiracy, and then we will have Madhav Rao the second, which will in turn suck them into the politics of the British. Or rather, Raghunath Rao will bring in British because of the Treaty of Surat, Purandar, then Vadgaon, then Salbai, which we'll discuss when we'll reach there. Sikhs, we need to know Ranjit Singh. Rohilas, we need to know Muhammad Bangash Patan. Bangash Patan. And, sorry, charts we need to know about Rajmal Raman in that regard. So, I think I've given you the summary of all the major personalities who are related to our story, which is I've given you the Maratha story, I've given you the Sikh story, Ranjit Singh, and then he will be then his sons, which is Nonial Singh, Khadak Singh, all will be killed, and we will have in the end Dilip Singh. We already know about Dost Ali, Anwaruddin, Hyder Ali, Tipu Sultan, Sujauddaulah, Nizamul Mulk, and Sirajuddaulah. So all our actors are in place from Baja Farmu to the concept of Mughal decline and how successor state independence in the rebellion states. Anybody has any issue here? Come on, anyone? Any issue whatsoever? No, sir, not it. We don't know any. See, 1 minute fact. Interesting name. See, for the purpose of revision, you need not know or rather go into so much detail that you will not be able to understand. So please understand this point that you have to be very, very clear in how much depth you want to go into. Because what will happen is that if you go into too much depth, it will then totally, if you can remember what I've written in front of you, your foundations are clear. Foundations are clear. Very good. Now I bring in the last actors of this story. Advent of Europeans or the Europeans. Now, here we need to have basically the concept of certain timelines which you have to remember. Now, the following timeline are important and you have to understand. Now, listen to me very clearly. The Europeans knew a sea route to India, Romans knew it. However, because of the rise of the Ottomans, land route to India was gone. Islamic dynasties now blocked the route to the Indian sector. Therefore, there was a desperate need for a sea route. That desperation will produce Henry, the King of Portugal, his name Henry the Navigator. He will be given a bull by the Pope and he will be given the permission to navigate to India because they wanted to find a way to the Indian subcontinent. In the process of this, they will find the New World in 1492 in the process of Christopher Columbus. But it is going to be in 1488 that Bartholomew Diaz is going to reach till the Cape of Good Hope or the Cape of Storms. And this is where you have to understand that reaching the Cape of Good Hope was a very big thing because now they were halfway, but they still did not know how to travel through the in the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea because you need to time it well. Because if you don't time it well, the monsoonal winds will not allow you to enter into the Indian subcontinent. This is where in 1498, a person called Vasco da Gama, I will just write it in a way of shorthand. Please, you know all of these names. I will keep on repeating. Vasco da Gama, with the help of Abdul Majid, is going to reach till Calicut and he will then meet the Zamorians. Zamorians is a hereditary title which is taken by the British, by the kings of Zamorian, this sector of Calicut. Now, Calicut, he will be met with a lot of warmth in that regard. 3 ships of pepper he will take back. He will be a rich man when he reaches back Vasco da Gama. But the person who then comes after him in 1500 is a problematic personality. His name is Cabral. Now, Cabral, when he comes to India, Cabral, his Pedro Alvarez Cabral, his name. Cabral. The problem with Cabral is that he wants to dominate the sector. He says Arab merchants should not be a part of this trade. You give me all the pepper, a certain sense of entitlement which the Europeans still today have, which is the idea that Cabral now starts to fight the Zamorians. And there was a permanent factory, but later is not considered the permanent factory. It's a temporary factory in the end. Calicut is not considered to be the first factory of the Portuguese because it was destroyed by the locals in the process of this incursion. And in 1500, the small factory at Cabral at Calicut is going to be destroyed. And when in 1501, Vasco da Gama is going to come back and meet the Zamorians, Zamorians will say, we don't want to trade with you. So Vasco da Gama will say, मैंने क्या किया? What did I do? ये क्या हो गया? So they say, we don't want to deal with you Portuguese. We really don't want, you are too hostile. You want to dominate this sector. We don't want to trade with you in any way or form. So this is where they will now go to the north and south of Calicut. And in 1503, they will establish Kochi as their permanent factory along with Cannanore in 1505. So this is basically the initial engagement of the Portuguese in this sector. Kochi and Cannanore, properly first factories of the Portuguese. Now in 1505 will come a person called Almeida, Francisco de Almeida, who will become the governor of this sector. Now, when he will become the governor of his sector, he will say, and they will bring up a very flawed concept, pure flawed concept, which is we want to rule the seas. And that is something called the Blue Waters Policy. Blue Waters Policy will be based on the concept of Carta system, that if you want to trade in the Arabian Sea, you need a certain Cartas or a certain what we call as permission letter from the Cartas means letter, basically permission letter from the Portuguese. Thereafter, this will bring him at odds with two very important rulers. One, Bahadur Shah of, rather Mahmud Begara of Gujarat, and the Mamluk fleet or the Egyptian fleet in that. They will then fight in 1508 and 1509, what is called the Battle of Chaul and the Battle of Dew. Battle of Chaul, in which what will happen is the Portuguese will be defeated by the joint forces of the Egyptians and the Gujarati forces. Almeida is going to lose his son Lorenzo Almeida, and he will then avenge his son's death in 1505, which is the Battle of Dew. Remember, this is the Battle of Dew, in which now Almeida is going to defeat both these rulers and then dominate the sector. Now, by this point, the Portuguese have become more or less the power in this sector who can control the high seas. And now the now the Portuguese will either send a person called Albuquerque as the next governor. Albuquerque will do multiple important things. In 1510, he will manage to get Goa out of the Bijapur sector. He will wrestle out Goa from the Bijapur sector. And now he will start to quickly expand. In 1511, 1513, and 1515, he will then take the Malacca sector. Then he will create the he will retake Calicut, and he will then take the Hormuz Strait. And you can now understand what they're trying to do. Basically, they're dotting the whole Arabian Sea and the South China sector in order to control. This is a flawed model because they are all outposts which basically control everything from Goa. Now, in this process, Albuquerque will also meet Krishnadev Raya, and he will then say that please take horses from us, don't take it from the Arabs, don't take it from the from Bijapur. And he will then have a person called Firar Lewis appointed in this sector, and Firar Lewis is going to sit in the court of Krishna Dev Raya. That is why there are so many Portuguese travelers into the Vijayanagara sector. Thereafter, become even more interesting. Now we will have, till this point, everybody with me? Yes, everybody with me? No issues whatsoever. I'm going in a certain pace where you can understand it also. It's a story like concept also. Okay. Now in 1529, under a person called Nino the Kunya, Kunya is going to shift the capital to Goa from Kochi. 1529, 30 in different books, you'll find it 29, in different books, you'll find it 30. I use both the 1529 and 30 both. The Goan sector is now going to become the capital of the Portuguese from now till 1962 in that regard, 61, 62. Thereafter, there will be a certain incursion because of the relationship of how Punya is going to get involved into politics of the king of, or rather the ruler of of Gujarat. That is his name is Bahadur Shah. He's a different Bahadur Shah. Bahadur Shah had a problem with Humayun. Initially, he will go to the Portuguese and say, please give us some control over this sector and please help us in fighting Humayun. Later, Humayun is going to become a friend of Bahadur Shah, and therefore they will say, we don't know what you wanted. And the Portuguese are going to say, you have to give us this sector. In 1535, what will happen is you will be taken along with Baisin, and in 1537, on a Portuguese ship, Bahadur Shah will be killed by the Portuguese itself. So, this is basically the initial engagement. And by 1539, Daman will also come into their control. And basically, the Portuguese consolidation of the Indian continent will happen from the 1510 to the 1539 phase. Mostly, this is the period in which things are happening at this point of time. Now, Portuguese, you need to know one more name. His name is Souza. Souza is a viceroy or a governor general of the Portuguese. He will allow the Jesuits to come into India, and that is where Francois Xavier is going to come to India, and he will become a very important Jesuit who will spread Christianity through the sector. Albuquerque also known to have Alfonso de Souza. We will have Albuquerque known to have stopped sati in this sector, but also started to spread Christianity, assimilation, and all of that is going to happen. Now, Portuguese done. Portuguese had an opportunity. Portuguese even met Akbar thinking that Aquaviva and Pinheiro are going to help, are going to convert Akbar, but that did not happen. Aquaviva, Pinheiro are going to become two important personalities who will sit even in the court of Akbar, Jahangir, but they will start to irritate the Mughals quite a lot. Firstly, by becoming too involved into Mughal politics, and other than that, they started to baptize a lot of people in Agra. And this is where Pinheiro became a problem, who was an irritating personality. Now, Portuguese had a opportunity, and that opportunity was that they could have easily consolidated this sector and established complete control over the Indian subcontinent. But there are two problems which they faced. First, India was too powerful at this point because we had the Vijayanagara Empire, the Bahmani rule, the different Bijapur, the different Deccani Sultanates, the Mughals sitting. So there was no way they could territorially expand. More than that, they had somehow an obsession with the high seas. They were like, we will control water. I think nobody till today can control waters properly without proper surveillance. India, US, China, all is trying to do it, and their distraction of Brazil is going to also become a problem. Therefore, Portuguese had a golden opportunity between 1500 to 1600. No other power was there. A flawed blue waters policy was the heart of that area or of that issue. Now, in 1600, two things will happen. One is in 1600, the English East India Company will be established, but English East India Company will not come to India for a long time, which is till 1613 they will not come. In between, what will happen is a certain other policy, or you can say other state, the Dutch, will enter into the Indian subcontinent with the VOC, and they will very quickly expand in the Indian subcontinent and establish multiple spaces in that regard. 1602 is the formation of the VOC. 1600 is when English get control via the, or rather they take what is called merchant adventurers and call it East India Company. It will also get the charter from the Queen saying that anybody who's trading east of the Cape of Good Hope, that is the East Indies concept, will be only British East India Company ship has to be there. Now, thereafter, 1605, Dutch will establish their first permanent factory, which is Moslypatnam. Moslypatnam, Dutch. Now, as soon as the Dutch enter into this sector, they will take the Ceylon sector, which is Sri Lanka. Dutch entering, Portuguese said, give us cartas. Portuguese said, the Dutch said, who are you to ask us? Now, two European powers were fighting in the Arabian Sea itself, which in turn will lead to the Portuguese losing out very quickly. Dutch, however, got distracted. They started to love the Indonesian sector, the Straits of Malacca in that regard, and this is where the Portuguese will be subdued also, and the Dutch will in turn further lead to this idea that they will become obsessed with Indonesia and leave India open to the English. Alman, I hope that you are fine. Please take care. Right. Now, thereafter, I will talk about the British separately. I would rather want to talk about the Danes who came fourth into the Indian subcontinent. English, I will talk separately with you. Danes came, they took they had Tranquebar as the first place, and thereafter they took Nicobar, and they're a very important sector, Tirempur, but they were obsessed in converting everybody. So the Danish, Denmark, they were too obsessed with conversion. As it is, they were not going to go anywhere. There was no chance they were going to, as it is, win anything. So the Danes are going to sell everything and go back. The sleeping beauty in this whole story are the French. The French will then establish the East India Company in 1664, which is the French East India Company, and they will they will come to India in the last moment in that regard. And by 1674, they will take control over a very important area for which they were very happy about, which is called the the Pondicherry sector, that they will take from Sher Khan Lodi, and they will wrestle it out from that sector. 1674 is important date for them, and you need to remember the name of a person called Dupleix, who will be the who will basically become the governor of the French sector. For French, their first position is also Surat, and thereafter Pondicherry is going to become their most important area. This is where you have to understand that these are the different powers which were at play at this point of time. I want to now go into the English specific story. Can I do that? Can I do the English specific story? Second factory, Pondicherry, you take it like that. Puja. Mahe, Karikal, and Yanam also. Yes. Okay. Now, the English specific story starts from 1608, 1613. Please pay attention. Very, very, very important discussion. I know that there are multiple incursions and saturation attack across Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir as of right now. We pray for our forces, and we will be able to repel this one also. So I know it's hard to concentrate, but we have to concentrate somehow because this is crucial for our future also. I know it is very difficult, but we have to. A lot of you are messaging this. I know. I am also getting updates here. So it is Jammu, Srinagar airport and all, everything unfolding as we speak. Yesterday night was equally problematic for us, and equally problematic for us is today night. Very difficult 2 nights back to back. Now, 1608, 1613, 1615. You have 16, thereafter 1632, 1639, 1651, 1661, 1668, 1600, and you can say not 98, 90s we can do 1698, 1770. This is basically the main important timeline of the Mughal and the what we call as English understanding. This is where you have Hawkins, who tries to meet Jahangir, but Jahangir is not able to meet him because of the issue of Pinheiro sitting there. This is where the irritation comes through, and they will defeat them at Battle of Swali and Battle of Bombay, in which they will try to show that there is a certain prowess which the English also have. Then 1613 is First Jahangir Farman, 1613. This is important because this will give access to the British for the first factory, which is. Then we will have second Jahangir Farman. The second Jahangir Farman is important because this will give access to the Broch, the Ahmedabad, thereafter Mauchlypatnam, and the Bengal sector, limited access to Bengal. Then 1632 is called the Golden Farman. Golden Farman is important because through the Golden Farman, the Golconda ruler gives them duty free trade for 500 pagodas. India is now being sold off at a very low cost in that regard. 1639 is called Chandragiri concession. Chandragiri concession is important because this will give them access to Madras, and Madras St. George, Fort St. George is going to be established in that sense. Further, 1651 is called Shashuja Farman. Shashuja Farman is when for 3000 rupees, the same concept of the, the Golden Farman will be introduced, wherein for 3000 rupees, they will be able to have duty free trade in Bengal. 1661 is the marriage of Charles with Catherine Braganza, which will in turn give them Bombay as a dowry. And 1668 is when East India Company gets the dowry as a nominal rent for 10 pounds. They will get Bombay and they will shift their headquarters from the west, or rather from Surat to the Bombay sector. So now they have a eastern headquarter and a western headquarter. 1689 and 90 is the incursion with Aurangzeb. There will be a lot of what we call as incursions, or what we call as a lot of conflict between the Orange, or between Aurangzeb and the British. He will seize all the colonies in that regard, and thereafter there will be a 1.5 lakh rupee transfer, which will in turn lead to the Aurangzeb pardoning them and giving back all the areas. 1698 is Calcutta, which is the three villages brought together. And 1717 is when India was sold off, which is called the Farrukhsiyar Farman, or the Magna Carta of the British in India, which is through this 10,000 rupees Surat was given, 3,000 rupees was reinstated for Bengal, minting of coins was allowed, further dastak, wherein the British East India Company could further transfer their rights to others, and Chandragiri was also, or the Chandragiri concession was also reasserted. You should know that the East India Company is a joint stock company. It's a private company. It is answerable to its shareholders. It gives dividends to its shareholders. This timeline is critical for your understanding, because out of this, UPSC started to ask questions along with these two ones, which is the Portuguese, Dutch, and the English timelines. Extremely important in the larger scheme of things. So I hope that you will be able to understand this in the right way, and this gives you a little bit of, you can say, a refresher with regards to this timeline. So now all my stories are in place. My story related to the advent of Europeans, my story related to regional powers, and my story related to Mughal decline all are together. VOC is not a joint stock company. VOC is a VOC, Portuguese, French. All are, along with the Dane, all are government companies in that regard. Mistake in this book Spectrum sometimes does that. You can't really help that. Okay. Now, we have now brought in all the three stories together. So what we really need to understand is that how do the British expand in India? I have done that through a separate video also, but I'll give you a little bit of understanding. See, I have all the details here, which starts with Anglo-French rivalry, but I will try to give you a larger perspective in flowcharts. But then I will also show you the PPT has everything. Can I, in a way, alternatively teach you in a way that we can revise in a better way? There are two ways of doing this: a lot of detail, but also in the best possible, which is packet form, which is we can cover everything in that. I've already discussed all of them in a lot of detail. That was a 4-hour video separate. But let's try to understand everything in a more condensed form so that you can remember it for the examination also. Very good point. Okay, now see. First area where they actually interact is Carnatic sector, right? Carnatic sector, why? Because Pondicherry and Madras was very close to each other. And this is where things start to get complicated. Things start to get complicated. The Dutch had removed the British from the what we call as the Indonesian sector because of the 1623 Abayana massacre. Therefore, the British had no other option but to expand in India. So, therefore, the first Carnatic War happens not because of any factors here, but because of the Austrian War of Succession. Austrian War of Succession, what happens is that Maria Theresa is going to be the ruler. However, she is challenged by Frederick, which in turn leads to the British and the French on the different sides of the what we call as conflict itself, and this spills over into India. What is the sequence of events? Duplex says to the British, "Do not bring this conflict into the Indian subcontinent." Then the British attack the French ships Bay of Bengal. Duplex goes to Anwaruddin. Anwaruddin says nothing. So what Duplex does is he calls from Malay and from Mauritius his reinforcement. Now the French reinforcement will come through, and the French will then attack Madras and take Madras. Rather than fighting Madras itself, rather than fighting the French itself, the English will go to Anwaruddin and they will say that, see, the French have hit us. Please help us. How can you then allow something like this to happen? Anwaruddin is going to go and fight with the French at the what we call as the Battle of Saint Thom and on the river Adyar. And therefore, please, if you are in those sectors, please, if you are asked to go for a blackout, please do that. Don't have to worry. You can watch this later in the form of a video itself. Don't have to worry about that. More important, your position there. So French will then in turn defeat the Anwaruddin army and in turn will establish supremacy. And Anwaruddin is gone, English is gone, Madras is gone. However, the Austrian War of Succession will end with the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, and what will happen is that the French will lose the concept or the war in Europe. Therefore, everybody comes back to their own position, but Duplessis has shown his power. This is first Carnatic War. Second Carnatic War is more complicated and related to the Indian subcontinent. Why? Because in the second Carnatic War, what happens is that it is the Carnatic War of Succession and the Hyderabad War of Succession where the British get involved. So you have Anwaruddin on one side and you have Chand Sahib on the other. And in Hyderabad, you have Nasir Jung on the one side, Muzaffar Jung on the other. Now, Muzaffar Jung and Anwaruddin get the support of the English, while Nasir Jung and Chand Sahib get the support of the French. Now, what happens is that in the first incursion, Nasir Jung, Chand Sahib are able to first kill Anwaruddin, and then comes the siege of or the push towards Trinopoli to kill the son of Anwaruddin, Muhammad Ali, and at the same point of time, with Muzaffar Jung removed, Nasir Jung is appointed as the what we call as the next successor. But Nasir Jung is killed, and this in turn will lead to Salabat Jung to come to context. Salabat Jung into come into context. He will become the most important partner in this. Just 1 second, I have to confirm one thing. Am I giving you the other way around one? I have to confirm Nasir and Muzaffar. Yes, I was right. Nasir gets the support of English and Muzaffar gets the support of French. Felt that. Yes, this is other way around. Nasir gets the support of English, Muzaffar gets the support of French. Muzaffar Jung is winning, and thereafter Muzaffar Jung is thereafter succeeded by a person called Salabat Jung because he's killed by his own men. So just a clarification, Anwaruddin and Nasir get the support of English, and Chand Sahib and Muzaffar Jung get the support of the French. Now we have the French winning because French have installed Muzaffar, then have installed Salabat Jung, and Anwaruddin is dead. And at the same point of time, Muhammad Ali is under pressure. The problem is that once this is going to happen, the English and the French have got involved into Indian politics. However, what will happen is that now will come Clive. Clive will go for siege of Arcot. He will shift the focus away from Trinopoli. Chand Sahib is going to very quickly move to Arcot. He will be killed. And very quickly, the English will change the whole concept itself and change the whole narrative itself. And this will end with the Treaty of Pondicherry. And through the Treaty of Pondicherry, the British will basically take back everything which was taken by the French, and they will leave Busi in the Hyderabad sector. But now everything is very clear that we have the Europeans playing ball in the politics of India itself. Thereafter, thereafter, the third Carnatic War is very easy. Third Carnatic War, and duplexes will be taken back, and Gudheyu will be sent, and Delali will be there in that regard. Third Carnatic War is based on the Seven Years' War. Here, the English were not the French first aggressors, but the French were. And the French will attack Madras, and thereafter, they will not get any form of reinforcement. Delali will be arrested through the Battle of Vandy Wash. In turn, what will happen is that the English will properly defeat the French, and through the Treaty of Paris, which will happen after the Seven Years' War, French will be given back Pondicherry, Karikal, Yanam, but as a protectorate, and they cannot have any of military excursion. So the French will cease to be a problem in that regard. And this is basically the Carnatic story. I Popa is the code in that regard. And IPOPA, Alex Chappelle, Pondicherry, Paris, concept of Carnatic, first Carnatic, second Carnatic, third Carnatic, first Carnatic based on Austrian War Secession, third Carnatic based on Seven-Year War, and second Carnatic based on internal politics. That too, Chan Sahib, Nasir Jung, Muzaffar Jung, and the concept of how they were playing internal politics. Now, then comes Bengal. Bengal is a more interesting story because there's a lot of, you can say, politics here. Bengal is based on the concept of how there was already Sasuja Farman, then it is also reinstated through the Farrukhsiyar Farman. But Sirajuddaula was not very happy with the way the British were, in a way, exploiting those provisions. So now the 7 Years' War happened, and what happens is that the British and the French start to fortify. Once the British and the French start to fortify, thereafter, what happens is that the Sirajuddaula will say, stop fortifications. French will stop, English will not stop. In turn, will lead to Sirajuddaula reaching Calcutta sector. In turn, will lead to the Black Hole incident. In the Black Hole incident, there will be now a reason why the guy Clive could be redirected from Carnatic towards the Bengal sector, and he will fight at Alinagar. In Treaty of Alinagar will be signed through the Battle of Alinagar. Everything will be reinstated, but the problem was the British still had a problem in the form of Sirajuddaula. So now what will happen is Sirajuddaula was a enemy of all the merchants, of everyone else in that regard, because he was not pro Jagat Seth and Omichand. Jagat Seth, Omichand, Amichand, Ghasiti Begum, Rai Durlab, Kadim Khan, and Clive will come together and then play game in what is called as the Battle of Plassey in 1757. This is not a battle, it is a conspiracy. And Mir Jafar is going to now backstab Sirajuddaula. His own son is going to, Miran is going to kill Siraj, and Mir Jafar will be involved, will be made the Nawab. Mir Jafar will in turn lead to the first loot of Bengal, where Clive will become a lord, he will become a Jagirdar, he will become a Zamindar, he will get so much money they had never seen. But Mir Jafar will start to realize that the English are bankrupting Bengal. So he will go to the Dutch, and in that what is called as the Battle of Chinsura or Battle of Bedara, he will try to take back the control, but the Dutch will be defeated. Therein, once the British say that my own dog is now barking on me, so he will basically be removed and Mir Qasim will be brought in. Mir Qasim, on the other hand, will basically initially itself realize that with the second loot of Bengal, there's a need to undercut the power of the British, and that will be done in the process of what is called as the moving from Murshidabad to Munger. At the same point of time, we have the concept of how we see the Munger sector, and he will then remove taxes for everyone. When he will remove taxes for everyone, the British will take it as an offense. And thereafter, Mir Khan will start to run. He will first go to Awadh, he will meet Sujauddaulah, and then he will go to Delhi and meet Shah Alam. Shah Alam plus Sujauddaulah plus Qasim together fight in what is called as the Battle of Buxar, a very decisive battle in 1764, which will in turn lead to the Treaty of Allahabad, also the Treaty of Prayagraj, if you want to call it, but it will be Allahabad only. And in this, the Diwani rights of the Bengal, Bihar, and Odisha sector is given. And this is where we have the first, you can say the foot was through the Lasi. Now the door is open for Bengal. Now, in Bengal, there will be dual government which will be introduced. Through the dual government, the concept was very simple, that the Diwan's position was taken by by the British, but the Nazim's position was kept to the Nizam itself, or rather to the Nawab itself, and we had Reza Khan appointed. Hands of policy, don't take the messy part. They took 54 lakh rupees for not taking the Nizamat functions, only taking the Diwani function. This is basically Bengal for you. Now comes Maratha. Now, Maratha politics, again, as a way of consolidation, I'll give you the most, you can say, concise description possible. We know that we have the third battle of Panipat, in which Balaji Bajirao will die, along with that Sadashiva Rao Bhai will die, and so Vishwas Rao will die, which in turn lead to Madhav Rao to come to power. Madhav Rao had an uncle called Raghunath Rao, but Raghunath Rao was ambitious. Madhav Rao the first has a very stable power, but when Narayan Rao comes to power, Raghunath Rao kills Narayan Rao, and then he comes to power. Now, once he comes to power, Madhav Rao the second is there, and there's a Nana Fadnavis is a very important personality. Bharbai conspiracy, 12 officers together take back power, and this is where the politics of the British comes through. As soon as Raghunath Rao is removed and Madhav Rao the second is appointed, Raghunath Rao will go to the British and he will sign the Treaty of Surat, through which he said, give me, I will give you basin, I will give you 2 3 sectors, give me force, I want to fight with Nana Fadnavis. But as soon as the Bombay and the Calcutta Council will get to know that this is a very messy thing in which we are entering, and Marathas they did not want to touch, then what will happen is that they will revise the treaty in what is called as Treaty of Purandar. Under Treaty of Purandar, what will happen is that they will rather go to Nana Fadnavis and say that we are pensioning of Raghunath Rao. We will protect, we will realize that Madhav Rao is the Peshwa only. However, in 1777, Nana Fadnavis will give a small port to the French. That will become too problematic. And therefore, now the French will fight, the British will fight the Marathas, that how could you do that? And this is where the Nana Fadnavis will give a very crushing defeat to the British in what is that, which will in turn lead to what is called as the Treaty of Vadgaon. Treaty of Vadgaon is a humiliating treaty which they have to sign. Then Hastings is sent to India, that we have to take back all the territories which was taken through Vadgaon, because now they had to share the revenue of Bombay also. And thereafter, Hastings is going to defeat Nana Fadnavis, and that will lead to the of Salbai. So basically, here Puwasa, there are 3 treaties which happened within the first Anglo-Maratha War itself. This is the only one which is messy. Second Carnatic War, the second Anglo-Mysore War, is important because of the fact that this is where the Marathas are sold off. How are they sold off? In the way that now Madhav Rao II will die. When Madhav Rao II will die, his successor is going to be Baji Rao II. But the problem is Baji Rao II is the son of Raghunath Rao. And now the Holkars will not like that. The Holkars will say, no, 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 no. We don't want that. And Yashwant Rao Holkar will then fight you can say, the alliance of Sindhyas and Baji Rao II. Once Holkars are going to win, what father did, the son will also do. They will go to the British. He will, through the Treaty of Basin, sign the subsidiary alliance and basically sell off the Marathas properly. This will be a disgusting treaty. This will be a humiliating treaty, which will in turn basically make the Marathas a subsidiary of British. Third Anglo-Maratha War is when Bajirao II realizes his mistake. He comes with everyone and tries to fight with the British. It was too late, and the British will defeat Holkar, Sindhyas, Bhosles, and the Peshwas in different battles, and then conquer the Maratha sector, making Satara a small subsidiary. So here you have to remember Pu, Va, Sa, Pa. That's it, which is Purandar, Vadgaon, Salbai, Basin. Again, nothing out of the box that regard. Everybody is with me till this point? You were saying you want to do art and culture also. A lot of you are. We've not started national movement. I need 1 hour. So you have to promise me that you will stay by me for next 1 hour. Please. Okay. Now, no, sir, will not stay with you. Okay. Then, Mysore. Mysore is two battles are useless, two battles are important. Yes, art and culture obviously next, so only day after what. First Mysore war is both of them checking each other, Hyder Ali and the British. Nothing really happens. Treaty of Madras. Second battle is again not that, it is because of the American War of Independence and a lot of support coming from the French to Hyder Ali, which will in turn lead to the second battle. But it will be inconclusive. But Hyder Ali will die, and it will lead to the Treaty of Mangalore. Third battle is the most important because here Travancore is going to get involved. Jalkotal was being sold by the Dutch. It would be bought by Travancore. Travancore could not be bought by the so rather Jalkotal could not be bought by Travancore because it was a Tipu Sultan territory. Tipu Sultan sovereignty is in turn undercut, and therefore in the third battle the Mysorean sector is going to attack Travancore. British will come to the help of the Mysoreans of the Travancorean sector, and that will in turn lead to the third battle, which is going to end in a very, very bad note because Tipu Sultan will be properly defeated and he will sign the Treaty of Seringapatam. So here it is Mad Man Seri. Mad Man Seri, which is the Treaty of what we call as Madras, Mangalore, and Seringapatam. Most of the Mysorean territory is taken away. But the fourth Mysore war is going to happen because Napoleon was trying to retake his colonies, and there was a chance that Napoleon may contact Tipu Sultan, and therefore it's a preemptive war, and Mysorean sector is totally again nothing out of the box here. Simple. Last is Sikh. When we talk about the Sikhs, the problem is that Ranjit Singh made it a very powerful structure. Treaty of Amritsar was also signed, which in turn was very, very important, through which Satluj became the border between the British and the Punjab sector. But once Ranjit Singh dies, his successors were killed by his own men, which is Nonyal Singh will be killed, Khadak Singh will be killed, and finally we will have Dalip Singh, a child being the Maharaja. He will have a regent called Rani Jindan and and a wazir called Hira Singh. Lal Singh, Teja Singh, two men, too ambitious, were approached by the British. They said, breach the Treaty of Amritsar, cross the Satluj. First battle is going to happen when there is treachery from the Sikhs itself. In turn, they will cross the Satluj. British will get a pretext to enter into this sector, and what will in turn end is that they will sign the Treaty of Lahore. Under Treaty of Lahore, 3 crore war indemnity. Kohinoor is taken. The Jammu and Kashmir sector is taken, but the Sikhs will feel that they have been looted, so they can again fight, and they will have the Treaty of Lahore, which will then lead to the rebellion. Then again, Treaty of Bhairoval. So two treaties are going to be signed. Thereafter, the second battle is based on Mulraj. Mulraj was one of the governors. He was being replaced by the British. He will rise in rebellion. Other Sikhs will join. Sikhs will be in a way subdued, and the Punjab sector will be fully taken, thereby completing your story of the concept of expansion of British Raj in that regard. Clear, everyone? Clear? Okay. So now we have completed all of this. West of Bengal. I have everything in the PPT, so don't worry. Now I want to discuss two, three important things, which is subsidiary lines, doctrine of lapse, and then small discussions related to. Okay, I've given you a yes. Guys, sir looks exhausted. Yes, not exhausted. My voice is going. Okay, so let's talk about subsidiary alliance. Subsidiary alliance is a concept which is basically a service which is provided by the British. So what happens under that is The British basically give you a service in lieu of maintenance, which is you will remove your own army. The British will give you the army, and you have to maintain the army. If you're not able to, the penalty will be there. Your area will be annexed. Wellesley came up with this idea, and British is going to become the paramount power, control your defense policy, control your foreign policy. Resident is going to sit. In a way, you're selling off your own area. We are paying for our own colonization. Doctrine of lapse is within the concept of subsidiary alliance, but is also applied separately. Wherein subsidiary alliance concept is doctrine of lapse is if you do not have a naturally born son, you will be then your adopted son will not be given your territory. So either way, the British will take it by bit through subsidiary alliance or directly by doctrine of lapse, which is directly taking all the territory in that regard. Now, simple, straightforward, non-war based annexation. Now, what I want to do is I want to discuss constitutional history with you. Important. What I will do is I'll do all constitutional history together. Right. So I'll discuss from 1773 to 1935 all provisions together so that you are able to understand everything properly in the best way possible. Right. Rather than doing it half and half, I'll do it together. So 1773, 84, 93, 13, 33, 53, 61, 92, 1909, and 1919 and 1935. Constitutional history, I'll do it in that sense together. So once we have entered the national movement, our task is going to become easier because this is the area along with certain boxes which I want to show for peasant and tribal. Social reform movement I've also discussed with you previously, but I tell you the major organizations. Now, Regulating Act of 1773 is important because of two to three reasons. First, because the East India Company was becoming too big for the British itself, so therefore they needed to regulate it. Here, the code is GGB plus 4 LCSC, which is Governor of Bengal becomes Governor General of Bengal, is a four-member council. Further legislative centralization will start to happen because the Bengal and Madras presidency were made subordinate to the British, what we call as uh, the power of the Governor General of Bengal itself. Further, SC because Supreme Court will be established, and therefore this will give you an understanding. GGB plus 4 LC SC. So therefore, regulating act you have four major provisions. GGB plus 4, which is Governor General of Bengal, four council members, legislative centralization, Supreme Court will be established in that regard. Then there will be a amending Act of 1781, which will remove dual control over the executives, which is the fact that you have the Supreme Court also controlling them and the Governor General's Council also controlling them. They will be removed in that regard, and rather only the Supreme Court is going to control. Only the Governor General's Executive Council is going to control. Supreme Court is not going to do it. Thereafter, Pitt's India Act of 1784. Here we have GGB plus 3 DOC COD, which is Governor General will now have one less member so as to make it an odd number so that the Governor Generals cannot be outnumbered, and Board of Control and Court of Directors. For the first time now, the British will take control over the administrative functions through the Board of Control. Board of Directors will only control the basic, what we call as commercial functions, which were becoming more and more useless. If you look at the composition of the Board of Control, you will realize it is mostly all members of the Parliament and all members of the what we call as British Crown in that regard. So therefore, this is further Pitt trying to Pitt the younger trying to control everything. Now come the Charter Acts. Charter was given indefinite, first given for 15 years by Elizabeth, then indefinitely by James. Now the 20 years clause is going to start to come through. 93 is the most messiest because it has a lot of provisions which are generally considered to be quite messy in that regard. So we have first 20 years clause will come through. Second, now royal approval is needed for appointment of governors, governor generals, and the commander in chief. More important, after paying off everything, now 5 lakh pounds has to be transferred from the East India Company to the British in that regard. Further, the senior officers cannot leave India in that sense, and Maladalas will be gone, but the license of the company can be given to country traders. This is for the opium trade, which is happening with China. 1793 important because now the British are Parliament wants a piece of the cake from the pie itself. Thereafter, 1813, because of laissez-faire politics, Adam Smith, the India monopoly will be lost, but there will be multiple provisions here. Very important. India monopoly lost, China monopoly retained. 10.5% because they wanted to attract still a lot of investment. Mal Adalat is basically customs court in that regard. Then 20 years again quoted. Christian missionaries can enter into India. Further 1 lakh rupees for education. And last but not the least is now the regulations. All laws have to be placed in front of the British Parliament. So British parliamentary more. Then the 1833 is all monopolies, which is India and China. Both India lost in 1813. 1833, China monopoly also lost. But now the Governor General of Bengal will be called Governor General of India. But this has come in 2023 as a straightforward question. Now, full subordination of the governors of Bengal and Madras because they can only propose laws in that regard. Further, East India Company will now become more or less a pure administrative body with board of control controlling everything. There is further what is called as everything happening in the name of William Bentinck, who is the Governor General of India at this point in time. Slavery was asked to be abolished, which will only be abolished after 10 years. And also, Europeans can now start to enter into the continent. 20 years clause is again talked about. And now it is said that you are holding territory of the British. You are holding the name of the British. Now, 1853 is the simplest. Open competition will come through. And now the control will be like this: Board of Control, Court of Directors, Governor General of India, Governor of Bombay, Governor of Madras, Governor of what we call as Bengal, Madras, and Bombay. But now he will get two: his Executive Council and his Legislative Council. This is an addition which comes through the 1850 Act. So, Charter Act till this point, everybody is with me? No issues? Everyone? Come on. Fine. I want your assertion. Okay. Now, 1858 Act is after revolt of 1857. That takes away the power of the Board of Control and the Court of Directors. And we have Secretary of State to India plus his 15-member council, which controls the Governor General of India and Viceroy, because now the crown has taken control. And thereafter, his executive council remains, his legislative council remains, and everything under him remains the same. Only Viceroy tag has been added, Secretary of State and India Council has been added to the Government of India Act. Then, when we talk about the Government of India Act 1861, one second. Yes, one second. Yes. When we talk about the Government of India Act 18, or rather the Indian Council Act 1861, I'll come back to this later. I have all of this for you. I'll just point out the major points here. For somebody who had said that they want this to happen properly. Yeah. When we talk about Indian Council Act 1861, 2 to 3 very important provisions, which is the concept of portfolio system, the concept of provincial legislative councils, entry of Indians for the first time into the Legislative Council of the Governor General. Further, we have expansion of legislative councils across India itself, but portfolio, PLCs, entry of 3 Indians, important ordinance making power comes to the Governor General, and legislative powers are restored back. So, legislative decentralization starts at this given point of time through the government of through the Indian Council Act 1861. Thereafter, when we talk about Indian Council Act 1892, it is very important because indirect election concept comes through. The word election is not used. There's an expansion of the councils, but the process of nomination from different parts of the lives is added. And therefore, this is where the concept of the word indirect election or nomination of Indian members into the Provincial Legislative Council is something along with the Central Legislative Council, which is associated with the 1892 Indian Council Act, something which has other provisions, but these are the important words. Thereafter, so we have enlargement of councils. You can ask questions on fiscal matters, principle of representation. Introduce no use of the word election, but the concept of election is there. Now, parliamentary reforms is known for only one thing, and that is nothing less than the concept of separate electorate. There is another expansion of the PLCs and the CLCs, but the most important concept is the concept of communal representation. The concept of separate electorates, where only the community for which the seat is reserved, they can only vote for that person. It leads to disenfranchisement, and therefore it is discriminatory. Muslims are given more seats than according to the population, and separate electorates is given after the Swadeshi movement in that regard. Thereafter, two Indian members added to the Indian Council office in London, and further we have the legalization of communal politics through this process. We also have one first time an Indian getting associated with the Viceroy's Executive Council, equally important in that regard for the examination. Last but not the least, two sections, which is first we have the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, 1919, quite important concept of hierarchy, the concept of bicameralism at center, High Commissioner's office, and further we have an expansion of the councils in that regard. But here we have demarcation of central and provincial subjects. We also have authorization of making laws in that regard, which is given to residual power is with the viceroy. We have bicameralism at the center, and we will also see that there will be 75% of the budget is still not votable, but 25% still is. Thereafter, we have hierarchy, reserve subjects with the governor plus legislative council, transfer subjects, which is governor plus executive council. No, this is legislative council, executive council. Most important set, most useless subjects given to the legislative council where Indians are more. Executive councils are all British. Therefore, this is the most important one. Reserve seats. We'll take a call after constitutional. Don't worry. After constitution, I will take a call. Don't worry. So we have reserve subjects and transfer subjects. This is called hierarchy, and therefore governor will have veto power and ordinance making powers in that regard. Further, what we will see is 3 out of 6 members of the Viceroy's executive Indian. Right to vote to women is given in principle, but still based on income concept. High Commissioner's office has been added. The last is the most important, which is 1935 Act, which I will discuss. We have Public Service Commission in 1926. First time budget can be of the center and the state is removed, and Indian Statutory Commission needs to come through, which will come through in the form of Simon Commission in 1927. Last is the Government of India Act 1935. What we see here is 5 to 6 provisions which did not come into understanding. First is we will not have All India Federation come through, but proposed bicameralism at the provincial level. Bicameralism at center was already there. Hierarchy is removed at the provincial level, provincial autonomy, but hierarchy was proposed for the concept of what we today call as the center did not come through. And thereafter, we have 11 provinces, 3 new provinces produced, Sindh. I'll show it to you. Autonomy to the provinces, hierarchy proposed, residual power with the viceroy, abolition of the council, and also the High Commissioner's office. All India Federation not formed, enfranchisement increased. Thereafter, we have the federal court, the precursor to the Supreme Court coming through. And thereafter, Burma removed, Sindh, Odisha, and Northwestern Frontier Province created as 3 new provinces, which will in turn lead to the total count to become 11, out of which 6 are bicameral, 5 are unicameral. Bombay, Assam, Madras, and United Provinces, and the what we call as the different sectors together will become the bicameral ones. I will do something, don't worry. Just let me finish this sector because I think we can't go at this pace because you will now start to break off. So let's do one thing. See, I have completed constitutional history. Provisions are here. Everything is in front of you. Let's do one thing. Let's stop here because I'll make it into part one and part two because you will not survive after this because a lot is still left, which is I have to discuss economic policy with you. I have to discuss social reform movement, peasant and tribal, 1857, whole national movement is left. So let's do one thing. Let's make it into two part. Right? It was already a Herculean task, something which I think education policy, all of that, something which I thought would be possible, but the pace at which we went was not in a way possible. But I hope that still you find this session useful. So there's no way we can do art and culture, and there's no way pushing through national movement. I will try to take this session on Sunday, the coming Sunday, or if not possible, next Sunday. Whatever, wherever I can push it, I will push it. I'll have one more session of 4 to 5 hours, and I'll finish modern India with you along with art and culture. If that is agreeable to everyone. If that is agreeable to everyone. As it is, I think in multiple zones there are red alerts and blackouts happening. A lot of you have got distracted in that regard. I don't think it is correct to now continue as it is. So we will, I will resume back. But I hope that these 8 hours has been fruitful. Another 4 hours I will do with you. Total 12 hours. I will finish everything. Right? So thank you. Uh, Good morning. And I hope that tonight we cross the threshold of this another saturation attack. And I hope that people are not injured and we don't lose a lot of lives. I have not seen what is happening in the background with regards to across this sector in that regard. Because my throat would now need to recover. I may not be able to take it on Sunday, but I will for sure take it next week. So I will finish everything. But your ancient, medieval, and modern half is done, half is left. Right. Thank you. Take care. And I'll be back. I'll be back. Thank you for understanding. And I believe that when the efficiency falls, makes no sense as it is. We've been enjoying this. I hope you've enjoyed it. I have enjoyed it equally. Your responses have been very, very nice. And the fact that you're taking part in this motivates me more. So, yeah, as I predicted, after 8 hours, everybody's dead. So, there's no point. I think at this pace, as it is, it makes no sense not doing justice to this. So, thank you. Take care and bye bye. I'll see you soon with another set of issues. We stand with India and let's see how things pan out. Thank you. Bye bye.